God made them all, suggests they do a caesarean on a small cow named Bella, who is unable to give birth to her large calf. James agrees this would be a good case for the new procedure, but needs Norman to guide him through it.
We do these jobs under a local anaesthetic nowadays, and in most cases the cow lies quietly on her side, or even stands during the operation. The animal can't feel anything, of course, but I have a few extra grey hairs round my ears which owe their presence to the occasional wild cow suddenly rearing up halfway through and taking off, with me in desperate pursuit trying to keep her internal organs from flopping on the ground. But that was all in the future. On this first occasion I had no such fears. I cut through skin, muscle layers and peritoneum, and was confronted by a protruding pink and white mass of tissue. I poked at it with my finger. There was something hard inside. Could it be the calf? "What's that?" I hissed. "Eh?" Norman, kneeling by my side, jumped convulsively. "What do you mean?" "That thing. Is it the rumen or the uterus? It's pretty low down. It could be the uterus." The student swallowed a couple of times. Yes, that's the uterus all right." "Good." I smiled in relief and made a bold incision. A great gout of impacted grass welled out, followed by a burst of gas and an outflow of dirty brown fluid. "Oh, Christ!" I gasped. "It's the rumen! Look at all that bloody mess!" I groaned aloud as the filthy tide surged away down and out of sight into the abdominal cavity. "What the hell are you playing at, Norman?" I could feel the young man's body trembling against mine. "Don't just sit there!" I shouted. "Thread me one of those needles! Quick! Quick!" Norman bounded to his feet, rushed over to the bale and returned with a trailing length of catgut extended in shaking fingers. Wordlessly, dry-mouthed, I stitched the gash I had made in the wrong organ. Then the two of us made frantic attempts to swab away the escaped ruminal contents with cotton wool and antiseptic, but much of it had run away beyond our reach. The contamination must be massive. When we had done what we could, I sat back and looked at the student. My voice was a hoarse growl. "I thought you knew all about these operations." He looked at me with frightened eyes. "They do quite a few of them at the clinic." I glared back at him. "How many caesareans have you seen?" "Well, one, actually." "One? To hear you speak, I thought you were an expert. And anyway, even if you'd seen only one, you should know a little bit about it." "The thing is," Norman shuffled his knees around on the cobbles, "you see, I was right at the back of the class." I worked up a sarcastic snarl. "Oh, I understand. So you couldn't see very well?" "That's about it." The young man hung his head. "Well, you're a stupid young fool," I said in a vicious whisper. "Dishing out your confident instructions when you know damn all. You realise you've killed this good cow? With all that contamination, she'll certainly develop peritonitis and die. All we can hope for now is to get the calf out alive." With an effort, I turned my gaze from his stricken face. "Anyway, let's get on with it." Apart from my first shouts of panic, the entire interchange had been carried out pianissimo, and Mr. Bushaw kept shooting inquiring glances at us. I gave him what I hoped was a reassuring smile and returned to the attack. Getting the calf out alive was easy to say, but it soon dawned on me that getting the calf out in any way whatsoever was going to be a mammoth task. Plunging my arm deep below what I now knew was the rumen, I encountered a smooth and mighty organ lying on the abdominal floor. It contained an enormous bulk with the hardness and immobility of a sack of coal. I felt my way along the surface and came upon the unmistakable contours of a hawk pushing against a slippery wall. That was the calf, all right, but it was far, far away. I withdrew my arm and started on Norman again. "From your position at the back of the class," I inquired, bitingly, "did you happen to notice what they did next?" "Next? Ah, yes. He licked his lips, and I could see beads of sweat on his brow. You were supposed to exteriorize the uterus. Exteriorize it? Bring it up to the wound, you mean? That's right. Good God, I said. King Kong couldn't lift up that bloody uterus. In fact, I can't move it an inch. Have a feel. The student, who was stripped and soaped like myself, introduced his arm, and for a few moments I watched his eyes pop and his face redden. Then he withdrew and nodded sheepishly. You're right. It won't move. Only one thing to do. I picked up a scalpel. I'll have to cut into the uterus and grab that hock. There's nothing else to get hold of. It was very nasty, fiddling about away out of sight, down in the dark unknown, my arm buried to the shoulder in the cow, my tongue hanging out with anxiety. I was terrified I might slash into something vital, but in fact it was my own fingers that I cut, several times, before I was able to draw the scalpel edge across the bulge made by the hock. A second later, I had my hand round the hairy leg. Now I was getting somewhere. Gingerly I enlarged the incision, inch by inch. I hoped fervently I had made it big enough. Working blind is a terrible thing, and it was difficult to be sure. At any rate, I couldn't wait to deliver that calf. I laid aside my knife, seized the leg and tried to lift it, and immediately I knew that another little nightmare lay ahead. The thing was a tremendous weight, and it was going to take great strength to bring it up into the light of day. Nowadays, when I do a Caesar, I take care to have a big, strong farm lad stripped off ready to help me with this lifting job. But today, I had only Norman. Come on, I panted. Give me a hand.
James manages to bring the foot of the calf round and grasp the other hind leg. And then, both men pulling with every vestige of their strength, the tail appears, then a huge rib cage, and finally, with a rush, the shoulders and head. As the calf snorts, the farmer exclaims, By gar, he's a big un. It is indeed a massive bull, who would never have come out the usual way.
My attention was whisked back to the cow. Where was the uterus? It had vanished. Again I started my frantic groping inside. My hand became entangled with yards of placenta. Oh, hell, that wouldn't do any good floating around among the guts. I pulled it out and dropped it on the floor, but I still couldn't find the uterus. For a palpitating moment, I wondered what would happen if I never did locate it. Then my fingers came upon the ragged edge of my incision. I pulled as much as possible of the organ up to the light, and I noticed with sinking disquiet that my original opening had been enlarged by the passage of that enormous calf, and there was a long tear disappearing out of sight towards the cervix. Sutures! I held my hand out, and Norman gave me a fresh needle. Hold the lips of the wound, I said, and began to stitch. I worked as quickly as I could, and was doing fine until the tear ran out of sight. The rest was a kind of martyrdom. Norman hung on grimly while I stabbed around at the invisible tissue far below. At times I pricked the young man's fingers, at others my own, and to my dismay a further complication had arisen. The calf was now on his feet, blundering unsteadily around. The speed with which newly born animals get to their legs has always fascinated me, but at this moment it was an unmitigated nuisance. The calf, looking for the udder with that instinct which nobody can explain, kept pushing his nose at the cow's flank, and at times toppling head first into the gaping hole in her side. "Reckon he wants back in again," Mr. Bushell said with a grin. "By heck, he is a wicken." Wick is Yorkshire for lively, and the word was never more aptly applied. As I worked, eyes half closed, jaws rigid, I had to keep nudging the wet muzzle away with my elbow. But as fast as I pushed him back, the calf charged in again, and with sick resignation I saw that every time he nosed his way into the cavity, he brought particles of straw and dirt from the floor and spread them over the abdominal contents. "Look at that," I moaned. "As if there wasn't enough muck in there." Norman didn't reply. His mouth was hanging open, and the sweat ran down his blood-streaked face as he grappled with that unseen wound. And in his fixed stare, I seemed to read a growing doubt as to his wisdom in deciding to be a veterinary surgeon. I would rather not go into any more details. The memory is too painful. Sufficient to say that after an eternity, I got as far down the uterine tear as I could, and we cleared away a lot of rubbish from the cow's abdomen and covered everything with antiseptic dusting powder. I stitched up the muscle and skin layers, with the calf trying all the time to get in on the act, and at last the thing was finished. Norman and I got to our feet very slowly, like two old men. It took me a long time to straighten my back, and I saw the young man rubbing tenderly at his lumbar region. Then, since we were both plastered with caked blood and filth, we began the slow process of scrubbing and scraping ourselves clean. Mr. Bushell left his position by the head and looked at the row of skin stitches. "Nice neat job," he said. "And a grand calf, too." Yes, that was something. The little creature had dried off now, and he was a beauty, his body swaying on unsteady legs, his wide-set eyes filled with gentle curiosity. But that neat job hid things I didn't dare think about. Antibiotics were still not in general use, but in any case I knew there was no hope for the cow. More as a gesture than anything else, I left the farmer some sulphur powders to give her 3 times a day. Then I got off the farm as quickly as I could. We drove away in silence. I rounded a couple of corners, then stopped the car under a tree and sank my head against the steering wheel. "Oh, hell," I groaned. "What a bloody balls up." Norman replied only with a long sigh, and I continued. "Did you ever see such a performance? All that straw and dirt and ruminal muck in among that poor cow's bowels. Do you know what I was thinking about towards the end? I was remembering the story of that human surgeon of olden times who left his hat inside his patient. It was as bad as that."
They leave, convinced that they will never see Bella alive again, that she probably has a good-sized hole in her uterus and peritonitis caused by infection is inevitable. The next morning, however, James phones Mr. Bushell to see if Bella has survived the night, only to discover that she is up and eating, and bright as a cricket. James is utterly astonished, and Bella recovers fully without showing any symptoms from the ordeal.
That was the way it was at my first caesarean. Over the years, Bella went on to have 8 more calves normally, and unaided, a miracle which I can still hardly believe. But Norman and I were not to know that. All we felt then was an elation which was all the sweeter for being unexpected. As we drove away, I looked at the young man's smiling face. "Well, Norman," I said, "that's veterinary practice for you. You get a lot of nasty shocks, but some lovely surprises too. I've often heard of the wonderful resistance of the bovine peritoneum, and thank heavens it's true."
While cattle can be remarkably resistant to infection, as Bella the cow shows, there are a myriad of complications that can ensue after giving birth. Uterus inversion, when the cow continues to push out the entire uterus, presents veterinary surgeons with one of their most difficult and physically demanding challenges. Returning a uterus, an enormous pink mass, through the relatively small opening of the vagina is both awkward and exhausting work.
It happens when the cow, after calving, continues to strain until it pushes the entire uterus out and it hangs down as far as the animal's hocks. It is a vast organ, and desperately difficult to replace, mainly because the cow, having once got rid of it, doesn't want it back. And in a straightforward contest between man and beast, the odds were very much on the cow. The old practitioners, in an effort to even things up a bit, used to sling the cow up by its hind limbs, and the more inventive among them came up with all sorts of contraptions, like the uterine valise, which was supposed to squeeze the organ into smaller bulk. But the result was usually the same: hours of back-breaking work. The introduction of the epidural anaesthetic made everything easier by removing sensation from the uterus and preventing the cow from straining. But, for all that, the words "calf bed out" coming over the line were guaranteed to wipe the smile off any vet's face. I decided to take Tristan in case I needed a few pounds of extra push. He came along, but showed little enthusiasm for the idea. He showed still less when he saw the patient, a very fat shorthorn lying, quite unconcerned, in her stall. Behind her, a bloody mass of uterus, afterbirth, muck and straw spilled over into the channel. She wasn't at all keen to get up, but after we had done a bit of shouting and pushing at her shoulder, she rose to her feet, looking bored. The epidural space was difficult to find among the rolls of fat, and I wasn't sure if I'd injected all the anaesthetic into the right place. I removed the afterbirth, cleaned the uterus, and placed it on a clean sheet held by the farmer and his brother. They were frail men, and it was all they could do to keep the sheet level. I wouldn't be able to count on them to help much. I nodded to Tristan. We stripped off our shirts, tied clean sacks round our waists, and gathered the uterus in our arms. It was badly engorged and swollen, and it took us just an hour to get it back. There was a long spell at the beginning when we made no progress at all, and the whole idea of pushing the enormous organ through a small hole seemed ludicrous, like trying to thread a needle with a sausage. Then there were a few minutes when we thought we were doing famously, only to find we were feeding the thing down through a tear in the sheet. Siegfried once told me he had spent half a morning trying to stuff a uterus up a cow's rectum. What really worried him, he said, was that he nearly succeeded. And at the end, when hope was fading, there was the blissful moment when the whole thing began to slip inside and incredibly disappeared from sight. Somewhere, halfway through, we both took a breather at the same time and stood panting, our faces almost touching. Tristan's cheeks were prettily patterned where a spouting artery had sprayed him. I was able to look deep into his eyes, and I read there a deep distaste for the whole business. Lathering myself in the bucket and feeling the ache in my shoulders and back, I looked over at Tristan. He was pulling his shirt over his head as though it cost him the last of his strength. The cow, chewing contentedly at a mouthful of hay, had come best out of the affair. Out in the car, Tristan groaned. "I'm sure this sort of thing isn't good for me. I feel as though I've been run over by a steamroller. Hell, what a life this is at times."
In It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, James is called to Dick Rudd's farm to take a look at his prized dairy shorthorn cow, Strawberry. Shorthorns, their red, white and dark rowan colours once a common sight in Yorkshire, could be bred for milk or beef. At one point, most of the Wensleydale cheese, originally made in the Yorkshire Dales, was made from the milk of shorthorns.
Dick's cows had been scratched together over the years, and they were a motley lot. Many of them were old animals, discarded by more prosperous farmers because of their pendulous udders, or because they were three-titted uns. Others had been reared by Dick from calves, and tended to be rough-haired and scruffy. But halfway down the byre, contrasting almost violently with her neighbours, was what seemed to me a perfect dairy shorthorn cow. In these days, when the Frisian has surged over England in a black and white flood, and inundated even the Dales, which were the very home of the shorthorn, such cows as I looked at that day at Dick Rudd's are no longer to be seen. But she represented all the glory and pride of her breed. The wide pelvis, tapering to fine shoulders and a delicate head, the level udder thrusting back between the hind legs, and the glorious colour, dark roan. That was what they used to call a good colour, and whenever I delivered a dark roan calf, the farmer would say, "It's a good colour, done," and it would be more valuable accordingly. The genetics are perfectly right. Of course, the dark roaned cows gave no more milk than the reds or the whites, but we loved them, and they were beautiful. "Where did she come from, Dick?" I said, still staring. Dick's voice was elaborately casual. "Oh, I went over to Weldon's of Cranby and picked her out. Do you like her? She's a picture. A show cow. I've never seen one better." Weldon's were the biggest pedigree breeders in the Northern Dales, and I didn't ask whether Dick had cajoled his bank manager or had been saving up for years just for this. She's a 7-galloner when she gets going, and top butterfat too. Reckon she'll be as good as 2 of any of me other cows, and a calf out of her'll be worth a bit." He stepped forward and ran his hand along the perfectly level, smoothly fleshed back. She got a great fancy pedigree name, but Mrs. is called a strawberry. I knew, as I stood there in the primitive cobbled byre with its wooden partitions and rough stone walls, that I was looking not just at a cow, but at the foundation of the new herd, at Dick Rudd's hopes for the future. It was about a month later that he phoned me. "I want you to come and look at Strawberry for me," he said. "She's been doing grand, tippling the milk out, but there's something to miss with her this morning." The cow didn't really look ill, and, in fact, she was eating when I examined her, but I noticed that she gulped slightly when she swallowed. Her temperature was normal, and her lungs clear, but when I stood up by her head, I could just hear a faint snorting sound. "It's her throat, Dick," I said. "It may be just a bit of inflammation, but there's a chance that she's starting a little abscess in there." I spoke lightly, but I wasn't happy. Postpharyngeal abscesses were, in my limited experience, nasty things. They were situated in an inaccessible place, right away behind the back of the throat, and if they got very large, could interfere seriously with the breathing. I'd been lucky with the few I'd seen. They had either been small and regressed, or had ruptured spontaneously. I gave an injection of Prontosil, and turned to Dick. "I want you to ferment this area behind the angle of the jaw, with hot water, and rub this salve well in afterwards. You may manage to burst it that way. Do this at least 3 times a day." I kept looking in at her over the next 10 days, and the picture was one of steady development of the abscess. The cow was still not acutely ill, but she was eating a lot less. She was thinner, and was going off her milk. Most of the time I felt rather helpless, as I knew that only the rupture of the abscess would bring relief, and the various injections I was giving her were largely irrelevant. But the infernal thing was taking a long time to burst.
After 3 days, Dick calls James back in, and he's shocked to see Strawberry in a terrible way, rasping, and little more than a skeleton. James hopes that her abscess will burst that night, but when it doesn't, he decides to operate on Strawberry, cutting into and draining the abscess in a procedure he has never done before. The following day, she looks worse than ever, and they fear she'll end up at the knacker's yard. Then, thankfully, she turns a corner and thereon starts to recover. I saw her 3 weeks later, and her bones were magically clothed with flesh, her skin shone, and most important, the magnificent udder bulged turgid beneath her, and neat little teat proudly erect at each corner. It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet opens with James visiting Mr. Hanshaw's cow, which, despite being treated for milk fever, is unable to get up. Milk fever is a condition that can come on soon after calving, resulting in a cow becoming extremely weak and unable to get on its feet. By the 1930s, it was established that a very low level of calcium in the blood caused the symptoms, although in this case, James suspects there's another reason why Mr. Hanshaw's cow won't stand.
I could see that Mr. Hanshaw didn't believe a word I was saying. He looked down at his cow, and his mouth tightened into a stubborn line. "Broken pelvis? You're trying to tell me she'll never get up no more? Why, look at her chewing her cud. I'll tell you this, young man, me dad would have soon got her up if he'd been alive today." I had been a veterinary surgeon for a year now, and had learned a few things. One of them was that farmers weren't easy men to convince, especially Yorkshire Dalesmen. And that bit about his dad. Mr. Hanshaw was in his 50s, and I suppose there was something touching about his faith in his late father's skill and judgment, but I could have done very nicely without it. It had acted as an additional irritant in a case in which I felt I had troubles enough, because there are a few things which get more deeply under a vet's skin than a cow which won't get up. To the layman, it may seem strange that an animal can be apparently cured of its original ailment, and yet be unable to rise from the floor. But it happens, and it can be appreciated that a completely recumbent milk cow has no future. The case had started when my boss, Siegfried Farnan, who owned the practice in the little Dales market town of Darrowby, sent me to a milk fever. This suddenly occurring calcium deficiency attacks high-yielding animals just after calving and causes collapse and progressive coma. When I first saw Mr. Hanshaw's cow, she was stretched out, motionless, on her side, and I had to look carefully to make sure she wasn't dead. But I got out my bottles of calcium, with an airy confidence, because I had been lucky enough to qualify just about the time when the profession had finally got on top of this hitherto fatal condition. The breakthrough had come many years earlier, with inflation of the udder. I still carried a little blowing-up outfit around with me. The farmers used bicycle pumps, but with the advent of calcium therapy, one could bask in a cheap glory by jerking an animal back from imminent death within minutes. The skill required was minimal, but it looked very, very good. By the time I had injected the 2 bottles, one into the vein, the other under the skin, and Mr. Hanshaw had helped me roll the cow onto her chest, the improvement was already obvious. She was looking about her and shaking her head as if wondering where she had been for the last few hours. I felt sure that if I had had the time to hang around for a bit, I could see her on her feet. But other jobs were waiting.
When the cow still isn't up the next day, James returns to inject another bottle of calcium, still confident that she'll get back on her feet. After 48 hours, however, there's still no change, and James is increasingly worried about her condition. Mr. Hanshaw, now on the offensive, suggests a couple of homespun remedies popular with farmers, including cutting off the cow's tail to force her to get up. James refuses to resort to that, as it's painful for the cow, but he does try bellowing in the cow's ear, which serves only to stop the cow chewing for a moment. The next day, James returns to find Mr. Hanshaw's neighbours assembled around the still recumbent cow. Putting sacks under her, they heave the cow up onto her feet. But she just hangs there, placidly, with her legs dangling until, with a lot of puffing and grunting, they lower the inert body back down. Mr. Hanshaw then suggests dogs might get the cow up, and the assembled farmers immediately rush off to get their dogs. But the cow just ignores their snapping and snarling, even when the dogs break into a vicious fight. Somehow, despite the din all around, James hears a creaking sound coming from the cow's pelvis, and he decides to examine the animal again.
I stripped off my jacket, soaped my arms, and pushed a hand into the cow's rectum until I felt the hard bone of the pubis. Gripping it through the wall of the rectum, I looked up at my audience. Will 2 of you get hold of the hook bones and rock the cow gently from side to side? Yes. There it was again. No mistake about it. I could both hear and feel it. A looseness, a faint creaking, almost a grating. I got up and washed my arm. Well, I know why your cow won't get up. She has a broken pelvis. Probably did it during the first night when she was staggering about with the milk fever. I should think the nerves are damaged too. It's hopeless, I'm afraid. Even though I was dispensing bad news, it was a relief to come up with something rational. Mr. Hanshaw stared at me. Hopeless? How's that? I'm sorry, I said, but that's how it is. The only thing you can do is get her off to the butcher. She has no power in her hind legs. She'll never get up again.
On hearing the dire prognosis, Mr. Hanshaw blows his top, points out all of James's shortcomings, and the vet has no option but to leave. The whole thing is an unhappy episode for James, although he feels certain of his diagnosis, until he receives a phone call from Mr. Hanshaw the next day.
Is that Mr. Herriot? Well, good morning to you. I'm just ringing to tell you that me cow's up on her legs and doing fine. I gripped the receiver tightly with both hands. What? What's that you say? I said me cow's up. Found her walking about by her this morning, fit as a fiddle. You'd think there'd never been out the matter with her. He paused for a few moments, then spoke with grave deliberation, like a disapproving schoolmaster. And you stood there and looked at me and said she'd never get up no more. But... you're wondering how I did it. Well, I just happened to remember another old trick of me dad's. I went round to butcher and got a fresh killed sheepskin and put it on her back. Had her up in no time. You'll have to come round and see her. Wonderful man was me dad. Blindly, I made my way into the dining room. I had to consult my boss about this. Siegfried's sleep had been broken by a 3 a.m. calving, and he looked a lot older than his 30-odd years. He listened in silence as he finished his breakfast, then pushed away his plate and poured a last cup of coffee. Hard luck, James. The old sheepskin, eh? Funny thing, you've been in the Dales over a year now, and never come across that one. Suppose it must be going out of fashion a bit now, but you know it has a grain of sense behind it, like a lot of these old remedies. You can imagine there's a lot of heat generated under a fresh sheepskin, and it acts like a great hot poultice on the back. Really tickles them up after a while. And if a cow is lying there out of sheer cussedness, she'll often get up just to get rid of it. But damn it, how about the broken pelvis? I tell you it was creaking and wobbling all over the place. Well, James, you're not the first to have been caught that way. Sometimes the pelvic ligaments don't tighten up for a few days after calving, and you get this effect. Oh, God, I moaned, staring down at the tablecloth. What a bloody mess I've made of the whole thing. Oh, you haven't really. Siegfried lit a cigarette and leaned back in his chair. That old cow was probably toying with the idea of getting up for a walk just when old Hanshaw dumped the skin on her back. She could just as easily have done it after one of your injections, and then you'd have got the credit. Don't you remember what I told you when you first came here? There's a very fine dividing line between looking a real smart vet on the one hand and an immortal fool on the other.
The story with Mr. Hanshaw was inspired by a visit that Alf White made to a cow belonging to a local farmer, Billy Goodyear. Having been told by Alf that his cow would never get up, Billy ignored his advice, kept her alive, and she eventually got to her feet. Billy never forgot the incident, and 5 decades later, when an assistant from the Thirsk practice visited his farm, he was still bragging about it. Downer cows are something all veterinary surgeons come up against, even today. When working at the Thirsk practice, Jim White was frequently called out to attend to cows that wouldn't get up. They would usually end up at the knacker's yard after a week or so, but there was always the odd cow that would defy all scientific knowledge and suddenly get up after 2 or 3 weeks. Alf was happy to try the age-old methods and remedies of the farmers, sometimes to humour his clients, or because he had nothing more scientific to offer. Alf was also called out frequently to treat cows with mastitis, which can cause an udder to swell, redden, or harden, and in some cases emit a stinking serum-like liquid instead of milk. Expected to produce 3 or 4 gallons of milk a day, dairy cows are prone to the condition, which is caused by getting dirt on the end of a teat, perhaps by lying down in muck or when they are milked. In It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, James pays a visit to a cow with acute mastitis, a condition vets often saw in the summer months when a cow had stopped milking and flies got onto the end of its teat. Modern vets can now administer antibiotics as soon as a cow dries off, but in the 1930s and 1940s, there was little vets could do, other than cutting the teat off or drawing any liquid out by hand.
I got back into the car and looked at my list of visits. It was good to be back, and the day passed quickly. It was about 7 o'clock in the evening, when I thought I had finished, that I had a call from Teddy Watson, a young farm worker who kept 2 cows of his own. One of them, he said, had summer mastitis. Mid-July was a bit early for this, but in the later summer months, we saw literally hundreds of these cases. In fact, a lot of the farmers called it August bag. It was an unpleasant condition, because it was just about incurable and usually resulted in the cow losing a quarter, the area of the udder which supplies each teat with milk, and sometimes even her life. Teddy Watson's cow looked very sick. She had limped in from the field at milking time, swinging her right hind leg wide to keep it away from the painful udder, and now she stood trembling in her stall, her eyes staring anxiously in front of her. I drew gently at the affected teat, and, instead of milk, a stream of dark, foul-smelling serum spurted into the tin can I was holding. "No mistaking that stink, Terry," I said. "It's the real summer type, all right." I felt my way over the hot, swollen quarter, and the cow lifted her leg quickly as I touched the tender tissue. Pretty hard, too. It looks bad, I'm afraid.
The poor outlook for the cow comes as a blow to Terry Watson, a young man with a wife and baby, whose small holding of 2 cows, a few pigs and hens provides him with a little extra income on top of a day's labouring. James injects the cow and tells Terry to strip the teat out by working away at the udder every half hour to draw out the stinking liquid, and then to bathe and massage it in warm water. Terry immediately grabs a milking stool and bucket and starts to massage straight away. The following morning, James drops in and sees Terry in the same position, and amazingly, the cow looks far more comfortable.
I bent down by the udder, feeling carefully for the painful swelling of last night, but my hand came up against the smooth, yielding surface, and in disbelief, I kneaded the tissue between my fingers. The animal showed no signs of discomfort. With a feeling of bewilderment, I drew on the teat with thumb and forefinger. The quarter was nearly empty, but I did manage to squeeze a single jet of pure white milk onto my palm. "What's going on here, Terry? You must have switched cows on me. You're having me on, aren't you?" "Nay, governor," the young man said, with his slow smile. "It's same cow, all right. She's better, that's all." "But it's impossible. What the devil have you done to her?" "Just what you told me to do. Rub and strip." I scratched my head. "But she's back to normal. I've never seen anything like it." "Aye, I know you haven't." It was a woman's voice, and I turned and saw young Mrs. Watson standing at the door holding her baby. "You've never seen a man that would rub and strip a cow right round the clock, have you?" "Round the clock?" I said. She looked at her husband with a mixture of concern and exasperation. "Yes, he's been there on that stool since you left last night. Never been to bed, never been in for a meal. I've been bringing him bits and pieces and cups of tea. Great fool. It's enough to kill anybody." I looked at Terry, and my eyes moved from the pallid face, over the thin, slightly swaying body, to the nearly empty bowl of goose grease at his feet. "Good Lord, man," I said. "You've done the impossible, but you must be about all in. Anyway, your cow is as good as new. You don't need to do another thing to her, so you can go in and have a bit of a rest." "Nay, I can't do that." He shook his head and straightened his shoulders. "I've got me work to go to, and I'm late as it is."
As Siegfried frequently tells James, veterinary work provides countless opportunities for practitioners to look like fools, and bovine care is no exception. The Sidlow family, as described in Chapter 6, already considers vets to be useless creatures, expensive layabouts who really know nothing about animals or their diseases. As a result, they only send for a vet when their animals are on the brink of death, often as a result of the black magic remedies they have tried first. James has the misfortune to be called to the Sidlow farm several times, where, invariably, something goes wrong, or he has to assign a poor beast to the knacker's yard, which only confirms their conviction that vets are a menace to the animal population. When Mr. Sidlow calls him in again to see a cow, James is yet again forced to leave the farm in disgrace.
A numbness filled me as I went into the byre. It continued as Mr. Sidlow described how he had battled against this cow's recurring bouts of diarrhoea for several months, how he had started quietly with ground eggshells and gruel, and worked up to his most powerful remedy, blue vitriol and dandelion tea, but all to no avail. I hardly heard him because it was fairly obvious at a glance that the cow had Jones' disease. Nobody could be quite sure, of course, but the animal's advanced emaciation, especially in the hind end, and the stream of bubbly, fetid scour which she had ejected as I walked in were almost diagnostic. Instinctively I grasped her tail and thrust my thermometer into the rectum. I wasn't much interested in her temperature, but it gave me a couple of minutes to think. However, in this instance I got only about 5 seconds because, without warning, the thermometer disappeared from my fingers. Some sudden suction had drawn it inside the cow. I ran my fingers round just inside the rectum. Nothing. I pushed my hand inside without success. With a feeling of rising panic, I rolled up my sleeve and groped about in vain. There was nothing else for it. I had to ask for a bucket of hot water, soap, and a towel, and strip off as though preparing for some large undertaking. Over my 30-odd years in practice, I can recall many occasions when I looked a complete fool, but there is a peculiarly piercing quality about the memory of myself, bare to the waist, the centre of a ring of hostile stares, guddling frantically inside that cow. At the time, all I could think of was that this was the Sidlow place. Anything could happen here. In my mental turmoil, I had discarded all my knowledge of pathology and anatomy and could visualize the little glass tube working its way rapidly along the intestinal tract until it finally pierced some vital organ. There was another hideous image of myself carrying out a major operation, a full-scale laparotomy on the cow to recover my thermometer. It is difficult to describe the glorious relief which flooded through me when at last I felt the thing between my fingers. I pulled it out, filthy and dripping, and stared down stupidly at the graduations on the tube. Mr. Sidlow cleared his throat. "Well, what does it say? Has she got a temperature?" I whipped round and gave him a piercing look. Was it possible that this man could be making a joke? But the dark, tight-shut face was expressionless. "No," I mumbled in reply. "No temperature."
The farming industry saw many changes in the years that James worked as a veterinary surgeon, particularly in the small dairy farms in the area. When Alf first worked in Thirsk, the practice had around 70 to 80 dairy farms, but after the war, small farms struggled to survive and were gradually subsumed into industrial-size farms, where large herds of cows were milked by machines in modern milking parlours. Today, there are just 2 dairy farms in the Thirsk practice. In Vet in a Spin, James is called to Mr. Blackburn's new big dairy farm to take a look at one of their cows in labour, and he finds the concrete surroundings less than welcoming.
I think it was the early morning calls in the winter which were the worst. It was a fairly common experience to be walking sleepy-eyed into a cow byre at 6 a.m. for a calving, but at Mr. Blackburn's farm there was a difference. In fact, several differences. Firstly, there was usually an anxious-faced farmer to greet me with news of how the calf was coming, when labour had started. But today I was like an unwelcome stranger. Secondly, I had grown accustomed to the sight of a few cows tied up in a cobbled byre with wooden partitions and an oil lamp. And now I was gazing down a long avenue of concrete under blazing electric light, with a seemingly endless succession of bovine backsides protruding from tubular metal standings. Thirdly, instead of the early morning peace, there was a clattering of buckets, the rhythmic pulsing of a milking machine, and the blaring of a radio loudspeaker. There was also a frantic scurrying of white-coated, white-capped men, but none of them paid the slightest attention to me. This was one of the new big dairy farms. In place of a solitary figure on a milk stool, head buried in the cow's side, pulling forth the milk with a gentle hiss-hiss, there was this impersonal hustle and bustle.
James catches Mr. Blackburn, who is hurrying past, and asks him to point him in the direction of the calving cow. He discovers that no one has had time to check on the cow, as the staff have been too busy milking the other cows, ready for the collection of the churns by the big dairy companies. James, therefore, must examine the cow alone, treat it for milk fever, and then birth its calf without any help.
I filled a bucket, found a piece of soap, and threw a towel over my shoulder. When I reached my patient, I looked in vain for some sign of a name. So many of the cows of those days had their names printed above their stalls, but there were no marigolds, Alices, or snowdrops here, just numbers. Before taking off my jacket, I looked casually in the ear where the tattoo mark stood out plainly against the creamy white surface. She was number 87.
Alf similarly preferred working on the small farms, where he could build up relationships with the farmers and their animals. In the first years after the war, there were still plenty of small farmsteads that retained the old traditions, including giving names to their livestock. Some farmers, however, such as the Rowney brothers in The Lord God Made Them All, come up with some unusual names for their herd of cows.
I recall a visit I made to test the herd of Roop and Will Rowney. Roop and Will just didn't get on. They were bachelor brothers who had run a dairy farm for many years together, but they didn't seem to be able to agree about anything. Visits there could be embarrassing as the brothers argued continually and criticised each other's every move, but on this particular day, I found they had forgotten to keep the cows in for me. I stood to one side as they castigated each other. "I told you the postcard said today." "No, you didn't. You said Tuesday. It was me as said today." "Well, fetch the bloody card from the house and let's have another look at it." "How can I? You burned it, you daft bugger." I let the debate go on for a few minutes, then intervened tactfully. "It's all right," I said. "There's no harm done. The cows are just there in the field. It shouldn't take long to get them in." Roop gave his brother a final glare and turned to me. "Nay, it won't take long, Mr. Herriot. The byre door's open. I'll soon call him in." He inflated his lungs and began a series of shrill cries. "Come on, spotty nose. Come on, big lugs. Come on, mucky tail. Come on, fat tits. Come on, fuzzy top." Will, nettled at being upstaged, broke in with his own shout. "Come on, long legs. Come on, slow coach." Roop froze him with a stare, then bent towards me. "You'll have to excuse me, brother, Mr. Herriot," he said in a confidential whisper. "I've tried to tell him many a time, but he will call the cows them daft names."
Alongside the many cows James treats, bulls are also regular patients. In Vet in Harness, the young vet heads to Mr. Dacre's farm to conduct a tuberculin test on his bull, Bill. The test consists of injecting tuberculin into the animal's skin and then measuring any swelling around the infection site after 72 hours, and any infected animal must be slaughtered. James has no concerns about Mr. Dacre's bull on this front. Instead, he is more concerned about his own safety.
"Move over, Bill,"
Mr. Dacre cried sometime later as he tweaked the big bull's tail. Nearly every farmer kept a bull in those days, and they were all called Billy or Bill. I suppose it was because this was a very mature animal that he received the adult version. Being a docile beast, he responded to the touch on his tail by shuffling his great bulk to one side, leaving me enough space to push in between him and the wooden partition against which he was tied by a chain. I was reading a tuberculin test, and all I wanted to do was to measure the intradermal reaction. I had to open my calipers very wide to take in the thickness of the skin on the enormous neck. 30, I called out to the farmer. He wrote the figure down on the testing book and laughed.
"By heck, he's got some pelt on him."
"Yes," I said, beginning to squeeze my way out. "But he's a big fellow, isn't he?" Just how big he was brought home to me immediately because the bull suddenly swung round, pinning me against the partition. Cows did this regularly, and I moved them by bracing my back against whatever was behind me and pushing them away. But it was different with Bill. Gasping, I pushed with all my strength against the rolls of fat which covered the vast, roan-coloured flank, but I might as well have tried to shift a house. The farmer dropped his book and seized the tail again, but this time the bull showed no response. There was no malice in his behaviour. He was simply having a comfortable lean against the boards, and I don't suppose he even noticed the morsel of puny humanity wriggling frantically against his ribcage. Still, whether he meant it or not, the end result was the same. I was having the life crushed out of me. Pop-eyed, groaning, scarcely able to breathe, I struggled with everything I had, but I couldn't move an inch. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, Bill started to rub himself up and down against the partition. So that was what he had come round for. He had an itch, and he just wanted to scratch it. The effect on me was catastrophic. I was certain my internal organs were being steadily ground to pulp, and as I thrashed about in complete panic, the huge animal leaned even more heavily. I don't like to think what would have happened if the wood behind me had not been old and rotten, but just as I felt my senses leaving me, there was a cracking and splintering, and I fell through into the next stall. Lying there like a stranded fish on a bed of shattered timbers, I looked up at Mr. Dacre, waiting till my lungs started to work again. The farmer, having got over his first alarm, was rubbing his upper lip vigorously in a polite attempt to stop himself laughing. His little girl, who had watched the whole thing from her vantage point in one of the hay racks, had no such inhibitions. Screaming with delight, she pointed at me.
Oh, Dad! Dad, look at that man! Did you see him, Dad? Did you see him? What a funny man!
She went into helpless convulsions. She was only about 5, but I had a feeling she would remember my performance all her life. At length, I picked myself up and managed to brush the matter off lightly. But after I'd driven a mile or so from the farm, I stopped the car and looked myself over. My ribs ached pretty uniformly, as though a light road roller had passed over them. And there was a tender area on my left buttock where I'd landed on my calipers, but otherwise I seemed to have escaped damage. I removed a few spicules of wood from my trousers, got back into the car, and consulted my list of visits.
On cattle farms, the main job of a bull is to breed with cows, and any innovations brought in to help with this were greeted enthusiastically by veterinary surgeons and farmers alike. Artificial insemination revolutionized the breeding of cattle, although the vet's first experience with an artificial vagina, as related in The Lord God Made Them All, doesn't quite go to plan.
The bull with the bowler hat. That was one of the irreverent terms for artificial insemination when it first arrived on the post-war scene. Of course, AI was a wonderful advance. Up to the official licensing of bulls, the farmers had used any available male bovine to get their cows in calf. A cow had to produce a calf before it would give milk, and it was milk that was the goal of the dairy farmers. But unfortunately, the progeny of these scrub bulls were often low-grade and weakly. But AI was a great improvement on licensing. To use a high-class, pedigree, proven bull to inseminate large numbers of cows for farmers who could never afford to own such an animal was and is a splendid idea. Over the years, I have seen countless thousands of superior young heifers, bullocks, and bulls populate the farms of Britain, and I have rejoiced. I am speaking theoretically, however. My own practical experience of artificial insemination was brief and unhappy. When the thing first began, most practitioners thought they would be rushing about, doing a lot of insemination on their own account, and Siegfried and I could hardly wait to get started. We purchased an artificial vagina, which was a tube of hard vulcanized rubber about 18 inches long with a lining of latex. There was a little tap on the tube, and warm water was run into this to simulate the temperature of a genuine bovine vagina. On one end of the AV was a latex cone secured by rubber bands, and this cone terminated in a glass tube in which the semen was collected. Apart from its use in insemination, this instrument provided an excellent means of testing the farmer's own bulls for fertility. It was in this context that I had my first experience. Wally Hartley had brought a young Ayrshire bull from one of the big dairy farmers, and he wanted the animal's fertility tested by the new method. He rang me to ask if I would do the job, and I was elated at the chance to try out our new acquisition. At the farm, I filled the liner with water, just nicely at blood heat, and fastened on the cone and glass tube. I was ready and eager for action. The required cow in estrus was in a large loose box off the yard, and the farmer led the bull towards it. "He's no but a little un," Mr. Hartley said, "but I wouldn't trust him. He's a cheeky young bugger. Never served a cow yet, but he's keen as mustard." I eyed the bull. Certainly he wasn't large, but he had mean eyes and the sharp, curving horns of the typical Ayrshire. Anyway, this job shouldn't be much trouble. I had never seen it done, but had flipped through a pamphlet on the subject, and it seemed simple enough. All you did was wait till the bull started to mount, then you directed the protruded penis into the AV. Apparently then, the bull, with surprising gullibility, thrust happily into the water-filled cylinder and ejaculated into the tube. I had been told repeatedly that there was nothing to it. I went into the box. "Let him in, Wally," I said, and the farmer opened the half door. The bull trotted inside, and the cow, fastened by a halter to a ring on the wall, submitted calmly as he sniffed around her. He seemed to like what he saw, because he finally stationed himself behind her with eager anticipation. This was the moment. Take up position on the right side of the bull, the pamphlet had said, and the rest would be easy. With surprising speed, the young animal threw his forelegs on the cow's rump and surged forward. I had to move quickly, and as the penis emerged from the sheath, I grabbed it and poised the AV for action. But I didn't get the chance. The bull dismounted immediately and swung round on me with an affronted glare. He looked me carefully up and down as though he didn't quite believe what he saw, and there was not an ounce of friendliness in his expression. Then he appeared to remember the rather pressing business on hand and turned his attention to the cow again. He leaped up, I grabbed, and once more he suspended his activities abruptly and brought his 4 feet thudding to the ground. This time there was more than outraged dignity in his eyes. There was anger. He snorted, shook the needle-sharp horns in my direction, and dragged a little straw along the floor with a hoof before fixing me with a long, appraising stare. He didn't have to speak. His message was unequivocal. "Just try that once more, chum, and you've had it." As his eyes lingered on me, everything seemed to become silent and motionless, as though I were part of a picture. The cow standing patiently, the churned straw beneath the animals, and beyond them the farmer out in the yard, leaning over the half door, waiting for the next move. I wasn't particularly looking forward to that next move. I felt a little breathless, and my tongue pressed against the roof of my mouth. At length the bull, with a final warning glance at me, decided to resume his business and reared up on the cow once more. I gulped, bent quickly, and as his slim red organ shot forth, I grasped it and tried to bring the AV down on it. This time the bull didn't mess about. He sprung away from the cow, put his head down, and came at me like a bullet. In that fleeting instant, I realized what a fool I had been to stand with the animals between me and the door. Behind me was the dark corner of the box. I was trapped. Fortunately, the AV was dangling from my right hand, and as the bull charged, I was able to catch him an upward blow on the snout. If I had hit him on the top of the head, he would never have felt it, and one or both of those nasty horns would inevitably have started to explore my interior. But as it was, the hard rubber cylinder thumping against his nose brought him to a slithering halt, and while he was blinking and making up his mind about having a second go, I rained blows on him with a frenzy born of terror. I have often wondered since that day if I am the only veterinary surgeon to have used an artificial vagina as a defensive weapon. It certainly was not built for the purpose, because it soon began to disintegrate under my onslaught. First, the glass tube hurtled past the ear of the startled farmer, who was watching, wide-eyed from the doorway. Then the cone spun away against the flank of the cow, who had started to chew her cud placidly, oblivious of the drama being enacted by her side. I alternated my swipes with thrusts and lunges worthy of a fencing master, but I still couldn't jockey my way out of that corner. However, although my puny cylinder couldn't hurt the bull, I obviously had him puzzled. Apart from a lot of weaving and prodding with his horns, he made no sign of repeating his first headlong charge and seemed content to keep me penned in the few feet of space. But I knew it was only a matter of time. He was out to get me, and I was wondering how it felt to receive a cornada when he took a step back and came in again full tilt, head down. I met him with a backhanded slash, and that was what saved me, because the elastic holding the latex lining came off, and the warm water from within fountained into the bull's eyes. He stopped suddenly, and it was then I think he just decided to give up. In his experience of humans, I was something new to him. I had taken intimate liberties with him in pursuit of his lawful duty. I had belaboured him with a rubber instrument, and finally squirted water in his face. He had plainly had enough of me. During his pause for thought, I dodged past him, threw open the door, and escaped into the yard.
Chapter 8. Sheep, Pigs, and Other Creatures.
This was my third spring in the Dales, but it was like the two before, and all the springs after. The kind of spring, that is, that a country vet knows. The din of the lambing pens, the bass rumble of the ewes, and the high, insistent bawling of the lambs. This, for me, has always heralded the end of winter and the beginning of something new. This and the piercing Yorkshire wind, and the hard, bright sunshine flooding the bare hillsides. At the top of the grassy slope, the pens, built of straw bales, formed a long row of square cubicles, each holding a ewe with her lambs, and I could see Rob Benson coming round the far end carrying 2 feeding buckets. Rob was hard at it. At this time of the year, he didn't go to bed for about 6 weeks. He would maybe take off his boots and doze by the kitchen fire at night, but he was his own shepherd, and never very far from the scene of action. "I've got a couple of cases for you today, Jim." His face, cracked and purpled by the weather, broke into a grin. "It's not really you I need. It's that little lady's hand of yours, and right sharpish too."
Lambing time marks not only the end of a long, harsh winter, but the start of the busiest period in the year for a veterinary surgeon. Just as sheep farmers like Rob Benson can hardly sleep during the weeks of lambing, so too are veterinary surgeons dragged from their beds on a nightly basis to attend to the tidal wave of lambing. For 10 months of the year, sheep hardly figure in a vet's calendar. They are, as James Herriot puts it, just woolly things on the hills. But for the other 2 months, from around March to May, they're almost all vets can think about. To add to their busy schedule, other animals are also at a low ebb in spring. Cattle have been confined to their byres all winter, and their calves have little resistance to disease. Despite the relentless work, Alf White enjoyed this time of year, and often said lambing ewes was easily his favourite job, as it had all the thrill and interest of calving, without the hard labour. He became very adept at it, once lambing 16 ewes in just one afternoon, his small hands enabling him gently to ease out lambs. It's for this reason that Rob Benson calls for the services of James, knowing that only he can help his distressed ewe.
He led the way to a bigger enclosure, holding several sheep. There was a scurry as we went in, but he caught expertly at the fleece of a darting ewe. "This is the first one. You can see we haven't a deal of time." I lifted the woolly tail and gasped. The lamb's head was protruding from the vagina. The lips of the vulva clamped tightly behind the ears, and it had swollen enormously to more than twice its size. The eyes were mere puffed slits in the great edematous ball, and the tongue, blue and engorged, lolled from the mouth. "Well, I've seen a few big heads, Rob, but I think this takes the prize." "Ah, the little beggar came with his legs back. Just beat me to it. I was only away for an hour, but he was up like a football. By hell, it doesn't take long. I know he wants his legs bringing round, but what can I do with bloody great mitts like mine?" He held out his huge hands, rough and swollen with the years of work. While he spoke, I was stripping off my jacket, and as I rolled my shirt sleeves high, the wind struck like a knife at my shrinking flesh. I soaped my fingers quickly and began to feel for a space round the lamb's neck. For a moment the little eyes opened and regarded me disconsolately. "He's alive anyway," I said, "but he must feel terrible, and he can't do a thing about it." Easing my way round, I found a space down by the throat where I thought I might get through. This was where my lady's hand came in useful, and I blessed it every spring. I could work inside the ewes with the minimum of discomfort to them, and this was all important because sheep, despite their outdoor hardiness, just won't stand rough treatment. With the utmost care, I inched my way along the curly wool of the neck to the shoulder. Another push forward, and I was able to hook a finger round the leg and draw it forward until I could feel the flexure of the knee. A little more twiddling, and I had hold of the tiny cloven foot and drew it gently out into the light of day.
With farm animals, vets are usually called in to deal with problem births, those that farmers cannot handle themselves. Lambs are often born in 2s or 3s, which can result in a jumble of heads and legs, which a vet must untangle and ease out as gently as possible. A large single lamb can also prove challenging if it gets stuck in its mother's pelvis and there's no extra room for a vet's hand, in which case some vets would put a bit of string around the lamb's head and ease the lamb out by pulling on the string. Alf White, as the subsequent story shows, had a different method. Dealing with various complications meant that lambing could take time, although it was invariably undertaken in the open fields, often with just the aid of cold water and a meagre bit of soap, exposed to the biting Yorkshire wind and rain. For Alf White, the rewards, however, outweighed the hardships, and years later, in the late 1970s, he wrote, "Delivering these uniquely appealing little creatures is an unfailing joy, and the charm of seeing them struggling to their feet while their mother talks to them has never grown dim for me." In every living thing, James must attend to a difficult lambing on a particularly bitter day, where there is snow still on the ground.
I wonder if there was any chance of the ewe being undercover. In the early 50s, it didn't seem to occur to many of the farmers to bring their lambing ewes into the buildings, and I attended to the great majority out in the open fields. There were happy times when I almost chuckled in relief at the sight of a row of hurdles in a warm fold yard, or sometimes the farmers would build pens from stacked-up straw bales. But on this occasion, my spirits plummeted when I drew up at the farm and met Mr. Walton, who came out of the house carrying a bucket of water and headed for the gate. "Outside, is she?" I asked, trying to sound airy. "Aye, just over there." He pointed over the long, bracken-splashed pasture to a prone, woolly form in the distance, which looked a hell of a long way over there. As I trailed across the frosty grass, my medical bag and obstetric overall dangling, a merciless wind tore at me, picking up an extra Siberian cold from the long drifts of snow which still lay behind the walls in this late Yorkshire spring. As I stripped off and knelt behind the ewe, I looked around. We were right on top of the world, and the panorama of hills and valleys with grey farmhouses and pebbled rivers in their depths was beautiful, but would have been more inviting if it had been a warm summer afternoon, and me preparing for a picnic with my family. I held out my hand, and the farmer deposited a tiny sliver of soap on my palm. I always felt that farmers kept special pieces of soap for the vet, minute portions of scrubbing soap which were too small and hard to be of any use. I rubbed this piece frantically with my hands, dipping frequently into the water, but I could work up only the most meagre film of lather. Not enough to protect my tender arm as I inserted it into the ewe, and the farmer looked at me inquiringly as I softly oohed and ahed my way towards the cervix. I found just what I didn't want to find: a big single lamb jammed tight. 2 lambs are the norm, and 3 quite common, but a big single lamb often spells trouble. It was one of my joys in practice to sort out the tangles of twins and triplets, but with the singles it was a case of not enough room, and the big lamb had to be eased and pulled out as gently as possible, a long and tedious business. Also, often the single lamb was dead through pressure and had to be removed by embryotomy or a caesarean operation. Resigning myself to the fact that I was going to spend a long time crouched on that windy hilltop, I reached as far as possible and poked a finger into the lamb's mouth, feeling a surge of relief as the little tongue stirred against my hand. He was alive, anyway, and with a lifting of my spirits, I began the familiar ritual of introducing lubricating jelly, locating the tiny legs and fastening them with snares, and finally, as I sat back on my heels for a breather, I knew that all I had to do now was to bring the head through the pelvis. That was the tricky bit. If it came through, I was home and dry. If it didn't, I was in trouble. Mr. Walton, holding back the wool from the vulva, watched me in silence. Despite his lifetime experience with sheep, he was helpless in a case like this because, like most farmers, he had huge, work-roughened hands with fingers like bananas and could not possibly have got inside a ewe. My small lady's hand, as they called it, was a blessing. I hooked my forefinger into the eye socket, my favourite trick. There was nothing else to get hold of except the lower jaw, which was dangerously fragile, and began to pull with infinite care. The ewe strained, crushing my hand against the pelvic bones, not as bad as in a cow, but painful, and my mouth opened wide as I eased and twisted and pulled until, with a blessed surge, the head slipped through the bony pelvic opening. It wasn't long then until feet, legs, and nose appeared at the vulva, and I brought the little creature out onto the grass. He lay still for a moment, snuffling at the cold world he had entered. Then he shook his head vigorously. I smiled. That was the best sign of all. I had another wrestle with the morsel of soap. Then the farmer wordlessly handed me a piece of sacking to dry my arms. This was quite common in those days. Towels were scarce commodities on the farms, and I couldn't blame the farmers' wives for hesitating to send out a clean towel to a man who had just had his arms up the back end of an animal. An old soiled one was the usual, and if not, the Hessian sack was always at hand. I couldn't rub my painful arms with the coarse material, and contented myself with a careful patting before pushing them, still damp, into the sleeves of my jacket. The ewe, hearing a high-pitched call from her lamb, began to talk back with the soft, deep baa I knew so well. And as she got up and began an intensive licking of the little creature, I stood there, forgetful of the cold, listening to their conversation, enthralled as ever by the miracle of birth. When the lamb, apparently feeling he was wasting time, struggled to his feet and tottered unsteadily round to the milk bar, I grinned in satisfaction and made my way back to the car.
While for much of the year sheep can be left to their own devices, pigs represent year-round work for James and Siegfried. In the 1930s and 1940s, nearly all working people in Yorkshire kept a pig or two, so they'd be self-sufficient in the local staple of ham and fatty bacon. Many farms kept dairy cattle and sheep, along with pigs, hens, and perhaps a few goats, while townsfolk would keep pigs in gardens or yards, often in ramshackle tin sheds. In If Only They Could Talk, Siegfried decides they too must keep a few pigs, alongside the mare he already stables in the yard, with some hens at the bottom of the garden. Not only would they save a bit of money, always an attractive proposition to Siegfried, but the scheme would also give his work-shy younger brother Tristan something to do.
He put down his cup with a clatter. You know, there's no reason why we should have to go to the grocer for our bacon and eggs. There's a perfectly good hen house at the bottom of the garden, and a pigsty in the yard with a boiler for the swill. All our household waste could go towards feeding a pig. We'd probably do it quite cheaply. He rounded on Tristan, who had just lit a woodbine and was shaking out his mirror with the air of ineffable pleasure which was peculiar to him. And it would be a useful job for you. You're not producing much sitting round here on your arse all day. A bit of stock-keeping would do you good.
Once Siegfried decides to do something, he doesn't muck about, and within 48 hours, 10 little pigs have taken up residence in the yard, and 12 light Sussex pullet hens are pecking about in the hen house. Tristan, however, does not share his brother's enthusiasm for the scheme, and under his half-hearted care, the hens fail to produce any eggs over the subsequent weeks, and frequently escape in search of substance. Eventually, much to Siegfried's irritation, he accepts the hens must go, ranting at Tristan. I must have been mad to think that any hens under your care would ever lay eggs. Not one solitary egg have we seen. The bloody hens are flying about the countryside like pigeons. He gives them away to Mrs. Dale, a pensioner down the road, who just a fortnight later informs Siegfried she's getting 10 eggs a day from them, as he bellows at Tristan. 10 eggs? Do you hear? 10 eggs! Fortunately, Tristan finds the piglets more interesting and is frequently found resting his elbows on the sty door, watching them gobbling their swill or conducting conferences with old Boardman, who considers himself something of an expert in pig husbandry. Before long, the piglets grow into 10 solid, no-nonsense porkers, and in the process lose much of their charm. At the rattle of the swill bucket, they squeal loudly, and Tristan has to brandish a heavy stick before he dares enter the sty, plunging himself among the grunting, jostling animals. On one fateful day, however, they too, like the hens, make a break for liberty.
It was on a market day, when the pigs had almost reached bacon weight, that I came upon Tristan sprawled in his favourite chair. But there was something unusual about him. He wasn't asleep, no medicine bottles, no woodbines, no Daily Mirror. His arms hung limply over the sides of the chair. His eyes were half closed, and sweat glistened on his forehead. "Jim," he whispered, "I've had the most hellish afternoon I've ever had in my life." I was alarmed at his appearance. "What happened?" "The pigs," he croaked. "They escaped today." "Escaped? How the devil could they do that?" Tristan tugged at his hair. "It was when I was feeding the mare. I gave her hay and thought I might as well feed the pigs at the same time. You know what they've been like lately. Well, today they went berserk. As soon as I opened the door, they charged out in a solid block, sent me up in the air, bucket and all, then ran over the top of me." He shuddered and looked at me, wide-eyed. "I tell you this, Jim. When I was lying there on the cobbles, covered with swill and that lot trampling on me, I thought it was all over. But they didn't savage me. They belted out through the yard door at full gallop. The yard door was open then. Too true it was. I would just choose this day to leave it open." Tristan sat up and wrung his hands. "Well, you know, I thought it was all right at first. You see, they slowed down when they got into the lane and trotted quietly round into the front street with Boardman and me hard on their heels. They formed a group there. Didn't seem to know where to go next. I was sure we were going to be able to head them off, but just then one of them caught sight of itself in Robson's shop window. He gave a remarkable impression of a pig staring at its reflection for a few moments, then leaping back with a startled grunt. Well, that did it, Jim. The bloody animal panicked and shot off into the marketplace at about 50 miles an hour with the rest after it." I gasped. 10 large pigs loose among the packed stalls and market-day crowds was too difficult even to imagine. "Oh, God, you should have seen it." Tristan fell back wearily into his chair. "Women and kids screaming, the stallholders, police and everybody else cursing me. There was a terrific traffic jam too. Miles of cars tooting like hell while the policemen on point duty concentrated on browbeating me." He wiped his brow. "You know that fast-talking merchant on the china stall? Well, today I saw him at a loss for words. He was balancing a cup on his palm, and in full cry when one of the pigs got its forefeet on his stall, and stared him straight in the face. He stopped as if he'd been shot. Any other time it would have been funny, but I thought the perishing animal was going to wreck the stall. The counter was beginning to rock when the pig changed its mind and made off." "What's the position now?" I asked. "Have you got them back?" "I've got 9 of them back," Tristan replied, leaning back and closing his eyes. "With the help of almost the entire male population of the district, I've got 9 of them back. The 10th was last seen heading north at a good pace. God knows where it is now. Oh, I didn't tell you. One of them got into the post office. Spent quite some time in there." He put his hands over his face. "I'm for it this time, Jim. I'll be in the hands of the law after this lot. There's no doubt about it." I leaned over and slapped his leg. "Oh, I shouldn't worry. I don't suppose there's been any serious damage done." Tristan replied with a groan. "But there's something else. When I finally closed the door after getting the pigs back in their sty, I was on the verge of collapse. I was leaning against the wall, gasping for breath, when I saw the mare had gone. Yes, gone. I'd gone straight out after the pigs and forgot to close her box. I don't know where she is. Boardman said he'd look around. I haven't the strength." Tristan lit a trembling woodbine. This is the end, Jim. Siegfried will have no mercy this time. As he spoke, the door flew open, and his brother rushed in. What the hell is going on? He roared. I've just been speaking to the vicar, and he says my mare is in his garden eating his wallflowers. He's hopping mad, and I don't blame him. Go on, you lazy young scoundrel. Don't lie there. Get over to the vicarage this instant and bring her back. Tristan did not stir. He lay inert, looking up at his brother. His lips moved feebly. No, he said. What's that? Siegfried shouted incredulously. Get out of that chair immediately. Go and get that mare. No, replied Tristan. I felt a chill of horror. This sort of mutiny was unprecedented. Siegfried had gone very red in the face, and I steeled myself for an eruption. But it was Tristan who spoke. If you want your mare, you can get her yourself. His voice was quiet, with no note of defiance. He had the air of a man to whom the future is of no account. Even Siegfried could see that this was one time when Tristan had had enough. After glaring down at his brother for a few seconds, he turned and walked out. He got the mare himself. Nothing more was said about the incident, but the pigs were moved hurriedly to the bacon factory and were never replaced. The stock-keeping project was at an end.
Tristan is not alone being wary of pigs. Sows can grow into enormous, formidable beasts and can become especially aggressive when their piglets require treatment. Alf White's son Jim frequently joined his father on visits to treat pigs and keenly remembers the cacophony of squealing piglets and the terror of a huge sow roaring towards him. It's no surprise that smallholders were frequently injured by their pigs, and Jim soon learnt to seek out an escape route whenever he entered a pen. Alf, however, showed little fear, although often he armed himself with a board or an old broom if he needed to inject a sow. In If Only They Could Talk, Tristan has another run-in with a pig, this time an enormous sow with a swollen ear, which Siegfried sends him to treat.
All right, he said suddenly. This may be just as well you're staying. I want you to do a job for me. You can open that hematoma on Charlie Dent's pig's ear. This was a bombshell. Charlie Dent's pig's ear was something we didn't talk about. A few weeks earlier, Siegfried himself had gone to the small holding, halfway along a street on the outskirts of the town, to see a pig with a swollen ear. It was an oral hematoma, and the only treatment was to lance it. But for some reason, Siegfried had not done the job, but had sent me the following day. I had wondered about it, but not for long. When I climbed into the sty, the biggest sow I had ever seen rose from the straw, gave an explosive bark, and rushed at me with its huge mouth gaping. I didn't stop to argue. I made the wall about 6 inches ahead of the pig and vaulted over into the passage. I stood there, considering the position, looking thoughtfully at the mean little red eyes, the slavering mouth with its long yellow teeth. Usually I paid no attention when pigs barked and grumbled at me, but this one really seemed to mean it. As I wondered what the next step would be, the pig gave an angry roar, reared up on its hind legs and tried to get over the wall at me. I made up my mind quickly. I'm afraid I haven't got the right instrument with me, Mr. Dent. I'll pop back another day and open the ear for you. It's nothing serious, only a small job. Goodbye. There the matter had rested, with nobody caring to mention it till now.
Tristan is aghast, but Siegfried insists the job must be done before the younger brother heads off to a village dance that evening. Like Siegfried and James, Tristan comes up with endless excuses to get out of the dreaded task, returning to the house and claiming he can't find the address, then the family are out, and finally that it's too dark in the sty. Siegfried is having none of it. Don't give me any more of your bloody excuses. Now get the hell out of here and don't come back until it's done. Tristan has no choice but to face the terrifying beast, and James waits with anticipation for his return.
A moment later, the man of destiny entered, but the penetrating smell of pig got into the room just ahead of him, and as he walked over to the fire, Pungent waves seemed to billow round him. Pig muck was splattered freely over his nice suit, and on his clean collar, his face and hair. There was a great smear of the stuff on the seat of his trousers, but despite his ravaged appearance, he still maintained his poise. Siegfried pushed his chair back hurriedly, but did not change expression. "Have you got that ear opened?" he asked, quietly. "Yes." Siegfried returned to his book without comment. It seemed that the matter was closed, and Tristan, after staring briefly at his brother's bent head, turned and marched from the room. But even after he had gone, the odour of the pigsty hung in the room like a cloud. Later, in the drovers, I watched Tristan draining his third pint. He had changed, and if he didn't look as impressive as when he started the evening, at least he was clean and hardly smelt at all. I had said nothing yet, but the old light was returning to his eye. I went over to the bar and ordered my second half and Tristan's fourth pint, and as I set the glasses on the table, I thought that perhaps it was time. "Well, what happened?" Tristan took a long, contented pull at his glass and lit a woodbine. "Well now, all in all, Jim, it was rather a smooth operation, but I'll start at the beginning. You can imagine me standing all alone outside the sty in the pitch darkness, with that bloody great pig grunting and growling on the other side of the wall. I didn't feel so good, I can tell you. I shone my torch on the thing's face, and it jumped up and ran at me, making a noise like a lion, and showing all those dirty yellow teeth. I nearly wrapped it up and came home there and then, but I got to thinking about the dance and all, and on the spur of the moment, I hopped over the wall. 2 seconds later, I was on my back. It must have charged me, but couldn't see enough to get a bite in. I just heard a bark, then a terrific weight against my legs, and I was down. Well, it's a funny thing, Jim. You know I'm not a violent chap, but as I lay there, all my fears vanished, and all I felt was a cold hatred for that bloody animal. I saw it as the cause of all my troubles, and before I knew what I was doing, I was up on my feet and booting its arse round and round the sty. And do you know, it showed no fight at all. That pig was a coward at heart." I was still puzzled. "But the ear? How did you manage to open the hematoma?" "No problem, Jim. That was done for me." "You don't mean to say—" "Yes," Tristan said, holding his pint up to the light and studying a small foreign body floating in the depths. "Yes, it was really very fortunate. In the scuffle in the dark, the pig ran up against the wall and burst the thing itself. Made a beautiful job."
In It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, James visits hotel landlord Mr. Worley, who keeps Tamworth pigs, including a huge sow, Queenie, and her litter of piglets. As Mr. Worley gently croons in Queenie's ear, James applies ointment to an overgrown claw and sensitive foot. Once that's done, Mr. Worley thanks James profusely, almost as if he has saved the animal's life, and James sets out to leave.
We went out into what was really the backyard of an inn. Because Mr. Worley wasn't a regular farmer, he was the landlord of the Langthorpe Falls Hotel, and his precious livestock were crammed into what had once been the stables and coach-houses of the inn. They were all Tamworths, and whichever door you opened you found yourself staring into the eyes of ginger-haired pigs. There were a few porkers, and the odd one being fattened for bacon, but Mr. Worley's pride was his sows. He had 6 of them: Queenie, Princess, Ruby, Marigold, Delilah, and Primrose. For years, expert farmers had been assuring Mr. Worley that he'd never do any good with his sows. If you were going in for breeding, they said, you had to have proper premises. It wasn't a bit of use shoving sows into converted buildings like this. And for years, Mr. Worley's sows had responded by producing litters of unprecedented size and raising them with tender care. They were all good mothers. I didn't savage their families or crush them clumsily under their bodies, so it turned out with uncanny regularity that at the end of 8 weeks Mr. Worley had around 12 chunky weaners to take to market. It must have spoiled the farmer's beer. None of them could equal that. And the pill was all the more bitter because the landlord had come from the industrial West Riding. Halifax, I think it was. A frail, short-sighted little retired newsagent with no agricultural background. By all the laws, he just didn't have a chance.
Mr. Worley makes his living from running a hotel, but it's clear his pigs are his #1 priority. He delights in welcoming James into the bar of the hotel, bringing up a tall jug from the cellar before exclaiming, "Well now, let's have a piggy talk." And they go on to discuss swine fever, brine poisoning, and various aspects of pig husbandry, while pictures of his sows and show rosettes look down at them from the walls.
His devotion resulted in my being called out frequently for very trivial things, and I swore freely under my breath when I heard his voice on the other end of the line at 1 o'clock in the morning. "Marigold pig this afternoon, Mr. Herriot. I don't think she's got much milk. Little pigs look very hungry to me. Will you come?" I groaned my way out of bed and downstairs, and through the long garden to the yard. By the time I'd got the car out into the lane, I had begun to wake up, and when I rolled up to the inn I was able to greet Mr. Worley fairly cheerfully. But the poor man did not respond. In the light from the oil lamp his face was haggard with worry. "I hope you can do something quick. I'm real upset about her. She just laid there doing nothing, and it's such a lovely litter. 14 she's had." I could understand his concern as I looked into the pen. Marigold was stretched motionless on her side while the tiny piglets swarmed around her udder. They were rushing from teat to teat, squealing and falling over each other in their desperate quest for nourishment. And the little bodies had the narrow, empty look which meant they had nothing in their stomachs. I hated to see a litter die off from sheer starvation, but it could happen so easily. There came a time when they stopped trying to suck and began to lie about the pen. After that it was hopeless. Crouching behind the sow with my thermometer in her rectum, I looked along the swelling flank, the hair a rich copper red in the light from the lamp. "Did she eat anything tonight?" "Aye, cleaned up just as usual." The thermometer reading was normal. I began to run my hands along the udder, pulling in turn at the teats. The ravenous piglets caught at my fingers with their sharp teeth as I pushed them to one side, but my efforts failed to produce a drop of milk. The udder seemed full, even engorged, but I was unable to get even a bead down to the end of the teat. "There's naught there, is there?" Mr. Worley whispered anxiously. I straightened up and turned to him. "This is simply a Galatia. There's no mastitis, and Marigold isn't really ill. But there's something interfering with the letdown mechanism of the milk. She's got plenty of milk, and there's an injection which ought to bring it down." I tried to keep the triumphant look off my face as I spoke, because this was one of my favourite party tricks. There is a flavour of magic in the injection of pituitrin in these cases. It works within a minute, and though no skill is required, the effect is spectacular. Marigold didn't complain as I plunged in the needle and administered 3 cc deep into the muscle of her thigh. She was too busy conversing with her owner. They were almost nose to nose, exchanging soft pig noises. After I'd put away my syringe and listened for a few moments to the cooing sounds from the front end, I thought it might be time. Mr. Worley looked up in surprise as I reached down again to the udder. "What are you doing now?" "Having a feel to see if the milk's come down yet." "Why, damn, it can't be. You've only just given it stuff and she's bone dry." Oh, this was going to be good. A roll of drums would be appropriate at this moment. With finger and thumb, I took hold of one of the teats at the turgid back end of the udder. I suppose it is a streak of exhibitionism in me which always makes me send the jet of milk spraying against the opposite wall in these circumstances. This time I thought it would be more impressive if I directed my shot past the innkeeper's left ear, but I got my trajectory wrong and sprinkled his spectacles instead. He took them off and wiped them slowly as if he couldn't believe what he had seen. Then he bent over and tried for himself. "It's a miracle," he cried as the milk spouted eagerly over his hand. "I've never seen aught like it." It didn't take the little pigs long to catch on. Within a few seconds they had stopped their fighting and squealing and had settled down in a long, silent row. Their utterly rapt expressions all told the same story. They were going to make up for lost time.
Mr. Worley was in reality based on pig owner Mrs. Bush, who ran a country inn at Byland Abbey near Thirsk, exemplifying how Alf sometimes changed the gender of the odd book character. Mrs. Bush kept some formidable saddleback pigs in her yard at the back of the inn, and she was equally devoted to them, and convinced that Alf loved them too. After If Only They Could Talk was published, Alf was at the inn one day having a drink when he saw Mrs. Bush making a beeline for him. Alf's daughter, Rosie, remembered him freezing, as he never liked people recognizing themselves in his books. But Mrs. Bush went on to say how much she liked the chapter about the man and the pigs, and how she could understand just how he felt. Alf simply smiled politely and said he was pleased, no doubt relieved by her response. When you work with an array of farm animals, even Christmas Day can be busy. James's hopes for a restful day are dashed when he's called early, first to see to a cow with milk fever, and then to a choking goat. Dorothy the goat belongs to old Mr. Kirby, a retired farmer who has a cottage and a mixture of animals on his land, including a cow, a few pigs, and some goats, although he's always been particularly fond of the latter.
The cottage was in a village high up the dale. Mr. Kirby met me at the gate. "Hey, lad," he said. "I'm right sorry to be bothering you this early in the morning and Christmas and all, but I didn't have no choice. Dorothy's real bad." He led the way to a stone shed which had been converted into a row of pens. Behind the wire of one of them, a large white Saanen goat peered out at us anxiously, and as I watched her she gulped, gave a series of retching coughs, then stood, trembling, saliva drooling from her mouth. The farmer turned to me, wide-eyed. "You see, I had to get you out, didn't I? If I left her till tomorrow, she'd be a goner." "You're right, Mr. Kirby," I replied. "You couldn't leave her. There's something in her throat." We went into the pen, and as the old man held the goat against the wall, I tried to open her mouth. She didn't like it very much, and as I prized her jaws apart, she startled me with a loud, long-drawn, human-sounding cry. It wasn't a big mouth, but I have a small hand, and, as the sharp back teeth tried to nibble me, I poked a finger deep into the pharynx. There was something there all right. I could just touch it, but I couldn't get hold of it. Then the animal began to throw her head about, and I had to come out. I stood there, saliva dripping from my hand, looking thoughtfully at Dorothy. After a few moments, I turned to the farmer. "You know, this is a bit baffling. I can feel something in the back of her throat, but it's soft, like cloth. I'd been expecting to find a bit of twig or something sharp sticking in there. It's funny what a goat will pick up when she's pottering around outside. But if it's cloth, what the heck is holding it there? Why hasn't she swallowed it down?"
James is mystified. What on earth has Dorothy swallowed? As the goat descends into a paroxysm of coughs, he heads to his car to retrieve a torch.
The old man held the torch as I once more pulled the goat's mouth open and again heard the curious, childlike wailing. It was when the animal was in full cry that I noticed something under the tongue, a thin, dark band. "I can see what's holding the thing now," I cried. "It's hooked round the tongue with string or something." Carefully, I pushed my forefinger under the band and began to pull. It wasn't string. It began to stretch as I pulled carefully at it, like elastic. Then it stopped stretching, and I felt a real resistance. Whatever was in the throat was beginning to move. I kept up a gentle traction, and very slowly the mysterious obstruction came sliding up over the back of the tongue and into the mouth. And when it came within reach, I let go the elastic, grabbed the sodden mass and hauled it forth. It seemed as if there was no end to it, a long snake of dripping material nearly 2 feet long. But at last I had it out onto the straw of the pen. Mr. Kirby seized it and held it up, and as he unravelled the mass wonderingly, he gave a sudden cry. "God help us, it's me summer drawers." "Your what?" "Me summer drawers. I don't like them long johns when weather gets warmer, and I always change into these little short uns. Missus was having a clear out afore the end of the year, and she didn't know whether to wash 'em or make 'em into dusters. She washed them at finish, and Dorothy must have got 'em off the line." He held up the tattered shorts and regarded them ruefully. "By God, they've seen better days, but I reckon Dorothy's fettled them this time."
The goat, after belching, is immediately better, and Mr. Kirby, unlike the farmer on James's previous case who doesn't greet James with so much as a Merry Christmas, invites the vet into his cottage. There in a tiny living room by a blazing fire, James is treated to Christmas cake and an enormous wedge of Wensleydale cheese, a traditional Yorkshire combination, washed down with a large glass of whisky. After listening to the carols on the wireless, the young vet returns to Skeldale House, feeling decidedly more festive than when he arrived. In Vet in Harness, after having been almost crushed by Mr. Dacre's bull, as we've seen in Chapter 7, James returns to the practice and is relieved to read that his next call is Mrs. Tompkin, 14 Jasmine Terrace, clip Budgie's beak. Veterinary practice can be enormously varied, and a call out to a budgie feels like a welcome break from the care of hefty farm animals. James arrives at the little terrace of old Mrs. Tompkin and is greeted by her neighbour, Mrs. Dodd, who keeps an eye out for the octogenarian.
She led me into a cramped little room. "Here you are, love," she said to the old woman who sat in the corner. She put the pension book and money on the mantelpiece. "And here's Mr. Herriot, come to see Peter for you." Mrs. Tompkin nodded and smiled.
Oh, that's good. Poor little fella can't hardly eat with his long beak, and I'm worried about him. He's my only companion, you know.
"Yes, I understand, Mrs. Tompkin." I looked at the cage by the window with the green budgie perched inside. "These little birds can be wonderful company when they start chattering." She laughed.
Aye, but it's a funny thing. Peter never has said out much. I think he's lazy, but I just like having him with me.
"Of course you do," I said, "but he certainly needs attention now." The beak was greatly overgrown, curving away down till it touched the feathers of the breast. I would be able to revolutionize his life with one quick snip of my clippers. The way I was feeling, this job was right up my street. I opened the cage door and slowly inserted my hand. "Come on, Peter," I wheedled as the bird fluttered away from me, and I soon cornered him and enclosed him gently in my fingers. As I lifted him out, I felt in my pocket with the other hand for the clippers, but as I poised them, I stopped. The tiny head was no longer poking cheekily from my fingers, but had fallen loosely to one side. The eyes were closed. I stared at the bird uncomprehendingly for a moment, then opened my hand. He lay quite motionless on my palm. He was dead. Dry-mouthed, I continued to stare at the beautiful iridescence of the plumage, the long beak, which I didn't have to cut now, but mostly at the head dropping down over my forefinger. I hadn't squeezed him or been rough with him in any way, but he was dead. It must have been sheer fright.
James and Mrs. Dodd are aghast at the turn of events, although Mrs. Tompkin, who has poor hearing and sight, has not noticed the calamity. Agreeing that the shock of losing the bird would be terrible for the old lady, James rushes out to see if he can find a replacement. Hurriedly purchasing a green budgie, he races back to Jasmine Terrace and hangs the cage containing the new bird up at the window. I think you'll find all is well now. Months later, James strikes up the courage to go back to Mrs. Tompkins and tentatively inquires after the bird.
His mistress reached up, tapped the metal, and looked lovingly at him.
You know, you wouldn't believe it, she said. He's like a different bird.
I swallowed. "Is that so? In what way?"
"Well, he's so active now, lively as can be. You know, he chatters to me all day long. It's wonderful what cutting a beak can do."
Turkey and geese are also found on the odd farm or small holding, and in The Lord God Made Them All, dairy farmer Mr. Bog keeps a few turkeys and chickens alongside his main herd of Ayrshire cows. He is a regular client at the Darrowby practice, and James and Siegfried have grown accustomed to his penny-pinching ways, which, even by Yorkshire standards, are impressive.
Then there was Mr. Bog, whose tight-fistedness was a byword in a community where thrift was the norm. I had heard many tales of his parsimony, but I have a few experiences of my own which I cherish. He owned a herd of good Ayrshire cows and ran a few turkeys and chickens on the side. He certainly would not be short of money. His turkeys were frequently afflicted with blackhead, and he used to come to us for Stoversol tablets, which were the popular treatment at that time. One afternoon he approached me in the surgery. "Look," he said, "I keep coming here for 50 or 100 of them little tablets, and it's a flippin' nuisance. I'd rather buy a whole tinful. It'd save a lot of journeys." "Yes, Mr. Bog, you're right," I replied. "It would be a much better idea. I'll get you some now." When I returned from the dispensary, I held up the tin. "This contains 1,000 tablets, and as it happens, it's the only one we have in stock. It has been opened, and a few have been taken out, but it is virtually a new tin." "A few? Taken out?" I could read the alarm in his eyes at the idea of paying for the full 1,000 when he was getting less than that. "Oh, don't worry," I said. "There's maybe something like a dozen tablets short. No more." My words failed to reassure him, and as he left the surgery, he looked gloomy and preoccupied. He was back again that same evening. He rang the bell at around 8 o'clock, and I faced him on the front doorstep. "I've just come in to tell ye," he said. "I've been counting them tablets, and there's 987. On another occasion, I went to buy some eggs from Mr. Bog. I got a dozen from him most weeks because his farm was on the outskirts of the town. When I returned home with this particular batch, I found that there were only 11 eggs in the bag. So when I saw him a week later, I mentioned the fact. "Mr. Bog," I said, "there were only 11 eggs in last week's lot." "I know," he replied, fixing me with a steady eye. "But one of 'em was a double yolked 'un."
Chapter 9. Dogs and Cats.
There was one marvellous thing about the setup in Derby. I had the inestimable advantage of being a large animal practitioner, with a passion for dogs and cats. So that although I spent most of my time in the wide outdoors of Yorkshire, there was always the captivating background of the household pets to make a contrast. I treated some of them every day, and it made an extra interest in my life. Interest of a different kind, based on sentiment instead of commerce, and because of the way things were, it was something I could linger over and enjoy. I suppose with a very intensive small animal practice, it would be easy to regard the thing as a huge sausage machine, an endless procession of hairy forms to prod with hypodermic needles. But in Derby, we got to know them all as individual entities. Driving through the town, I was able to identify my ex-patients without difficulty. Rover Johnson, recovered from his ear canker, coming out of the ironmonger's with his mistress. Patch Walker, whose broken leg had healed beautifully, balanced happily on the back of his owner's coal wagon. Or Spot Briggs, who was a bit of a rake anyway, and would soon be tearing himself again on barbed wire, ambling all alone across the marketplace cobbles in search of adventure. I got quite a kick out of recalling their ailments and mulling over their characteristics, because they all had their own personalities, and they were manifested in different ways.
Like James, Alf saw plenty of family pets at the Thirsk practice, and the James Herriot books are full of memorable stories about cats and dogs. As a teenager, Alf White ranged the hills and parks of Glasgow with his dog Don, a glossy and beautiful Irish setter with whom he developed a close bond. Thereon he set upon pursuing a veterinary career, and while he loved working with all animals over the subsequent decades, whenever he was asked what his favourite animal was, he invariably answered, "Most definitely dogs." His veterinary training, however, focused mainly on horses and large farm animals. Dogs were still deemed more of a sideline concern for vets, and cats were hardly covered at all. Despite this, Alf was able to set up a small animal surgery at the Thirsk practice. Donald was happy to focus on their equine patients, and Alf, with the help of Brian and various assistants, could attend to dogs and cats in between farm visits. The surgery wasn't the gleaming operating room he'd envisaged during student days, but simply the consulting room of 23 Kirkgate, or a dark corner of a cow byre or farmyard kitchen. But Alf, nonetheless, found the treatment of dogs and cats rewarding work. The fascination and love that Alf had for dogs, the huge range of breeds, their various personalities, quirks, ailments, and devotion to humans, shines through in the James Herriot books. Cedric the Boxer, who features in Vets Might Fly, is just one of the many memorable dogs we are introduced to after James receives a telephone call from Cedric's owner, Mrs. Rumney.
Mr. Herriot, I should be grateful if you would come and see my dog.
It was a woman, obviously upper class. Certainly. What's the trouble?
Well, he seems to suffer from a certain amount of flatus.
I beg your pardon? There was a long pause.
He has excessive flatus.
In what way exactly?
Well, I suppose you'd describe it as windiness.
The voice had begun to tremble. I thought I could see a gleam of light. You mean his stomach?
No, not his stomach. He passes a considerable quantity of wind from his...
A note of desperation had crept in. Ah, yes! All became suddenly clear. I quite understand. But that doesn't sound very serious. Is he ill?
No, he's very fit in other ways.
Well then, do you think it's necessary for me to see him?
Oh, yes, indeed, Mr. Herriot. I wish you would come as soon as possible. It has become quite a problem.
All right, I said. I'll look in this morning. Can I have your name and address, please?
It's Mrs. Rumney, the Laurels.
The Laurels was a very nice house on the edge of the town, standing back from the road in a large garden. Mrs. Rumney herself let me in, and I felt a shock of surprise at my first sight of her. It wasn't just that she was strikingly beautiful. There was an unworldly air about her. She would be around 40, but had the appearance of a heroine in a Victorian novel. Tall, willowy, ethereal. And I could understand immediately her hesitation on the phone. Everything about her suggested fastidiousness and delicacy.
Cedric is in the kitchen, she said. I'll take you through.
I had another surprise when I saw Cedric. An enormous boxer hurled himself on me in delight, clawing up my chest with the biggest, horniest feet I had seen for a long time. I tried to fight him off, but he kept at me, panting ecstatically into my face and wagging his entire rear end.
Sit down, boy,
the lady said sharply. Then, as Cedric took absolutely no notice, she fumed to me nervously.
He's so friendly.
Yes, I said breathlessly. I can see that. I finally managed to push the huge animal away and backed into a corner for safety. How often does this excessive flatus occur? As if in reply, an almost palpable sulphurous wave arose from the dog and eddied around me. It appeared that the excitement of seeing me had activated Cedric's weakness. I was up against the wall and unable to obey my first instinct to run for cover, so I held my hand over my face for a few moments before speaking.
Is that what you meant?
Mrs. Rumney waved a lace handkerchief under her nose, and the faintest flush crept into the pallor of her cheeks.
Yes,
she replied, almost inaudibly.
Yes, that is it.
Oh well, I said briskly. There's nothing to worry about. Let's go into the other room and we'll have a word about his diet and a few other things. It turned out that Cedric was getting rather a lot of meat, and I drew up a little chart cutting down the protein and adding extra carbohydrates. I prescribed a kaolin antacid mixture to be given night and morning and left the house in a confident frame of mind.
Cedric's flatulence, however, does not improve. James goes on to try various powders, remedies, and vast quantities of charcoal biscuits, as recommended by Siegfried, all of which make not the slightest difference to his condition. At the end of a long day, James decides to pay Mrs. Rumney a visit, just as she is holding an elegant drinks party, where James is mortified to see Cedric bound enthusiastically into the room and leap upon the guests, almost tearing off one lady's dress. To make matters worse, the room then fills with an unmistakable effluvium, of which Cedric is clearly the guilty party. James finally comes to the conclusion that Cedric is simply not the dog for Mrs. Rumney. Con Fenton, however, a retired farm worker who helps out in the garden of Laurel House, has taken a liking to the dog, so James suggests he take Cedric, and that Mrs. Rumney find herself a more suitable pet. She agrees and acquires a poodle, while Con Fenton takes in Cedric, and they become devoted to each other. When James visits the pair, however, he notices a familiar pungency rising from Cedric, although Con is entirely oblivious to it. It soon becomes clear why, as the two men chat, and James takes in the fragrance of some carnation flowers in a vase.
Con watched me approvingly.
They're lovely flowers, aren't they? Mrs. at Laurel's lets me bring home what I want, and I reckon them carnations is my favourite.
Yes, they're a credit to you. I still kept my nose among the blooms.
There's only one thing, the old man said pensively. I don't get full benefit of them.
How's that, Con? He pulled at his pipe a couple of times.
Well, you can hear us speak a bit funny like.
No, not really.
Oh, aye, you know I do. I had an operation for adenoids and something went wrong.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, I said.
Well, it's not serious. It's left me lacking in one way.
You mean... A light was beginning to dawn in my mind. An elucidation of how man and dog had found each other, of why their relationship was so perfect, of the certainty of their happy future together. It seemed like fate.
Aye,
the old man went on sadly.
I've no sense of smell.
Just as the people of the Dales have different personalities, so too do their dogs. Judy, the sheepdog, who features in Vet in a Spin, has a particularly caring nature and instinctively looks after other animals around her. While treating a bullock on the farm of Eric Abbott, James notices the big dog sitting nearby.
I inserted the needle into the jugular and tipped up the bottle of clear fluid. 2 drams of the iodide I used to use in 8 ounces of distilled water, and it didn't take long to flow in. In fact, the bottle was nearly empty before I noticed Judy. I had been aware of a big dog sitting near me all the time, but as I neared the end of the injection, a black nose moved even closer till it was almost touching the needle. Then the nose moved along the rubber tube up to the bottle and back again, sniffing with the utmost concentration. When I removed the needle, the nose began a careful inspection of the injection site. Then a tongue appeared and began to lick the bullock's neck methodically. I squatted back on my heels and watched. This was something more than mere curiosity. Everything in the dog's attitude suggested intense interest and concern. You know, Eric, I said, I have the impression that this dog isn't just watching me. She's supervising the whole job. The farmer laughed.
You're right there. She's a funny old bitch, is Judy. Sort of a nurse. If there's anything amiss, she's on duty. You can't keep her away.
Judy looked up quickly at the sound of her name. She was a handsome animal, not the usual colour, but a variegated brindle with waving lines of brown and grey mingling with the normal black and white of the farm collie. Maybe there was a cross somewhere, but the result was very attractive, and the effect was heightened by her bright-eyed, laughing-mouthed friendliness. I reached out and tickled the backs of her ears, and she wagged mightily. Not just her tail, but her entire rear end. I suppose she's just good-natured.
Oh, aye, she is, the farmer said. But it's not only that.
It sounds daft, but I think Judy feels a sense of responsibility to all the stock on farm.
Judy sniffs the rug covering the bullock, then gives its shaggy forehead a lick and stations herself facing the patient. The farmer, Eric, assures James that, nothing'll shift her till he's dead or better. 5 days later, James discovers Judy is still with the bullock, which is much better. The farmer tells James how she gives every newborn calf a good lick over as soon as it comes into the world, as she does with any kittens, and always sleeps with the farm animals every night. A week later, James returns to see the bullock, which is galloping around his box like a racehorse. Inquiring after Judy, Eric points her out.
I looked through the doorway. Judy was stalking importantly across the yard. She had something in her mouth, a yellow, fluffy object. I craned out further. What is she carrying? It's a chicken. A chicken? Aye, there's a brood of them running about just now. They're only a month old, and Todd bitch seems to think they'd be better off in the stable. She's made a bed for them in there, and she keeps trying to curl herself round them, but the little things won't have it. I watched Judy disappear into the stable. Very soon she came out, trotted after a group of tiny chicks, which were pecking happily among the cobbles, and gently scooped one up. Busily she made her way back to the stable, but as she entered, the previous chick reappeared in the doorway and pottered over to rejoin his friends. She was having a frustrating time, but I knew she would keep at it, because that was the way she was. Judy the nurse dog was still on duty.
In Thirsk, Alf White continued to keep his own dogs, all of them becoming cherished companions. They invariably accompanied him on rounds, and, as a break between visits, Alf liked nothing more than getting out of the car and escaping for walks with his dog, where he often revelled in the beauty and solitude of the Dales. In the books, James describes walking with his dog Sam, a composite beagle dog based on his real dogs Danny and Dinah. Danny originally belonged to Alf's wife Joan, and after their marriage he went on to accompany Alf everywhere. He had a look of a West Highland White Terrier, but was probably a mix of breeds, and went on to live to a ripe old age of 14, when he was sadly killed on the main road outside their house. Dinah was the successor to Danny, one of a pack of beagle hunting dogs bred by Donald Sinclair, which he gave to Alf and his family in 1953 as a successor to Danny.
This was the real Yorkshire, with the clean limestone wall riding the hill's edge, and the path cutting brilliant green through the crowding heather. And, walking face on to the scented breeze, I felt the old tingle of wonder at being alone on the wide moorland, where nothing stirred, and the spreading miles of purple blossom and green turf reached away till it met the hazy blue of the sky. But I wasn't really alone. There was Sam, and he made all the difference. Helen had brought a lot of things into my life, and Sam was one of the most precious. He was a beagle and her own personal pet. He would be about 2 years old when I first saw him, and I had no way of knowing that he was to be my faithful companion, my car dog, my friend who sat by me through the lonely hours of driving, till his life ended at the age of 14. He was the first of a series of cherished dogs, whose comradeship have warmed and lightened my working life. Sam adopted me on sight. It was as though he had read the faithful hound manual, because he was always near me, paws on the dash as he gazed eagerly through the windscreen on my rounds, head resting on my foot in our bed sitting room, trotting just behind me wherever I moved. If I had a beer in a pub, he would be under my chair, and even when I was having a haircut, you only had to lift the white sheet to see Sam crouching beneath my legs. The only place I didn't dare take him was the cinema, and on these occasions he crawled under the bed and sulked. Most dogs love car riding, but to Sam it was a passion which never waned. Even in the night hours, he would gladly leave his basket when the world was asleep, stretch a couple of times, and follow me out into the cold. He would be onto the seat before I got the car door fully open, and this action became so much a part of my life that for a long time after his death, I still held the door open unthinkingly, waiting for him. And I still remember the pain I felt when he did not bound inside. And having him with me added so much to the intermissions I granted myself on my daily rounds. Whereas in offices and factories they had tea breaks, I just stopped the car and stepped out into the splendour which was always at hand, and walked for a spell down hidden lanes, through woods, or as today, along one of the grassy tracks which ran over the high tops. This thing which I had always done had a new meaning now. Anybody who has ever walked a dog knows the abiding satisfaction which comes from giving pleasure to a loved animal, and the sight of the little form trotting ahead of me lent a depth which had been missing before.
By the time of Every Living Thing, James has a new dog, Dinah, based on Alf's real dog, Dinah, who also grew fat. The beagle loved her food, and few could resist her liquid brown eyes when she was after a morsel of something tasty. The family never could, and the dog grew very large, despite going out with Alf for regular walks. Practice assistant Callum, who has a way with all animals, is not shy in pointing out Dinah's portliness.
Everything was going with a bang when Dinah, our second beagle and successor to Sam, ran in from the garden. "This is Dinah," I said.
"Oh, oh, 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 little fat Dinah,"
said Callum in a rumbling bass. It was not a complimentary remark, because my little dog was undoubtedly too fat, and an embarrassment to a vet who was constantly adjuring people to keep their dogs slim, but Dinah didn't seem to mind. She wagged her whole back end until I thought she would tie herself in a knot. Her response was remarkable, and she clearly found this new voice immensely attractive. Callum bent down, and she rolled on her back in ecstasy as he rubbed her tummy. Headland laughed. "Gosh, she really likes you."
The real Dinah died in 1963 at the age of 11, having unwittingly consumed some rat poison, much to the distress of the family. As a dog lover, James can empathise with the sadness or heartbreak owners experience when their dogs die or suffer an injury. As Alf White put it, "I am as soppy over my dogs as any old lady, and it is a trait which has always stood me in good stead in dealing with my clients." That sensitivity also resulted in some very poignant stories about dogs in his books, including that of Bob the Labrador, who features in If Only They Could Talk.
"I've come to see your dog," I said, and the old man smiled. "Oh, I'm glad you've come, sir," he said. "I'm getting a bit worried about the old chap. Come inside, please." He led me into the tiny living room. "I'm alone now, sir. Lost me missus over a year ago. She used to think the world of the old dog." The grim evidence of poverty was everywhere. In the worn-out lino, the fireless hearth, the dank, musty smell of the place. The wallpaper hung away from the damp patches, and on the table the old man's solitary dinner was laid. A fragment of bacon, a few fried potatoes, and a cup of tea. This was life on the old age pension. In the corner, on a blanket, lay my patient, a crossbred Labrador. He must have been a big, powerful dog in his time, but the signs of age showed in the white hairs round his muzzle and the pale opacity in the depths of his eyes. He lay quietly and looked at me without hostility. "Getting on a bit, isn't he, Mr. Dean?" "Aye, he is that. Nearly 14. But he's been like a pup galloping about until these last few weeks. Wonderful dog for his age as old Bob, and he's never offered to bite anybody in his life. Children can do anything with him. He's my only friend now. I hope you'll be able to put him right." "Is he off his food, Mr. Dean?" "Yes, clean off. And that's a strange thing, because by gum he could eat. He always sat by me and put his head on my knee at meal times, but he hasn't been doing it lately." I looked at the dog with growing uneasiness. The abdomen was grossly distended, and I could read the telltale symptoms of pain, the catch in the respirations, the retracted commissures of the lips, the anxious, preoccupied expression in the eyes. When his master spoke, the tail thumped twice on the blankets, and a momentary interest showed in the white old eyes, but it quickly disappeared and the blank, inward look returned. I passed my hand carefully over the dog's abdomen. Ascites was pronounced, and the dropsical fluid had gathered till the pressure was intense. "Come on, old chap," I said. "Let's see if we can roll you over." The dog made no resistance as I eased him slowly onto his other side, but, just as the movement was completed, he whimpered and looked round. The cause of the trouble was now only too easy to find. I palpated gently. Through the thin muscle of the flank, I could feel a hard, corrugated mass, certainly a splenic or hepatic carcinoma, enormous and completely inoperable. I stroked the old dog's head as I tried to collect my thoughts. This wasn't going to be easy. "Is he going to be ill for long?" the old man asked, and again came the thump-thump of the tail at the sound of the loved voice. "It's miserable when Bob isn't following me round the house when I'm doing my little jobs." "I'm sorry, Mr. Dean, but I'm afraid this is something very serious. You see this large swelling? It is caused by an internal growth." "You mean cancer?" the little man said faintly. "I'm afraid so, and it has progressed too far for anything to be done. I wish there was something I could do to help him, but there isn't." The old man looked bewildered, and his lips trembled. "Then he's going to die?" I swallowed hard. "We really can't just leave him to die, can we? He's in some distress now, but it will soon be an awful lot worse. Don't you think it would be kindest to put him to sleep? After all, he's had a good long innings." I always aimed at a brisk, matter-of-fact approach, but the old clichés had an empty ring. The old man was silent. Then he said, "Just a minute," and slowly and painfully knelt down by the side of the dog. He did not speak, but ran his hand again and again over the grey old muzzle and the ears, while the tail thump-thump-thumped on the floor. He knelt there a long time while I stood in the cheerless room, my eyes taking in the faded pictures on the walls, the frayed, grimy curtains, the broken springed armchair. At length the old man struggled to his feet and gulped once or twice. Without looking at me, he said huskily, "All right. Will you do it now?" I filled the syringe and said the things I always said. "You needn't worry. This is absolutely painless. Just an overdose of an anaesthetic. It is really an easy way out for the old fellow." The dog did not move as the needle was inserted, and as the barbiturate began to flow into the vein, the anxious expression left his face, and the muscles began to relax. By the time the injection was finished, the breathing had stopped. "Is that it?" the old man whispered. "Yes, that's it," I said. "He is out of his pain now." The old man stood motionless except for the clasping and unclasping of his hands. When he turned to face me, his eyes were bright. "That's right. We couldn't let him suffer, and I'm grateful for what you've done. And now, what do I owe you for your services, sir?" "Oh, that's all right, Mr. Dean," I said quickly. "It's nothing. Nothing at all. I was passing right by here. It was no trouble." The old man was astonished. "But you can't do that for nothing." "Now please, say no more about it, Mr. Dean. As I told you, I was passing right by your door." I said goodbye and went out of the house, through the passage and into the street. In the bustle of people and the bright sunshine, I could still see only the stark little room, the old man, and his dead dog. As I walked towards my car, I heard a shout behind me. The old man was shuffling excitedly towards me in his slippers. His cheeks were streaked and wet, but he was smiling. In his hand he held a small, brown object. "You've been very kind, sir. I've got something for you." He held out the object, and I looked at it. It was tattered, but just recognisable as a precious relic of a bygone celebration. "Go on, it's for you," said the old man. "Have a cigar."
Providing services for free, or at a much reduced rate to clients living in poverty, was an all-too-common occurrence at the Darrowby practice. While vets' bills are a stretch for some animal owners, there is one client who can easily meet the cost of calling out a vet, as she does regularly. Mrs. Pumphrey, whom we meet in If Only They Could Talk, calls in James to attend to her Pekingese dog Tricky Woo and his reoccurring Flopbot.
Mrs. Pumphrey was an elderly widow. Her late husband, a beer baron whose breweries and pubs were scattered widely over the broad bosom of Yorkshire, had left her a vast fortune and a beautiful house on the outskirts of Darrowby. Here she lived with a large staff of servants, a gardener, a chauffeur, and Tricky Woo. Tricky Woo was a Pekingese and the apple of his mistress's eye. Standing now in the magnificent doorway, I furtively rubbed the toes of my shoes on the backs of my trousers and blew on my cold hands. I could almost see the deep armchair drawn close to the leaping flames, the tray of cocktail biscuits, the bottle of excellent sherry. Because of the sherry, I was always careful to time my visits for half an hour before lunch. A maid answered my ring, beaming on me as an honoured guest, and led me to the room, crammed with expensive furniture and littered with glossy magazines and the latest novels. Mrs. Pumphrey, in the high back chair by the fire, put down her book with a cry of delight. "Tricky! Tricky, here is your Uncle Herriot." I had been made an uncle very early, and, sensing the advantages of the relationship, had made no objection. Tricky, as always, bounded from his cushion, leaped on to the back of a sofa and put his paws on my shoulders. He then licked my face thoroughly before retiring, exhausted. He was soon exhausted because he was given roughly twice the amount of food needed for a dog of his size, and it was the wrong kind of food. "Oh, Mr. Herriot," Mrs. Pumphrey said, looking at her pet anxiously, "I'm so glad you've come. Tricky has gone flopbot again." This ailment, not to be found in any textbook, was her way of describing the symptoms of Tricky's impacted anal glands. When the glands filled up, he showed discomfort by sitting down suddenly in mid-walk, and his mistress would rush to the phone in great agitation. "Mr. Herriot, please come, he's gone flopbot again." I hoisted the little dog onto a table, and, by pressure on the anus with a pad of cotton wool, I evacuated the glands. It baffled me that the Peak was always so pleased to see me. Any dog who could still like a man who grabbed him and squeezed his bottom hard every time they met had to have an incredibly forgiving nature. But Tricky never showed any resentment. In fact, he was an outstandingly equable little animal, bursting with intelligence, and I was genuinely attached to him. It was a pleasure to be his personal physician. The squeezing over, I lifted my patient from the table, noticing the increased weight, the padding of extra flesh over the ribs. "You know, Mrs. Pumphrey, you're overfeeding him again. Didn't I tell you to cut out all those pieces of cake and give him more protein?" "Oh yes, Mr. Herriot," Mrs. Pumphrey wailed. "But what can I do? He's so tired of chicken." I shrugged. It was hopeless. I allowed the maid to lead me to the palatial bathroom, where I always performed a ritual hand-washing after the operation. It was a huge room, with a fully stocked dressing table, massive green ware and rows of glass shelves laden with toilet preparations. My private guest towel was laid out next to the slab of expensive soap. Then I returned to the drawing room. My sherry glass was filled, and I settled down by the fire to listen to Mrs. Pumphrey. It couldn't be called a conversation, because she did all the talking, but I always found it rewarding.
Mrs. Pumphrey launches into a variety of charming but entirely fanciful stories about the wonders of Tricky Woo, who apparently studies the horse racing columns so he can tell his owner which horse to place a bet on. Mrs. Pumphrey also tells James how frightened she was when Tricky Woo went completely cracker-dog the previous week, suddenly running about in circles, barking and yelping, and then falling over on his side like a little dead thing, before getting up and walking away as if nothing has happened.
Hysteria, I thought, brought on by wrong feeding and overexcitement. I put down my glass and fixed Mrs. Pumphrey with a severe glare. "Now look, this is just what I was talking about. If you persist in feeding all that fancy rubbish to Tricky, you are going to ruin his health. You really must get him onto a sensible dog diet of 1 or, at the most, 2 small meals a day of meat and brown bread, or a little biscuit, and nothing in between." Mrs. Pumphrey shrank into her chair, a picture of abject guilt. "Oh, please don't speak to me like that. I do try to give him the right things, but it's so difficult. When he begs for little titbits, I can't refuse him." She dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. But I was unrelenting. "All right, Mrs. Pumphrey, it's up to you, but I warn you that if you go on as you are doing, Tricky will go cracker-dog more and more often. I left the cosy haven with reluctance, pausing on the gravelled drive to look back at Mrs. Pumphrey waving, and Tricky, as always, standing against the window, his wide-mouthed face apparently in the middle of a hearty laugh. Driving home, I mused on the many advantages of being Tricky's uncle. When he went to the seaside, he sent me boxes of oak smoked kippers, and when the tomatoes ripened in his greenhouse, he sent a pound or two every week. Tins of tobacco arrived regularly, sometimes with a photograph carrying a loving inscription. But it was when the Christmas hamper arrived from Fortnum and Mason's that I decided that I was on a really good thing, which should be helped along a bit. Hitherto, I had merely rung up and thanked Mrs. Pumphrey for the gifts, and she had been rather cool, pointing out that it was Tricky who had sent the things and he was the one who should be thanked. With the arrival of the hamper, it came to me, blindingly, that I had been guilty of a grave error of tactics. I set myself to compose a letter to Tricky. Avoiding Siegfried's sardonic eye, I thanked my doggy nephew for his Christmas gifts and for all his generosity in the past. I expressed my sincere hopes that the festive fare had not upset his delicate digestion, and suggested that if he did experience any discomfort, he should have recourse to the black powder his uncle always prescribed. A vague feeling of professional shame was easily swamped by floating visions of kippers, tomatoes, and hampers. I addressed the envelope to Master Tricky Pumphrey, Balbury Grange, and slipped it into the postbox with only a slight feeling of guilt. On my next visit, Mrs. Pumphrey drew me to one side. "Mr. Herriot," she whispered, "Tricky adored your charming letter, and he will keep it always. But he was very put out about one thing. You addressed it to Master Tricky, and he does insist upon Mr. He was dreadfully affronted at first, quite beside himself, but when he saw it was from you, he soon recovered his good temper. I can't think why he should have these little prejudices. Perhaps it's because he is an only dog. I do think an only dog develops more prejudices than one from a large family."
Alf White and his family were similarly fond of Bambi, another little Pekingese dog, and the real Tricky Woo. Bambi was the much-loved and very indulged pet of Miss Marjorie Warner, who lived in a large house in Sowerby. Alf saw a lot of Bambi and developed a genuine liking for the little dog and his owner. As children, Rosie and Jim remember the exciting gifts addressed to Uncle White that would arrive on the doorstep of 23 Kirkgate whenever Bambi went on holiday, from Whitby kippers, a favourite of Alf's, to hampers filled with caviar, hams, and an array of exotic foods. Alf also got himself into trouble when he addressed a thank-you letter to Miss Warner and not to Bambi himself. And the correct terminology, Bambi Warner Esquire, and not Master Bambi Warner, was a must. Miss Warner didn't throw parties like her fictional personification. That was another well-to-do client of the Thirsk practice who invited Alf to one of her balls. Miss Warner nonetheless recognised herself in the books and was happy to be featured in what was an affectionate and memorable portrayal. Another client who devotes her life to the care of dogs which, unlike Tricky Woo, are without home or owners, is Sister Rose. She runs a shelter for abandoned dogs, and in The Lord God Made Them All, asks James to pay her a visit to take a look at one of her dogs, Amber.
I looked at the pale, almost honey-coloured shading of the hair on the dog's ears and flanks. "I can see why you've given her that name. I bet she'd really glow in the sunshine." The nurse laughed. "Yes, funnily enough, it was sunny when I first saw her, and the name just jumped into my mind." She gave me a sideways glance. "I'm good at names, as you know." "Oh, yes, without a doubt," I said, smiling. It was a little joke between us. Sister Rose had to be good at christening the endless stream of unwanted animals which passed through the little dog sanctuary which lay behind her house, and which she ran and maintained by organising small shows, jumble sales, etc., and by spending her own money. And she didn't only give her money, she also gave her precious time, because as a nursing sister she led a full life of service to the human race. I often asked myself how she found the time to fight for the animals too. It was a mystery to me, but I admired her. "Where did this one come from?" I asked. Sister Rose shrugged.
Oh, found wandering in the streets of Hebbleton. Nobody knows her, and there have been no inquiries to the police. Obviously abandoned.
James examines Amber, who has some bare patches around her toes, eyes and cheek. He prescribes some ointment for Sister Rose to rub in morning and night. 2 weeks later, however, she phones to say the patches are spreading, and James takes another look at Amber, who's now in a worse state. James is sorry to diagnose a very serious case of demodectic mange, which is often incurable, but he tells Sister Rose to try rubbing a lotion in every day just in case that works. A week later, though, Amber's condition has worsened. She has lost even more hair, but is still wagging her tail. Further treatment also fails, and the situation starts to look increasingly desperate, until James decides to take Amber back to the surgery with him.
Veterinary surgeons would never last in their profession if they became too involved with their patients. I knew from experience that most of my colleagues were just as sentimental over animals as the owners, but before I knew what was happening, I became involved with Amber. I fed her myself, changed her bedding, and carried out the treatment. I saw her as often as possible during the day, but when I think of her now, it is always night. It was late November, when darkness came in soon after 4 o'clock, and the last few visits were a dim-sighted fumbling in cow byres, and when I came home I always drove round to the yard at the back of Skeldale House and trained my headlights on the stable. When I threw open the door, Amber was always there, waiting to welcome me, her forefeet resting on the plywood sheet, her long yellow ears gleaming in the bright beam. That is my picture of her to this day. Her temperament never altered, and her tail swished the straw unceasingly as I did all the uncomfortable things to her, rubbing the tender skin with the lotion, injecting her with the staph toxoid, taking further skin scrapings to check progress. As the days and weeks went by and I saw no improvement, I became a little desperate. I gave her sulphur baths and Derris baths, although I had done no good with such things in the past, and I also began to go through all the proprietary things on the market. In veterinary practice, every resistant disease spawns a multitude of quack cures, and I lost count of the shampoos and washes I swilled over the young animal, in the hope that there might be some magic element in them, despite my misgivings. These nightly sessions under the headlights became part of my life, and I think I might have gone on blindly for an indefinite period, until one very dark evening, with the rain beating on the cobbles of the yard, I seemed to see the young dog for the first time. The condition had spread over the entire body, leaving only tufts and straggling wisps of hair. The long ears were golden no longer. They were almost bald, as was the rest of her face and head. Everywhere her skin was thickened and wrinkled and had assumed a bluish tinge, and when I squeezed it a slow ooze of pus and serum came up around my fingers. I flopped back and sat down in the straw, while Amber leaped around me, licking and wagging. Despite her terrible state, her nature was unchanged.
James eventually realizes that he can do no more for Amber, who is clearly now uncomfortable and soon to be in a lot of pain. He drives into the practice yard and opens the garage door.
And it was like all the other times. Amber was there in the beam, paws on the plywood, body swinging with her wagging, mouth open and panting with delight, welcoming me. I put the barbiturate and syringe into my pocket before climbing into the pen. For a long time I made a fuss of her, patting her and talking to her as she leaped up at me. Then I filled the syringe. "Sit, girl," I said, and she flopped obediently onto her hind quarters. I gripped her right leg above the elbow to raise the radial vein. There was no need for clipping. All the hair had gone. Amber looked at me interestedly, wondering what new game this might be as I slipped the needle into the vein. I realized that there was no need to say the things I always said. She won't know a thing. This is just an overdose of anesthetic. It's an easy way out for her. There was no sorrowing owner to hear me. There were just the two of us. And as I murmured, "Good girl, Amber. Good lass," as she sank down on the straw, I had the conviction that if I had said those things, they would have been true. She didn't know a thing between her playfulness and oblivion, and it was indeed an easy way out for that prison which would soon become a torture chamber. I stepped from the pen and switched off the car lights, and in the cold darkness, the yard had never seemed so empty. After the weeks of struggle, the sense of loss and of failure was overpowering, but at the end I was at least able to spare Amber the ultimate miseries, the internal abscesses and septicemia which awaited dogs suffering from a progressive and incurable demodectic mange. For a long time I carried the weight around with me, and I feel some of it now after all these years, because the tragedy of Amber was that she was born too soon. At the present time, we can cure most cases of demodectic mange by a long course of organophosphates and antibiotics, but neither of these things were available then when I needed them. It is still a dread condition, but we have fought patiently with our modern weapons and won most of the battles over the past few years. I know several fine dogs in Derby who have survived, and when I see them in the streets, healthy and glossy-coated, the picture of Amber comes back into my mind. It is always dark, and she is always in the headlight's beam.
Sister Rose was based on another sister, Anne Lilly, who ran several small animal sanctuaries in North Yorkshire and who dedicated her life to caring for homeless animals. She also helped to set up the Jerry Green Centre for cats and dogs at Catton, near Thirsk. There, Alf had become very attached to a golden retriever cared for by Sister Anne Lilly, but which sadly died. James sees other dogs who come from happy homes, but who repeatedly get themselves into trouble, usually by eating something they shouldn't. Brandy is a golden Labrador who likes nothing more than to root through dustbins, only to emerge with a tin can wedged on his face.
In the semi-darkness of the surgery passage, I thought it was a hideous growth dangling from the side of the dog's face. But as he came closer, I saw that it was only a condensed milk can. Not that condensed milk cans are commonly found sprouting from dogs' cheeks, but I was relieved because I knew I was dealing with Brandy again. I hoisted him onto the table. "Brandy, you've been at the dustbin again." The big golden Labrador gave me an apologetic grin and did his best to lick my face. He couldn't manage it since his tongue was jammed inside the can, but he made up for it by a furious wagging of tail and rear end. "Oh, Mr. Herriot, I am sorry to trouble you again." Mrs. Westby, his attractive young mistress, smiled ruefully. "He just won't keep out of that dustbin. Sometimes the children and I get the cans off ourselves, but this one is stuck fast. His tongue's trapped under the lid." Yes. I eased my finger along the jagged edge of the metal. "It's a bit tricky, isn't it? We don't want to cut his mouth." As I reached for a pair of forceps, I thought of the many other occasions when I had done something like this for Brandy. He was one of my patients, a huge, lolloping, slightly goofy animal, but this dustbin raiding was becoming an obsession. He liked to fish out a can and lick out the tasty remnants, but his licking was carried out with such sudden dedication that he burrowed deeper and deeper until he got stuck. Again and again he had been freed by his family or myself from fruit salad cans, corned beef cans, baked bean cans, soup cans. There didn't seem to be any kind of can he didn't like. I gripped the edge of the lid with my forceps and gently bent it back along its length till I was able to lift it away from the tongue. An instant later, that tongue was slobbering all over my cheek as Brandy expressed his delight and thanks. "Get back, you daft dog," I said, laughing, as I held the panting face away from me. "Yes, come down, Brandy." Mrs. Westby hauled him from the table and spoke sharply. "It's all very fine making a fuss now, but you're becoming a nuisance with this business. It will have to stop." The scalding had no effect on the lashing tail, and I saw that his mistress was smiling. You just couldn't help liking Brandy, because he was a great ball of affection and tolerance, without an ounce of malice in him.
Along with his fondness for dustbins, Brandy has other peculiar traits. While walking his dog in Derby, James often sees him playing in the fields, and one day witnesses something extraordinary.
There is a little children's playground in one corner. A few swings, a roundabout, and a slide. Brandy was disporting himself on the slide. For this activity he had assumed an uncharacteristic gravity of expression and stood calmly in the queue of children. When his turn came, he mounted the steps, slid down the middle slope, all dignity and importance, then took a staid walk round to rejoin the queue. The little boys and girls who were his companions seemed to take him for granted, but I found it difficult to tear myself away. I could have watched him all day.
The character of Brandy is a composite of a few dogs Alf knew, including a golden retriever called Moses, who also loved to go down the slides in playgrounds. The dog belonged to locals John and Sue Garside, who were still close friends with the White family, and John worked with Alf's daughter Rosie as a GP in Thirsk. Jim also remembers one particular dog coming into the practice with a tin can firmly stuck on his face, although he seemed entirely unfazed by it, as he was still rooting about, sniffing and cocking his leg as if nothing had happened. There was another troublesome dog who, living in a pub, constantly ate bar cloths, so much so that Jim and his dad had to operate on him 4 times to remove the offending articles. Some dogs never learn. In Let Sleeping Vets Lie, old Mrs. Barker brings her 12-year-old spaniel into the practice. The dog has a bad infection in her womb and requires an operation. Although James is gradually doing more small animal surgery, the dog is in a bad way, panting and trembling with the signs of a weak heart, and he decides to send her to Granville Bennett, a small animal specialist based in Hartington. By the end of the 1950s, Alf was similarly performing the odd hysterectomy on cats and bitches, but he had to send more complex cases to a small animal surgeon, Denton Pett, in Darlington, on whom Granville Bennett is based. Like Granville Bennett, Pett was an immensely skilled surgeon, operating on his small animal patients with great speed and finesse, despite his large solid bulk. He and his wife Eve were also generous with their hospitality, and Alf often ended evenings with them slightly worse for wear, unable to keep up with Pete, who had a seemingly indestructible constitution. Alf's son Jim also worked at Pete's practice as a student in 1964 and 1965, and, even as a young man, he could never match the older vet's ability to drink. Despite his fondness for alcohol, Pete was always immaculately dressed and charming with clients, and his focus on family pets rather than farm animals would become increasingly common across veterinary practice from the 1960s onwards.
There was no doubt Granville Bennett had become something of a legend in northern England. In those days, when specialisation was almost unknown, he had gone all out for small animal work, never looked at farm stock, and had set a new standard by the modern procedures in his animal hospital, which was run as nearly as possible on human lines. It was, in fact, fashionable for veterinary surgeons of that era to belittle dog and cat work. A lot of the older men, who had spent their lives among the teeming thousands of draft horses in city and agriculture, would sneer, "Oh, I've no time to bother with those damn things." Bennett had gone dead in the opposite direction. I had never met him, but I knew he was a young man in his early 30s. I had heard a lot about his skill, his business acumen, and about his reputation as a bon vivant. He was, they said, a dedicated devotee of the work-hard, play-hard school. The veterinary hospital was a long, low building near the top of a busy street. I drove into a yard and knocked at a door in the corner. I was looking with some awe at a gleaming Bentley dwarfing my own battered little Austin, when the door was opened by a pretty receptionist. "Good evening," she murmured with a dazzling smile, which I thought must be worth another half-crown on the bill for a start. "Do come in. Mr. Bennett is expecting you." I was shown into a waiting room with magazines and flowers on a corner table, and many impressive photographs of dogs and cats on the walls. Taken, I learned later, by the principal himself. I was looking closely at a superb study of 2 white poodles when I heard a footstep behind me.
I turned and had my first view of Granville Bennett. He seemed to fill the room. Not over tall, but of tremendous bulk. Fat, I thought at first, but as he came nearer, it seemed to me that the tissue of which he was composed wasn't distributed like fat. He wasn't flabby. He didn't stick out in any particular place. He was just a big, wide, solid, hard-looking man. From the middle of a pleasant, blunt-featured face, the most magnificent pipe I had ever seen stuck forth shining and glorious, giving out delicious wisps of expensive smoke. It was an enormous pipe. In fact, it would have looked downright silly with a smaller man, but on him it was a thing of beauty. I had a final impression of a beautifully cut dark suit and sparkling shirt cuffs as he held out a hand. "James Herriot." He said it as somebody else might have said Winston Churchill.
Bennett proceeds to operate on Dinah the Spaniel, who is no relation to Alf's real dog Dinah, who appears in a later book, expertly removing a mass around her womb within minutes. James watches on, taking in the white-tiled walls and rows of gleaming instruments, and is suddenly reminded that this was the kind of work he had envisaged for himself when he first started training in veterinary practice, and yet here he is, a shaggy cow doctor. But he then realizes that the life he has is one of magical fulfillment. "I would rather spend my days driving over the unfenced roads of the high country than stooping over that operating table." While they wait for the spaniel to wake up from the anaesthetic, the two vets pop into the Old Boys Club across the road from the practice. Bennett orders pints for them and drains his with amazing speed, while James desperately tries to keep up, downing 4 pints in total. They then head to Bennett's house. Granville pushes James towards a leather armchair and disappears off to the kitchen to sort out some grub for them.
Immensely gratified, Granville hurried through to the kitchen again. This time, when he came back, he bore a tray with an enormous cold roast, a loaf of bread, butter, and mustard. "I think a beef sandwich would go down rather nicely, Jim," he muttered as he stropped his carving knife on a steel. Then he noticed my glass of whiskey still half full. Come on," he said with some asperity. "You're not touching your drink." He watched me benevolently as I drained the glass, then he refilled it to its old level. "That's better. Have another onion." I stretched my legs out and rested my head on the back of the chair in an attempt to ease my internal turmoil. My stomach was a lake of volcanic lava bubbling and popping fiercely in its crater, with each additional piece of onion, every sip of whiskey setting up a fresh, violent reaction. Watching Granville at work, a great wave of nausea swept over me. He was sawing busily at the roast, carving off slices which looked to be an inch thick, slapping mustard on them and enclosing them in bread. He hummed with contentment as the pile grew. Every now and then he had another onion. "Now then, laddie," he cried at length, putting a heaped plate at my elbow. "Get yourself round that lot." He took his own supply and collapsed with a sigh into another chair. He took a gargantuan bite and spoke as he chewed. "You know, Jim, this is something I enjoy. A nice little snack. Zoe always leaves me plenty to go at when she pops out." He engulfed a further few inches of sandwich. "And I tell you something, though I say it myself, these are bloody good. Don't you think so?" "Yes, indeed." Squaring my shoulders, I bit, swallowed and held my breath as another unwanted foreign body slid down to the ferment below. Just then I heard the front door open. "Ah, that'll be Zoe," Granville said, and he was about to rise when a disgracefully fat Staffordshire bull terrier burst into the room, waddled across the carpet, and leaped into his lap. "Feebles, my dear, come to Daddykins," he shouted. "Have you had nice walkies with Mummy?" The Staffordshire was closely followed by a Yorkshire Terrier, which was also enthusiastically greeted by Granville. "Yoo-hoo, Victoria, yoo-hoo!" The Yorkie, an obvious smiler, did not jump up, but contented herself with sitting at her master's feet, baring her teeth ingratiatingly every few seconds. I smiled through my pain.
Another myth exploded. The one about these specialist small animal vets not being fond of dogs themselves. The big man crooned over the two little animals. The fact he called Phoebe Feebles was symptomatic.
Alf and Denton Pet became good friends, and Alf trusted Pet so much that he asked him to put down one of his much-loved dogs, Hector. A Jack Russell Terrier, Hector replaced Alf's previous dog Dinah, who had died in 1963. Hector was an immensely energetic dog who accompanied Alf on his daily rounds, barking as they drove around, and despite becoming virtually blind aged 5 or 6, he always had a zest for life. Of all the dogs Alf shared his life with, Hector was his favourite, and appeared in many photographs with the vet when he became a famous author. With suspected cancer of the esophagus, 14-year-old Hector was put to sleep by Denton Pet, who also agreed to bury him in his garden in Aldborough St John. Cats also feature in the James Herriot books. Most farms keep a cat or two, as do the villagers and townsfolk of Darrowby. Alf was used to having cats around, and his friend and colleague Brian Sinclair, the real Tristan, had something of a soft spot for the creatures, and the pair frequently treated feline patients when they were brought in. Cats can be difficult to catch or handle, and Alf took great pride in his technique of wrapping cats so he could examine them, as he did with the stray cat Alfred in Vet in Harness.
I had heard of the Bonds, of course. They were Londoners, who for some obscure reason had picked on North Yorkshire for their retirement. People said they had a bit of brass, and they had bought an old house on the outskirts of Darrowby where they kept themselves to themselves, and the cats. I had heard that Mrs. Bond was in the habit of taking in strays and feeding them, and giving them a home if they wanted it, and this had predisposed me in her favour, because in my experience the unfortunate feline species seemed to be fair game for every kind of cruelty and neglect. They shot cats, threw things at them, starved them, set their dogs on them for fun. It was good to see somebody taking their side. My patient on this first visit was no more than a big kitten, a terrified little blob of black and white crouching in a corner.
"He's one of the outside cats,"
Mrs. Bond boomed.
"Outside cats?" "Yes. All these you see here are the inside cats. The others are the really wild ones who simply refuse to enter the house. I feed them, of course, but the only time they come indoors is when they are ill."
"I see.
"I've had frightful trouble catching this one. I'm worried about his eyes. There seems to be a skin growing over them, and I do hope you can do something for him. His name, by the way, is Alfred."
"Alfred?
Ah, yes, quite."
I advanced cautiously on the little half-grown animal, and was greeted by a waving set of claws and a series of open-mouthed spittings. He was trapped in his corner, or he would have been off with the speed of light. Examining him was going to be a problem. I turned to Mrs. Bond. "Could you let me have a sheet of some kind? An old ironing sheet would do. I'm going to have to wrap him up."
"Wrap him up?"
Mrs. Bond looked very doubtful, but she disappeared into another room and returned with a tattered sheet of cotton which looked just right. I cleared the table of an amazing variety of cat feeding dishes, cat books, cat medicines, and spread out the sheet. Then I approached my patient again. You can't be in a hurry in a situation like this, and it took me perhaps 5 minutes of wheedling and puss-pussing while I brought my hand nearer and nearer. When I got as far as being able to stroke his cheek, I made a quick grab at the scruff of his neck and finally bore Alfred, protesting bitterly and lashing out in all directions, over to the table. There, still holding tightly to his scruff, I laid him on the sheet and started the wrapping operation. This is something which has to be done quite often with obstreperous felines, and although I say it, I am rather good at it. The idea is to make a neat, tight roll, leaving the relevant piece of cat exposed. It may be an injured paw, perhaps the tail, and in this case, of course, the head. I think it was the beginning of Mrs. Bond's unquestioning faith in me, when she saw me quickly enveloping that cat till all you could see of him was a small black and white head protruding from an immovable cocoon of cloth. He and I were now facing each other, more or less eyeball to eyeball, and Alfred couldn't do a thing about it. As I say, I rather pride myself in this little expertise, and even today my veterinary colleagues have been known to remark, "Lord Herriot may be limited in many respects, but by God he can wrap a cat." As it turned out, there wasn't a skin growing over Alfred's eyes. There never is. He's got a paralysis of the third eyelid, Mrs. Bond. Animals have this membrane which flicks across the eye to protect it. In this case, it hasn't gone back, probably because the cat is in low condition. Maybe had a touch of cat flu or something else which has weakened him. I'll give him an injection of vitamins and leave you some powder to put in his food. If you could keep him in for a few days, I think he'll be all right in a week or two.
James visits Mrs. Bond many more times as she adds more stray cats to her collection, naming many of the Toms after Arsenal players. James is adept at coaxing nervous cats out of their hiding places, knowing that it's mainly fear that makes them lash out. Boris, however, is particularly ferocious.
Boris was an enormous blue-black member of the outside cats, and my bête noire in more senses than one. I always cherished a private conviction that he had escaped from a zoo. I had never seen a domestic cat with such sleek, writhing muscles, such dedicated ferocity. I'm sure there was a bit of puma in Boris somewhere. It had been a sad day for the cat colony when he turned up. I have always found it difficult to dislike any animal. Most of the ones which try to do us a mischief are activated by fear. But Boris was different. He was a malevolent bully, and after his arrival the frequency of my visits increased because of his habit of regularly beating up his colleagues. I was forever stitching up tattered ears, dressing gnawed limbs. We had one trial of strength fairly early. Mrs. Bond wanted to give him a worm dose, and I had the little tablet all ready, held in forceps. How I ever got hold of him I don't quite know, but I hustled him onto the table and did my rapping act at lightning speed, swathing him in roll upon roll of stout material. Just for a few seconds I thought I had him as he stared up at me, his great brilliant eyes full of hate. But as I pushed my loaded forceps into his mouth, he clamped his teeth viciously down on them, and I could feel claws of amazing power tearing inside the sheet. It was all over in moments. A long leg shot out and ripped its way down my wrist. I let go my tight hold of the neck, and in a flash Boris sank his teeth through the gauntlet, into the ball of my thumb, and was away. I was left standing there stupidly, holding the fragmented worm tablet in a bleeding hand, and looking at the bunch of ribbons which had once been my wrapping sheet. From then on, Boris loathed the very sight of me, and the feeling was mutual.
In Vet in a Spin, a teenage girl brings in a badly injured tabby cat. As it appears to be a stray, no one is sure how it has been injured. It may have been hit by a car, or even struck or kicked by a person. Such acts of cruelty are sad and all too common occurrence with cats. Alf and Donald, like most veterinary practices, saw their fair share of strays brought in by the public, including injured cats, birds, and even hedgehogs, which they would have to treat for free unless someone claimed them.
"It's a cat," Tristan said. He pulled back a fold of the blanket, and I looked down at a large, deeply striped tabby. At least he would have been large if he had had any flesh on his bones, but ribs and pelvis stood out painfully through the fur, and as I passed my hand over the motionless body, I could feel only a thin covering of skin. Tristan cleared his throat. "There's something else, Jim." I looked at him curiously. For once he didn't seem to have a joke in him. I watched as he gently lifted one of the cat's hind legs and rolled the abdomen into view. There was a gash on the ventral surface through which a coiled cluster of intestines spilled grotesquely onto the cloth. I was still shocked and staring when the girl spoke. "I saw this cat sitting in the dark down Brown's yard. I thought he looked skinny-like and a bit quiet, and I bent down to give him a pat. Then I saw he was badly hurt, and I went home for a blanket and brought him round to you." "Well, that was kind of you," I said. "Have you any idea who he belongs to?" The girl shook her head. "No, he looks like a stray to me."
The cat is so badly injured, with its intestines spilling out and covered in dirt, that the kindest plan is to put the poor thing out of its misery. But when Tristan gently strokes the cheek of the cat, he and James are astonished to hear it purr. Tristan insists they do what they can to clean and stitch up the perforated intestines, aware that they're probably fighting a lost cause.
2 hours and yards of catgut later, we dusted the patched-up peritoneal surface with sulfonamide and pushed the entire mass back into the abdomen. When I had sutured muscle layers and skin, everything looked tidy, but I had a nasty feeling of sweeping undesirable things under the carpet. The extensive damage, all that contamination. Peritonitis was inevitable. "He's alive anyway, Tris," I said as we began to wash the instruments. "We'll put him onto sulfapyridine and keep our fingers crossed." There were still no antibiotics at that time, but the new drug was a big advance. The door opened and Helen came in. "You've been a long time, Jim." She walked over to the table and looked down at the sleeping cat. "What a poor skinny little thing. He's all bones." "You should have seen him when he came in." Tristan switched off the sterilizer and screwed shut the valve in the anaesthetic machine. "He looks a lot better now." She stroked the little animal for a moment. "Is he badly injured?" "I'm afraid so, Helen," I said. "We've done our best for him, but I honestly don't think he has much chance." "What a shame. And he's pretty too. 4 white feet and all those unusual colours." With her finger she traced the faint bands of auburn and copper gold among the grey and black. Tristan laughed. "Yes, I think that chap has a ginger Tom somewhere in his ancestry." Helen smiled too, but absently, and I noticed a broody look about her. She hurried out to the stockroom and returned with an empty box. Yes, she said thoughtfully. "I can make a bed in this box for him, and he'll sleep in our room, Jim." "He will?" "Yes, he must be warm, mustn't he?" "Of course." Later, in the darkness of our bedsitter, I looked from my pillow at a cosy scene. Sam in his basket on one side of the flickering fire, and the cat cushioned and blanketed in his box on the other. As I floated off into sleep, it was good to know that my patient was so comfortable, but I wondered if he would be alive in the morning.
Over the next few days, Helen assiduously tends to the weak cat, spooning in milk, baby foods, and various liquids. The cat remains entirely still, day after day, but still purrs, until eventually he gets up and gradually grows into the handsome cat he once was. Helen decides she wants to keep him and to call him Oscar, and from that day, his purr became part of our lives. He becomes firm friends with their dog Sam, but they constantly worry when he keeps disappearing. They then realize that when he goes missing, he is in fact visiting the pub, the church house, and various places around town. He is simply a sociable cat, known to many in town, and always returns to Skeldale House.
From that night, our delight in him increased. There was endless joy in watching this facet of his character unfolding. He did the social round meticulously, taking in most of the activities of the town. He became a familiar figure at whist drives, jumble sales, school concerts, and scout bazaars. Most of the time he was made welcome, but was twice ejected from meetings of the Rural District Council, who did not seem to relish the idea of a cat sitting in on their deliberations. At first I was apprehensive about his making his way through the streets, but I watched him once or twice and saw that he looked both ways before tripping daintily across. Clearly he had excellent traffic sense, and this made me feel that his original injury had not been caused by a car. Taking it all in all, Helen and I felt that it was a kind stroke of fortune which had brought Oscar to us. He was a warm and cherished part of our home life. He added to our happiness. When the blow fell, it was totally unexpected. I was finishing the evening surgery. I looked round the door and saw only a man and 2 little boys. "Next, please," I said. The man stood up. He had no animal with him. He was middle-aged, with the rough, weathered face of a farm worker. He twirled a cloth cap nervously in his hands. "Mr. Herriot," he said. "Yes, what can I do for you?" He swallowed and looked me straight in the eyes. "I think you've got my cat." "What?" "I lost my cat a bit since." He cleared his throat. "We used to live at Miston, but I got a job as a ploughman to Mr. Rawn at Wedderley. It was after we moved to Wedderley that cat went missing. I reckon he was trying to find his way back to his old home."
Wedderley? That's on the other side of Broughton. Over 30 miles away.
"I know, but cats is funny things."
But what makes you think I've got him? He twisted the cap around a bit more.
"There's a cousin of mine lives in Derby, and I heard tell from him about this cat that goes around to meetings. I had to come. We've been hunting everywhere."
Tell me, I said. This cat you lost, what did he look like?
"Grey and black and sort of gingery. Right bonny he was. And he was always going out to gatherings."
A cold hand clutched at my heart. "You'd better come upstairs. Bring the boys with you." Helen was putting some coal on the fire of the bedsitter. "Helen," I said, "this is Mr. I'm sorry, I don't know your name."
"Gibbons. Sep Gibbons. They called me Septimus because I was the 7th in the family, and it looks like I'm going the same way because we've got 6 already. These are our 2 youngest."
The 2 boys, obviously twins of about 8, looked up at us solemnly. I wished my heart would stop hammering. "Mr. Gibbons thinks Oscar is his. He lost his cat some time ago." My wife put down her little shovel. Oh, I see." She stood very still for a moment, then smiled faintly. "Do sit down. Oscar's in the kitchen. I'll bring him through." She went out and reappeared with the cat in her arms. She hadn't got through the door before the little boys gave tongue. "Tiger!" they cried. "Oh, Tiger, Tiger!" The man's face seemed lit from within. He walked quickly across the floor and ran his big, work-roughened hand along the fur.
"Hello, lad,"
he said, and turned to me with a radiant smile.
"It's him, Mr. Herriot. It's him all right. And don't he look well?"
With heavy hearts, Helen and James return Oscar to his original owners. But Helen is particularly upset about having to let him go. The story was inspired by a real stray cat, also named Oscar, which turned up at Alf and Joan's house. He stayed for a few weeks, but sadly disappeared, never to be seen again. After Oscar left their lives, no more cats would live with Alf until he and Joan were visited by 2 strays, which made themselves at home in a log shed in the garden of their house in Thirlby. This feline pair, Ollie and Ginny, star in Every Living Thing.
During the next few weeks, they came close to Helen as she fed them, but fled immediately at the sight of me. All my attempts to catch Ginny, to remove the single little stitch in her spay incision, were fruitless. That stitch remained forever, and I realized that Herriot had been cast firmly as the villain of the piece, the character who would grab you and bundle you into a wire cage if you gave him half a chance. It soon became clear that things were going to stay that way, because, as the months passed and Helen plied them with all manner of titbits, and they grew into truly handsome, sleek cats, they would come arching along the wall-top when she appeared at the back door, but I had only to poke my head from the door to send them streaking away out of sight. I was the chap to be avoided at all times, and this rankled with me, because I have always been fond of cats, and I had become particularly attached to these 2. The day finally arrived when Helen was able to stroke them gently as they ate, and my chagrin deepened at the sight. Usually they slept in the log shed, but occasionally they disappeared to somewhere unknown and stayed away for a few days, and we used to wonder if they had abandoned us or if something had happened to them. When they reappeared, Helen would shout to me in great relief, "They're back, Jim! They're back!" They had become part of our lives. Summer lengthened into autumn, and when the bitter Yorkshire winter set in, we marvelled at their hardiness. We used to feel terrible looking at them from our warm kitchen as they sat out in the frost and snow, but no matter how harsh the weather, nothing would induce either of them to set foot inside the house. Warmth and comfort had no appeal for them. When the weather was fine, we had a lot of fun just watching them. We could see right up into the log shed from our kitchen, and it was fascinating to observe their happy relationship. They were such friends, totally inseparable. They spent hours licking each other and rolling about together in gentle play, and they never pushed each other out of the way when they were given their food. At nights, we could see the two furry little forms curled close together in the straw.
Months pass without any thawing of relations between James and the two stray cats. The vet then notices that Ollie's fur is becoming knotted and tangled, and resolves to catch him so he can take the cat down to the surgery. He leaves his favourite food, raw haddock, on the wall, and an open cage nearby. As the cat eats it, Helen strokes him, and then James manages to grab him by the scruff of the neck and somehow thrust him into the cage amid a flurry of flaming black limbs. At the surgery, under anaesthetic, they snip, trim and clip, and he emerges with lustrous, smooth fur. Ollie, however, distrusts James even more, scurrying away whenever he opens the back door. James, nonetheless, gradually and very cautiously starts feeding the cats, until Ollie eventually allows James to stroke him. Tragedy strikes when Ollie is discovered in the garden having suffered some kind of stroke or seizure, from which he never recovers. It's a huge blow, particularly for Ginny, who is now entirely alone, and James and Helen are distressed to see her looking for Ollie for weeks afterwards. James resolves to make friends with Ginny, but he knows he's taking on a long and maybe hopeless challenge.
For a long time, although she accepted the food from me, she would not let me near her. Then, maybe because she needed companionship so desperately that she felt she might as well even resort to me, the day came when she did not back away, but allowed me to touch her cheek with my finger, as I had done with Ollie. After that, progress was slow, but steady. From touching, I moved week by week to stroking her cheek, then to gently rubbing her ears, until finally I could run my hand the length of her body and tickle the root of her tail. From then on, undreamed of familiarities gradually unfolded, until she would not look at her food until she had paced up and down the wall top again and again, arching herself in delight against my hand and brushing my shoulders with her body. Among these daily courtesies, one of her favourite ploys was to press her nose against mine and stand there for several moments looking into my eyes. It was one morning, several months later, that Ginny and I were in this posture. She on the wall, touching noses with me, gazing into my eyes, drinking me in as though she thought I was rather wonderful and couldn't quite get enough of me, when I heard a sound from behind me. "I was just watching the veterinary surgeon at work," Helen said softly. "Happy work too," I said, not moving from my position, looking deeply into the green eyes, alight with friendship, fixed on mine a few inches away. "I'll have you know that this is one of my greatest triumphs."
Chapter 10. Never Fails to Give Relief.
Farnan led me to the first of several doors which opened off a passage where the smell of ether and carbolic hung on the air. "This," he said, with a secret gleam in his eye as though he were about to unveil the mysteries of Aladdin's cave, "is the dispensary." The dispensary was an important place in the days before penicillin and the sulfonamides. Rows of gleaming Winchester bottles lined the white walls from floor to ceiling. I savoured the familiar names: sweet spirits of nitre, tincture of camphor, chlorodyne, formalin, salammoniac, hexamine, sugar of lead, linimentium album, perchloride of mercury, red blister. The lines of labels were comforting. I was an initiate among old friends. I had painfully accumulated their lore, ferreting out their secrets over the years. I knew their origins, actions and uses, and their maddeningly varied dosage. The examiner's voice: "And what is the dose for the horse? And the cow? And the sheep? And the pig? And the dog? And the cat?" These shelves held the vet's entire armoury against disease, and, on a bench under the window, I could see the instruments for compounding them. The graduated vessels and beakers, the mortars and pestles, and underneath, in an open cupboard, the medicine bottles, piles of corks of all sizes, pill boxes, powder, papers.
The dispensary that Siegfried proudly shows to James in If Only They Could Talk belongs to a bygone era when veterinary surgeons relied upon a variety of age-old remedies to treat their animals with varying success. Antibiotics, vaccines, and modern drugs were on the horizon, but were yet to revolutionize veterinary treatment. And in the pre-war years, veterinary surgeons were working much as they had for decades. Instead of injecting drugs, vets often dispensed liquids that they or a farmer would pour down the throat of an animal, known as drenching, with the use of bottles or drenching horns. For skin conditions, they might slaver on tar or diesel oil, or apply mustard plasters to an animal's chest if it had pneumonia. The James Herriot books provide a fascinating insight into this former world, and chronicle the huge impact the introduction of new drugs and methods had on veterinary practice in the 1930s and post-war years.
As we moved around, Farnan's manner became more and more animated. His eyes glittered and he talked rapidly. Often he reached up and caressed a Winchester on its shelf, or he would lift out a horseball or an electuary from its box, give it a friendly pat and replace it with tenderness. "Look at this stuff, Herriot!" he shouted without warning. "Adreven! This is the remedy par excellence for red worms in horses. A bit expensive, mind you, 10 bob a packet. And those gentian violet pessaries. If you shove one of these into a cow's uterus after a dirty cleansing, it turns the discharges a very pretty colour. Really looks as though it's doing something. And have you seen this trick?" He placed a few crystals of resublimated iodine on a glass dish and added a drop of turpentine. Nothing happened for a second. Then a dense cloud of purple smoke rolled heavily to the ceiling. He gave a great bellow of laughter at my startled face. "Like witchcraft, isn't it? I use it for wounds in horses' feet. The chemical reaction drives the iodine deep into the tissues." "It does? Well, I don't know, but that's a theory. And anyway, you must admit, it looks wonderful. Impresses the toughest client." Some of the bottles on the shelves fell short of the ethical standards I had learned in college, like one labelled "Colic Drench" and featuring a floridly drawn picture of a horse rolling in agony. The animal's face was turned outwards and wore an expression of very human anguish. Another bore the legend, "Universal Cattle Medicine," in ornate script. "A sovereign remedy for coughs, chills, scours, pneumonia, milk fever, garget, and all forms of indigestion." At the bottom of the label, in flaring black capitals, was the assurance, "Never fails to give relief." Farnan had something to say about most of the drugs. Each one had its place in his 5 years' experience of practice. They all had their fascination, their individual mystique. Many of the bottles were beautifully shaped, with heavy glass stoppers and their Latin names cut deeply into their sides, names familiar to physicians for centuries, gathering fables through the years. The two of us stood gazing at the gleaming rows without any idea that it was nearly all useless, and that the days of the old medicines were nearly over. Soon they would be hustled into oblivion by the headlong rush of the new discoveries, and they would never return. "This is where we keep the instruments." Farnan showed me into another little room. The small animal equipment lay on green baize shelves, very neat and impressively clean. Hypodermic syringes, whelping forceps, tooth scalers, probes, searchers, and in place of prominence, an ophthalmoscope. Farnan lifted it lovingly from its black box. "My latest purchase," he murmured, stroking its smooth shaft. "Wonderful thing. Here, have a peep at my retina." I switched on the bulb and gazed with interest at the glistening, coloured tapestry in the depths of his eye. "Very pretty. I could write you a certificate of soundness." He laughed and thumped my shoulder. "Good. I'm glad to hear it. I always fancied I had a touch of cataract in that one." He began to show me the large animal instruments which hung from hooks on the walls. docking and firing irons, bloodless castrators, emasculators, casting ropes and hobbles, carving ropes and hooks. A new silvery embryotum hung in the place of honour, but many of the instruments, like the drugs, were museum pieces, particularly the blood-stick and fleam, a relic of medieval times, but still used to bring the rich blood spouting into a bucket.
In the early days of veterinary practice, vets were also required to mix up potions and powders to their own recipes. Materia medica, as it was called at veterinary college, today known as pharmacology, formed a key part of the curriculum in the 1930s and 1940s and required students to learn the different medicines, liquids, and relevant doses. When he was a student, it was Alf White's least favourite subject, partly because he hadn't taken science as a higher at school and he had a poor grasp of maths, which was critical when working out the doses of medicines that might contain arsenic, turpentine, and a variety of toxic substances. The job of grinding, weighing, and mixing up potions often fell to the more junior members of the practice, as is the case at Skeldale House, where James and Tristan are frequently found blending up concoctions in the dispensary.
Looking back, I can scarcely believe we used to spend all those hours in making up medicines. But our drugs didn't come to us in proprietary packages, and before we could get out on the road, we had to fill our cars with a wide variety of carefully compounded and largely useless remedies. When Siegfried came upon me that morning, I was holding a 12-ounce bottle at eye level, while I poured syrup of Cosolana into it. Tristan was moodily mixing stomach powders with a mortar and pestle, and he stepped up his speed of stroke when he saw his brother's eye on him. He was surrounded by packets of the powder, and, further along the bench, were orderly piles of pessaries, which he had made by filling cellophane cylinders with boric acid.
Armed with the various pills and potions, James and Siegfried then administer them to the farm animals of the Dales, exactly as Alf and Donald did in the late 1930s. Dispensary staples included stomach powders and bloat drenches, which they gave cattle to reduce the potentially lethal build-up of gases in their digestive tracts, which caused them to bloat up. A condition less frequently seen today, as much more is known about cattle nutrition. For horses and cattle that had stoppages in their bowels, they would pour liquid paraffin or castor oil down their throats in order to get things moving again. In the early days, Alf used great quantities of the antiseptic acryflavine to wash out stomachs and to clean wounds or various orifices. Jim also remembers that his dad had one glass syringe, rather than the hundreds of disposable syringes used by vets today, which was stored in a black plastic cylindrical container filled with surgical spirit, along with a supply of metal needles. Stimulant medicines were also a staple of the dispensary, including universal cattle medicine, a rich red fluid that constituted the last line of defense in the battle with animal disease.
It was a pity it didn't do any good, because there was something compelling about its ruby depth when you held it up to the light, and about the solid camphor ammonia jolt when you sniffed at it, and which made the farmers blink and shake their heads and say, "By God, that's powerful stuff," with deep respect. But our specific remedies were so few, and the possibilities of error so plentiful, that it was comforting in cases of doubt to be able to hand over a bottle of the old standby. Whenever an entry of Siegfried's or mine appeared in the daybook stating, "Visit attend cow. Advice? 1 UCM," it was a pretty fair bet we didn't know what was wrong with the animal.
Alf White and Donald Sinclair regularly resorted to using universal cattle medicine for a variety of bovine complaints. Cows might splutter after being drenched with the stuff. Unsurprising, as it consisted, amongst other things, of ammonia and arsenic, but its stimulant properties often helped. Its powerful odour meant that just sniffing it was enough for most people, but there was one raucous night at the Thirsk practice when Donald, after a few too many drinks, decided to take a few swigs from the bottle of UCM as a form of self-medication. Clutching his throat, he then staggered out into the garden and collapsed in the flower bed. Thankfully, Donald survived the incident, but it didn't stop his younger brother Brian recreating the whole event in the pub afterwards. Lying on the floor, twitching and convulsing, the theatrics soon became a regular party piece of Brian's, as entertaining as his mad conductor. The arrival of James Herriot comes with a certain amount of expectation by the farmers in the region, not least that the newly qualified vet will be acquainted with some of the modern drugs they've heard about. Dairy farmer Finn Calvert, who was based on the real farmer Fred Thompson, known by everyone as Atom Thompson, is hoping the young vet will come up with "summat real and scientific-like" when James visits to look at his sickly calves. But sometimes the old remedies work just as well, and having diagnosed lead poisoning, James prescribes Epsom salts, which work as an effective antidote to the poisoning, and the calves soon recover. James is then called in again to Mr. Calvert's, this time to see his prized pedigree shorthorn bull who's puffing like a bellows.
The bull was standing as though rooted to the middle of the pen. His great rib-cage rose and fell with the most laboured respirations I had ever seen. His mouth gaped wide. A bubbling foam hung round his lips and his flaring nostrils. His eyes, almost starting from his head in terror, stared at the wall in front of him. This wasn't pneumonia. It was a frantic battle for breath, and it looked like a losing one. He didn't move when I inserted my thermometer, and though my mind was racing, I suspected the half-minute wasn't going to be long enough this time. I had expected accelerated breathing, but nothing like this. "Poor old beggar," Finn muttered. "He's bred me the finest calves I've ever had, and he's as quiet as a sheep, too. I've seen me little grandchildren walk under his belly, and he's took no notice. I hate to see him suffering like this. If he can't do no good, just tell me and I'll get the gun out." I took the thermometer out and read it. 110 degrees Fahrenheit. This was ridiculous. I shook it vigorously and pushed it back into the rectum. I gave it nearly a minute this time so that I could get in some extra thinking. The second reading said 110 again, and I had an unpleasant conviction that if the thermometer had been a foot long, the mercury would still have been jammed against the top. What in the name of God was this? Could be anthrax. Must be. And yet... I looked over at the row of heads above the half door. They were waiting for me to say something, and their silence accentuated the agonized groaning and panting. I looked above the heads to the square of deep blue and a tufted cloud moving across the sun. As it passed, a single dazzling ray made me close my eyes, and a faint bell rang in my mind. "Has he been out today?" I asked. "Aye, he's been on the grass on his tether all morning. It was that grand and warm." The bell became a triumphant gong. "Get a hosepipe in here, quick. You can rig it to that tap in the yard." "A hosepipe? What the hell?" "Yes, quick as you can. He's got sunstroke." They had the hose fixed in less than a minute. I turned it full on and began to play the jet of cold water all over the huge form, his face and neck, along the ribs, up and down the legs. I kept this up for about 5 minutes, but it seemed a lot longer as I waited for some sign of improvement. I was beginning to think I was on the wrong track when the bull gulped just once. It was something. He had been unable to swallow his saliva before in his desperate efforts to get the air into his lungs, and I really began to notice a change in the big animal. Surely he was looking just a little less distressed, and wasn't the breathing slowing down a bit? Then the bull shook himself, turned his head, and looked at us. There was an odd whisper from one of the young men. "By God, it's working." I enjoyed myself after that. I can't think of anything in my working life that has given me more pleasure than standing in that pen, directing the life-saving jet and watching the bull savouring it. He liked it on his face best, and as I worked my way up from the tail and along the steaming back, he would turn his nose full into the water, rocking his head from side to side and blinking blissfully. Within half an hour he looked almost normal. His chest was still heaving a little, but he was in no discomfort. I tried the temperature again, down to 105. "He'll be all right now," I said, "but I think one of the lads should keep the water on him for another 20 minutes or so. I'll have to go now."
Finn Calvert offers James a drink before he goes, and sitting in the farm kitchen, he is a little lost for words over the miraculous recovery of his bull. However, he soon finds his voice again at the next meeting of the farmers' discussion group, where various gentlemen are discussing the latest advances in veterinary medicine. It's all too much for Finn, and he jumps up and cries, "I think you're talking a lot of rubbish. There's a young feller in Darrowby not long out of college, and it don't matter what you call him out for, he uses nowt but Epsom salts and cold water." Much of Siegfried's and James's work is undertaken in stables, cow byres or fields, with owners helping to hold their animals or looking on, meaning they must witness various medical procedures and the gore that goes with it. Most farmers are able to cope with the more visceral aspects of animal husbandry, but there are some, and it's often the big burly types, who grow weak at the knees at the sight of a needle or blood.
So this morning I looked with satisfaction at the two men holding the cow. It wasn't a difficult job, just an intravenous injection of magnesium lactate, but still it was reassuring to have two such sturdy fellows to help me. Maurice Benison, medium-sized but as tough as one of his own hill beasts, had a horn in his right hand while the fingers of his left gripped the nose. I had the comfortable impression that the cow wouldn't jump very far when I pushed the needle in. His brother, George, whose job it was to raise the vein, held the choke rope limply in enormous hands like bunches of carrots. He grinned down at me, amiably, from his 6'4". "Right, George," I said, "tighten up that rope and lean against the cow to stop her coming round on me." I pushed my way between the cow and her neighbour, past George's unyielding bulk, and bent over the jugular vein. It was standing out very nicely. I poised the needle, feeling the big man's elbow on me as he peered over my shoulder, and thrust quickly into the vein. "Lovely!" I cried, as the dark blood fountained out and spattered thickly on the straw bedding beneath. "Slacken your rope, George." I fumbled in my pocket for a flutter valve. "And for God's sake, get your weight off me!" Because George had apparently decided to rest his full 14 stones on me instead of the cow, and as I tried desperately to connect the tube to the needle, I felt my knees giving way. I shouted again, despairingly, but he was inert, his chin resting on my shoulder, his breathing stertorous in my ear. There could only be one way to end it. I fell flat on my face and lay there, writhing under the motionless body. My cries went unheeded. George was unconscious. Mr. Benison, attracted by the commotion, came into the byre just in time to see me crawling out from beneath his eldest son. "Get him out, quick," I gasped, "before the cows trample on him." Wordlessly, Maurice and his father took an ankle apiece and hauled away in unison. George shot out from under the cows, his head beating a brisk tattoo on the cobbles, traversed the dung channel, then resumed his sleep on the byre floor. Mr. Benison moved back to the cow and waited for me to continue my injection, but I found the presence of the sprawled body distracting. "Look, couldn't we sit him up against the wall and put his head between his legs?" I suggested, apologetically. The others glanced at each other, then, as though deciding to humour me, grabbed George's shoulders and trundled him over the floor with the expertise of men used to throwing around bags of fertiliser and potatoes. But even propped against the rough stones, his head slumped forward and his great long arms hanging loosely, the poor fellow still didn't look so good. I couldn't help feeling a bit responsible. "Don't you think we might give him a drink?" But Mr. Benison had had enough. Nay, you'll be right," he muttered testily. "Let's get on with job." Evidently he felt he had pampered George too much already. The incident started me thinking about this question of people's reactions to the sight of blood and other disturbing realities. Even though it was only my second year of practice, I had already formulated rules about this, and one was that it was always the biggest men who went down. I had, by this time, worked out a few other, perhaps unscientific theories, e.g., big dogs were kept by people who lived in little houses, and vice versa. Clients who said, "Spare no expense," never paid their bills, ever. When I asked my way in the Dales and was told, "You can't miss it," I knew I'd soon be hopelessly lost. I had begun to wonder if perhaps country folk, despite their closer contact with fundamental things, were perhaps more susceptible than city people. Ever since Sid Blenkhorn had staggered into Scaledale House one evening, his face was ghastly white, and he had obviously passed through a shattering experience. "Have you got a drop of whiskey handy, Jim?" he quavered, and when I had guided him to a chair and Siegfried had put a glass in his hand, he told us he had been at a first aid lecture given by Dr. Allison, a few doors down the street. "He were talking about veins and arteries and things," groaned Sid, passing a hand across his forehead. "God, it was awful." Apparently Fred Ellison, the fishmonger, had been carried out unconscious after only 10 minutes, and Sid himself had only just made it to the door. It had been a shambles. I was interested because this sort of thing, I had found, was always just round the corner. I suppose we must have more trouble in this way than the doctors, because in most cases, when our medical colleagues have any cutting or carving to do, they send their patients to hospital, while the vets just have to get their jackets off and operate on the spot. It means that the owners and attendants of the animals are pulled in as helpers and are subjected to some unusual sights.
A veterinary surgeon must also be paid, and this sometimes proved a problem for Alf and Donald at the Thirsk practice. Most clients paid their bills on time, but there were the stubborn few who racked up debt with the practice or resented having to pay veterinary bills, particularly when the National Health Service was launched in 1948 and doctors were no longer charging for their services. Bill-paying days were often accompanied with the usual grumbles that the practice had been "ower heavy wi' pen," or they wanted "a bit knocking off." Alf loved his work, but neither he nor Donald were business people, and often exclaimed, "Why can't I just drive around, doing the job I love, and receive a decent sum of money at the end of the week?" James and Siegfried similarly must deal with the 10% or so of clients who avoid paying their bills, as James muses upon in It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet.
As time passed, and I painfully clothed the bare bones of my theoretical knowledge with practical experience, I began to realise there was another side to veterinary practice they didn't mention in the books. It had to do with money. Money has always formed a barrier between the farmer and the vet. I think this is because there is a deeply embedded, maybe subconscious conviction in farmers' minds that they know more about their stock than any outsider, and it is an admission of defeat to pay somebody else to doctor them. The wall was bad enough in those early days, when they had to pay the medical practitioners for treating their own ailments, and when there was no free agricultural advisory service. But it is worse now, when there is the Health Service and NAAS, and the veterinary surgeon stands pitilessly exposed as the only man who has to be paid. Most farmers, of course, swallow the pill and get out their checkbooks, but there is a proportion, maybe about 10%, who do their best to opt out of the whole business. We had our own 10% in Derby, and it was a small but constant irritation. As an assistant, I was not financially involved, and it didn't seem to bother Siegfried and Julie, except when the quarterly bills were sent out. Then it really got through to him.
Siegfried goes through the outstanding bills, muttering and occasionally raging about the non-payers, some of whom he's seen betting at the races or driving around in brand-new cars. There are some debtors, however, that he can't help but admire, including the very charming and erudite Major Bullivant, who for years has got away without paying his vet bills or those of most of the tradesmen in Darrowby. He eventually leaves the area, still without paying what he owes, and yet Siegfried holds little bitterness towards the Major.
Siegfried's attitude to his debtors was remarkably ambivalent. At times he would fly into a fury at the mention of their names. At others he would regard them with a kind of wry benevolence. He often said that if he ever threw a cocktail party for the clients, he'd have to invite the non-payers first because they were all such charming fellows. Nevertheless, he waged an inexorable war against them by means of a series of letters graduated according to severity, which he called his PNS system, polite, nasty, solicitors, and in which he had great faith. It was a sad fact, however, that the system seldom worked with the real hard cases who were accustomed to receiving threatening letters with their morning mail. These people yawned over the polite and nasty ones, and were unimpressed by the solicitors because they knew from experience that Siegfried always shrank from following through to the limit of the law.
Some clients resent having to call in a veterinary surgeon because they feel they know, or should know, more about caring for their own livestock than any vet. When examining animals on farms, James must frequently deal with farmers and their neighbours pontificating on the ailments of animals. Rural folk are often experts when it comes to other people's livestock, who swear by a range of homespun remedies. James and veterinary surgeons like him must also contend with an army of unqualified practitioners, many of whom had built up thriving businesses and were trusted by local farmers.
Marmaduke Skelton was an object of interest to me long before our paths crossed. For one thing, I hadn't thought people were ever called Marmaduke outside of books, and for another, he was a particularly well-known member of the honourable profession of unqualified animal doctors. Before the Veterinary Surgeons Act of 1948, anybody who fancied his chance at it could dabble in the treatment of animal disease. Veterinary students could quite legally be sent out to cases while they were seeing practice. Certain members of the lay public did a bit of veterinary work as a sideline, while others did it as a full-time job. These last were usually called quacks. The disparaging nature of the term was often unjust because, though some of them were a menace to the animal population, others were dedicated men who did their job with responsibility and humanity, and after the Act were brought into the profession's fold as veterinary practitioners. But long before all this, there were all sorts and types among them. The one I knew best was Arthur Lumley, a charming little ex-plumber who ran a thriving small animal practice in Broughton, much to the chagrin of Mr. Angus Greer, MRCVS. Arthur used to drive around in a small van. He always wore a white coat and looked very clinical and efficient. And on the side of the van, in foot-high letters, which would have got a qualified man a severe dressing down from the Royal College, was the legend, Arthur Lumley, MKC, Canine and Feline Specialist. The lack of letters after their name was the one thing which differentiated these men from qualified vets in the eyes of the general public, and I was interested to see that Arthur did have an academic attainment. However, the degree of MKC was unfamiliar to me, and he was somewhat cagey when I asked him about it. I did find out eventually what it stood for: Member of the Kennel Club. Marmaduke Skelton was a vastly different breed. I had been working long enough round the Scarborough district to become familiar with some of the local history, and it seemed that when Mr. and Mrs. Skelton were producing a family in the early 1900s, they must have thought their offspring were destined for great things. They named their 4 sons Marmaduke, Sebastian, Cornelius, and incredibly, Alonzo. The 2 middle brothers drove lorries for the Express Dairy, and Alonzo was a small farmer. One of my vivid memories is the shock of surprise when I was filling up the forms after his tuberculin test and asked him for his first name. The exotic appellation, pronounced in gruff Yorkshire, was so incongruous that I thought he was pulling my leg. In fact, I was going to make a light comment, but something in his eye prompted me to leave it alone. Marmaduke, or Duke, as he was invariably called, was the colourful member of the family. I had heard a lot about him on my visits to the Scarborough farms. He was a right good hand at calving, foaling, and lambing, and as good as any veterinary in the diagnosis and treatment of animals' ailments. He was also an expert castrator, docker, and pig killer. He made a nice living at his trade, and in Ewan Ross he had the ideal professional opposition. A veterinary surgeon who worked only when he felt like it, and who didn't bother to go to a case unless he was in the mood. Much as the farmers liked, and in many cases revered Ewan, they were often forced to fall back on Duke's services. Ewan was in his 50s, and unable to cope with the growing volume of testing in his Scarborough practice. I used to help him out with it, and in consequence saw a lot of Ewan and his wife, Ginny.
The flamboyant names of Marmaduke and his brothers were inspired by one of the Thirsk practice clients, Alonzo Cornforth, whose farm, Greendales, was just a couple of miles outside the town. Alf couldn't get over the fact that a Yorkshire farmer had the rather splendid but unusual name of Alonzo, which clearly stayed in his mind when he wrote the James Herriot books. Alf used to help out the real Ewan Ross, who was based on the nearby veterinary surgeon and his later great friend Frank Bingham. 20 years Alf's senior, Frank was laid back in his approach, but immensely experienced, with veterinary skills that frequently impressed Alf. In Let Sleeping Vets Lie, Ewan Ross is called to a farm to deal with the prolapsed uterus of a cow, and James comes with him. On arrival, the farmer, Mr. Thwaite, guiltily tells them that Marmaduke's skeleton is in with the cow, and that despite having wrestled with the cow for an hour and a half, he is no further forward and about boogered and all. Ewan at first refuses to interfere until Mr. Thwaite begs him to take over, fearing he'll lose one of his best cows. They head to the byre and find an exhausted Duke skeleton stood next to the huge everted uterus still dangling behind the cow. Blood and filth streaked his face and covered his arms, and as he stared at us from under his shaggy brows, he looked like something from the jungle. Duke refuses to let the vet help, so Ewan squats on a milking stool, rests against a wall, rolls a cigarette, and watches the sweaty, struggling figure a few feet from him.
Duke had got the uterus about halfway back. Grunting and gasping, legs straddled, he had worked the engorged mass inch by inch inside the vulva, till he had just about enough cradled in his arms for one last push. And as he stood there, taking a breather, with the great muscles of his shoulders and arms rigid, his immense strength was formidably displayed. But he wasn't as strong as that cow. No man is as strong as a cow, and this cow was one of the biggest I had ever seen, with a back like a tabletop and rolls of fat round her tailhead. I'd been in this position myself, and I knew what was coming next. I didn't have to wait long. Duke took a long, wheezing breath and made his assault, heaving desperately, pushing with arms and chest, and for a second or two he seemed to be winning as the mass disappeared steadily inside. Then the cow gave an almost casual strain, and the whole thing welled out again till it hung down, bumping against the animal's hocks. As Duke almost collapsed against her pelvis in the same attitude as when we first came in, I felt pity for the man. I found him uncharming, but I felt for him. That could easily be me standing there, my jacket and shirt hanging on that nail, my strength ebbing, my sweat mingling with the blood. No man could do what he was trying to do. You could push back a calf bed with the aid of an epidural anaesthetic to stop the straining, or you could sling the animal up to a beam with a block and tackle. You couldn't just stand there and do it from scratch, as this chap was trying to do. I was surprised Duke hadn't learned that, with all his experience, but apparently it still hadn't dawned on him even now, because he was going through all the motions of having another go. This time he got even further, a few more inches inside before the cow popped it out again. The animal appeared to have a sporting streak, because there was something premeditated about the way she played her victim along before timing her thrust at the very last moment. Apart from that, she seemed somewhat bored by the whole business. In fact, with the possible exception of Ewan, she was the calmest among us. Duke was trying again. As he bent over wearily and picked up the gory organ, I wondered how often he had done this since he arrived nearly 2 hours ago. He had guts, there was no doubt. But the end was near. There was a frantic urgency about his movements, as though he knew himself it was his last throw, and as he yet again neared his goal, his grunts changed to an agonized whimpering, an almost tearful sound, as though he were appealing to the recalcitrant mass, beseeching it to go away inside and stay away, just this once. And when the inevitable happened, and the poor fellow, panting and shaking, surveyed once more the ruin of his hopes,
I had the feeling that somebody had to do something.
Mr. Thwaite did it.
"You've had enough, Duke," he said. "For God's sake, come in the house and get cleaned up. Missus will give you a bit of dinner, and while you're having it, Mr. Ross will see what he can do."
The big man, arms hanging limp by his sides, chest heaving, stared at the farmer for a few seconds. Then he turned abruptly and snatched his clothes from the wall.
"All right,"
he said, and began to walk slowly towards the door. He stopped opposite Ewan, but didn't look at him.
"But I'll tell you something, Mr. Thwaite. If I can't put that calf bed back, then this old bugger never will."
James watches in amazement as Ewan effortlessly replaces the uterus back into the cow, with the use of rope, a pig stool, a pound of sugar, a whiskey bottle, and a beer tray, complete with John Smith's Magnet Pale Ale emblazoned on the side. He loops the rope around the cow's body and pulls, causing it to collapse on top of the stool with her rear end stuck high in the air. He first dusts sugar over the uterus, which causes it to shrink, and then hoists it onto the beer tray. Then, without even breaking a sweat, he pushes the uterus back in, before carefully passing the whiskey bottle into the vagina the length of an arm and moving his shoulder vigorously so he can position the uterus correctly in place.
He was drying his hands when the byre door opened and Duke Skelton slouched in. He was washed and dressed, with his red handkerchief knotted again round his neck, and he glared fierce-eyed at the cow which, tidied up and unperturbed, looked now just like all the other cows in the row. His lips moved once or twice before he finally found his voice.
"Aye, it's all right for some people," he snarled. "Some people with their bloody fancy injections and instruments. It's bloody easy that way, isn't it?"
Then he swung round and was gone.
Alf had similarly seen Frank Bingham perform the difficult procedure with the same rudimentary items and with similar finesse. To keep their dispensary stocked up, James and Siegfried also receive visits from various company representatives who carry weighty catalogues of liquids and remedies, each one peculiar to their own firm. One such representative is Mr. Barge, based on a real company representative, Mr. Collinson, known to the family as Collie, who was a regular visitor to the Thirsk practice. Mr. Barge's dignified presence elicits deference, even from Siegfried.
Nowadays, the young men from the pharmaceutical companies who call on veterinary surgeons are referred to as reps, but nobody would have dreamed of applying such a term to Mr. Barge. He was definitely a representative of Cargill & Sons, manufacturers of fine chemicals since 1850, and he was so old that he might have been in on the beginning.
After lunch, Siegfried and James browse through Mr. Barge's catalogue of exotic remedies, and Siegfried orders fever drinks, castration clamps, and a variety of now obsolete items, Mr. Barge responding gravely to each order, "I do thank you," or "Thank you indeed."
Finally, Siegfried lay back in his chair. "Well now, Mr. Barge, I think that's it, unless you have anything new." "As it happens, my dear Mr. Farnan, we have." The eyes in the pink face twinkled. "I can offer you our latest product, Soothe It, an admirable sedative." In an instant, Siegfried and I were all attention. Every animal doctor is keenly interested in sedatives. Anything which makes our patients more amenable is a blessing. Mr. Barge extolled the unique properties of Soothe It, and we probed for further information. "How about unmaternal sows?" I asked. "You know, the kind which savage their young. I don't suppose it's any good for that." "My dear young sir," Mr. Barge gave me the kind of sorrowing smile a bishop might bestow on an erring curate. "Soothe It is a specific for this condition. A single injection to a farrowing sow and you'll have no problems." "That's great," I said. "And does it have any effect on car sickness in dogs?" The noble old features lit up with quiet triumph.
Another classical indication, Mr. Herriot. Soothe It comes in tablet form for that very purpose. Splendid. Siegfried drained his cup and stood up. Better send us a good supply, then. And if you will excuse us, we must start the afternoon round, Mr. Barge. Thank you so much for calling.
Within a week, the new supplies from Cargill & Sons arrive in a wooden chest, including the much-anticipated Soothe It. That same day, James decides to try Soothe It on a spaniel who howls like mad every time he's in the back of a car, as well as an aggressive sow who is attacking her piglets. The Soothe It has no effect on Gertrude the pig, who seems, if anything, more fierce after injections of the stuff. It's only after she's given 2 gallons of strong ale that she allows her piglets to suckle from her. Soothe It similarly proves totally ineffective with Coco the spaniel, whose howls can still be heard long after his owner next drives past the practice. Gradually, modern drugs began to make their presence felt in veterinary practice, and by the early 1940s, vets like Alf could see for themselves just how effective they are in the treatment of disease. In Vet in Harness, James visits some very sickly calves belonging to Mr. Clark, whose farm is covered in rusting agricultural implements, derelict cars, and a converted railway wagon in which the calves are kept. They are suffering from white scour, diarrhea caused by a lethal bacterial enteritis that once had a depressingly high mortality rate. He tries the usual age-old treatments which whiskered veterinary surgeons in top hats and tailcoats had been using 100 years before, which include astringent powders of chalk, opium, and catechu, and wrapping each calf in a big sack to ensure they are warm and sheltered. James returns the next day, but finds the calves lying motionless on their sides and looking so close to death that Mr. Clark calls in the knacker man, Mr. Mallock. James, however, has some new drugs and suggests he gives them a try.
I took the tin from my pocket and read the label. It's called M&B 693, or sulfapyridine, to give it its scientific name. Just came in the post this morning. It's one of a completely new range of drugs. They're called the sulfonamides, and we've never had anything like them before. They're supposed to actually kill certain germs, such as the organism which caused scour. Mr. Clark took the tin from me and removed the lid. A lot of little blue tablets, eh? Well, I've seen a few wonder cures for this ailment, but none of them much good. This'll be another, I'll bet. Could be, I said, but there's been a lot of discussion about these sulfonamides in our veterinary journals. They're not quack remedies. They're a completely fresh field. I wish I could have tried them on your calves.
Almost to humour James, Mr. Clark agrees to him trying the new drug, although he and Mr. Mallock are convinced it won't work. Having pounded the tablets with Mrs. Clark's potato masher in the kitchen, James measures out 5 doses, which he and Mr. Clark trickle into each of the calves' mouths. The next morning, James is stunned to discover the calves much recovered, now with normal temperatures, and standing, munching hay.
I didn't know it at the time, but I'd witnessed the beginning of the revolution. It was my first glimpse of the tremendous therapeutic breakthrough which was to sweep the old remedies into oblivion. The long rows of ornate glass bottles, with their carved stoppers and Latin inscriptions, would not stand on the dispensary shelves much longer. And their names, dearly familiar for many generations, sweet spirits of nitre, sal ammoniac, tincture of camphor, would be lost and vanish forever. This was the beginning, and just around the corner a new wonder was waiting: penicillin and the other antibiotics. At last we had something to work with. At last we could use drugs which we knew were going to do something. All over the country, probably all over the world at that time, vets were having these first spectacular results, going through the same experience as myself, some with cows, some with dogs and cats, others with valuable racehorses, sheep, pigs, and all kinds of environments.
But for me, it happened in that old converted railway wagon, among the jumble of rusting junk on Willie Clark's farm. Of course, it didn't last. Not the miraculous part of it, anyway. What I had seen at Willie Clark's was the impact of something new on an entirely unsophisticated bacterial population. But it didn't go on like that. In time, the organisms developed a certain amount of resistance, and new and stronger sulfonamides and antibiotics had to be produced. And so the battle has continued. We have good results now, but no miracles. And I feel I was lucky to be one of the generation which was in at the beginning, when the wonderful things did happen.
The arrival of new drugs to combat infection, first with the sulfonamides in the early 1940s, then sulfur drugs in the mid-1940s, and a year or two later antibiotics, resulted in something of a golden age for veterinary practice, which lasted into the early 1950s. Where once an animal might be sent to the knacker's yard, one injection in the rump might see a complete recovery overnight, much to its owner's delight. However, James has it drummed into him by Siegfried always to give a bleak prognosis for every case, so that if an animal dies, then they're proved right. But if a patient recovers, which they did with more frequency with effective drugs, they would be hailed heroes. By the time of The Lord God Made Them All, set in the years immediately after the Second World War, James is more often than not injecting animals with medication rather than pouring it down their throats.
I had had a disturbing morning. Everywhere I had gone, I was reminded that I had come back to a world of change, and I did not like change. One old farmer saying, "It's out needle now, Mr. Herriot," as I injected his cow, had made me look down almost with surprise at the syringe in my hand, realizing suddenly that this was what I was doing most of the time now. I knew what he meant. Only a few years ago, I would have been more likely to have drenched his cow, grabbed it by the nose, and poured a pint of medicine down its throat. We still carried a special drenching bottle around with us, an empty wine bottle, because it had no shoulders and allowed the liquid to run more easily. Often we would mix the medicine with black treacle from the barrel which stood in the corner of most cow byres. All this was disappearing, and the farmer's remark about alt needle brought it home to me once more that things were never going to be the same again. A revolution had begun in agriculture and in veterinary practice. Farming had become more scientific, and concepts cherished for generations were being abandoned, while in the veterinary world the first trickles of the flood of new advances were being felt. Previously undreamed-of surgical procedures were being carried out. The sulfur drugs were going full blast, and most exciting of all, the war, with its urgent need for better treatment of wounds, had given a tremendous impetus to the development of Sir Alexander Fleming's discovery of penicillin. This, the first of the antibiotics, was not yet in the hands of the profession, except in the form of intramammary tubes for the treatment of mastitis. But it was the advance guard of the therapeutic army which was to sweep our old treatments into oblivion.
In the pre-war period, a highly contagious disease known as brucellosis ravaged cattle herds, causing pregnant cows to abort their fetuses or give birth to very weak calves. In Vet in Harness, brucellosis breaks out at Frank Metcalf's farm, and his cows begin to abort their calves. The only drug James has at his disposal is to inject a mostly ineffective dead vaccine into the herd. A local farmer, who reckons he knows better than James, also advises Frank, try the quack remedy, Professor Driscoll's abortion cure. James wearily agrees that it probably wouldn't do any harm, knowing that his dead vaccine is likely to be just as ineffective.
Because this sort of thing was always happening in those days before the modern drugs appeared. Quack medicines abounded on the farms, and the vets couldn't say a lot about them because their own range of pharmaceuticals was pitifully inadequate. And in those diseases like abortion, which had so far defeated all the efforts of the profession at control the harvest for the quack men, was particularly rich.
The farming press and country newspapers were filled with confident advertisements for red drenches, block drafts, pink powders, which were positively guaranteed to produce results. Professor Driscoll had plenty of competition.
After 2 cows calve normally, Frank is hopeful. But it isn't long before 3 more cows abort their calves, and then another 2, and he knows there's nothing anyone can do to save the herd.
Driving home, I brooded on his words. Contagious bovine abortion has been recognised for centuries, and I had read in old books of the filthy scourge which ravaged and ruined the ancient farmers, just as it was doing to Frank Metcalfe today. The experts of those days said it was due to impure water, improper feeding, lack of exercise, sudden frights. They did note, however, that other cows which were allowed to sniff at the fetuses and afterbirths were likely to suffer the same fate themselves. But beyond that, it was a black tunnel of ignorance. We modern vets, on the other hand, knew all about it. We knew it was caused by a gram-negative bacillus called Brucella abortus, whose habits and attributes we had studied till we knew its every secret. But when it came to helping a farmer in Frank's situation, we were about as much use as our colleagues of old who wrote those quaint books. True, dedicated researchers were working to find a strain of the bacillus which would form a safe and efficient vaccine to immunise cattle in calf food, and as far back as 1930, a certain strain 19 had been developed, from which much was hoped. But even now, it was still in the experimental stage. If Frank had had the luck to be born 20 years later, the chances are that those cows he bought would have all been vaccinated and protected by that same strain 19. Nowadays, we even have an efficient dead vaccine for the pregnant cows.
That autumn, Frank calls round to tell James he's had to sell up and move back to Middlesbrough. It's a disastrous and utterly undeserved outcome for Frank. But, like many Dales farmers, he's stoic about his misfortunes.
"Oh, hell, Frank," I said. "I can't tell you how sorry I am. You haven't had a scrap of luck all the way through." He looked at me and smiled with no trace of self-pity. "Ah, well," he said, "these things happen." I almost jumped at the words. These things happen. That's what farmers always said after a disaster.
By the time Alf White wrote the final James Herriot book in the early 1990s, brucellosis had mostly been eradicated, and herds were no longer being ravaged by it as they had been in the 1940s and 1950s. Veterinary surgeons, however, had practically paddled in the bacteria when treating infected cattle, and some would later suffer the effects, both physically and mentally. James thinks he has escaped without being affected, until he starts to experience what his family call funny turns.
I was always apprehensive and ill at ease when I had Mrs. Featherstone's problem dog on the table, but this time I felt relaxed and full of confidence. But then I was always like that when I was delirious. Delirium was only one of the countless peculiar manifestations of brucellosis. This disease, which causes contagious abortion in cattle, ruined thousands of good farmers of my generation, and was also a constant menace to the veterinary surgeons who had to deliver the premature calves and remove the afterbirths. Thank heaven, the brucellosis scheme has now just about eradicated the disease, but in the 50s, such a thing hadn't been dreamed of, and I and my contemporaries wallowed almost daily in the horrible infection. I remember standing stripped to the waist in cow byres. Parturition gowns were still uncommon, and the long plastic protective gloves unknown in those days, working away inside infected cows for hours, and looking with wry recognition at the leathery placenta and the light-coloured necrotic cotyledons which told me that I was in contact with millions of the bacteria. And as I swilled myself with disinfectant afterwards, the place was filled with the distinctive acrid odour of abortion. The effects on many of my fellow vets were wide and varied. One big fat chap faded away to a skeleton with undulant fever and was ill for years. Others developed crippling arthritis, and some went down with psychiatric conditions. One man who wrote in the Veterinary record that as part of his own syndrome he came home one night and decided it would be a good idea to murder his wife. He never got round actually to doing it, but recorded the impulse as an interesting example of what Brucella abortus could do to a man. I used to pat myself on the back and thank God that I was immune. I had been bathing in the infection for years and had never experienced the slightest reaction. And as I looked around at some of my suffering friends, I was so thankful that I had been spared their ordeal. And after all this time, I just knew that such a thing would never happen to me. That was before I started my funny turns. This was my family's term for a series of mysterious attacks which came unheralded and then passed off just as quickly. At first I diagnosed them as repeated chills. I was always stripping off in open fields, often in the middle of the night. Then I thought I must have a type of flu of short duration. The symptoms were always the same: a feeling of depression, then an ice-cold shiveriness, which drove me to my bed, where within an hour I shot up a temperature of 105 or 106. Once I had developed this massive fever, I felt great, warm and happy, laughing heartily, chattering to myself, and finally breaking into song. I couldn't help the singing. I felt so good. This was a source of great amusement to my children. When I was at the singing stage, I could always hear them giggling outside the bedroom door, but I didn't mind. I didn't mind anything. However, I finally had to find out what was happening to me, and a blood test by Dr. Allinson dispelled all doubts by showing a nice positive titer to Brucella abortus. Reluctantly, I had to admit that I had joined the club.
Alf suffered similar funny turns that would eventually subside, but it has been suggested that these repeated attacks may have contributed to the depression he suffered in later life. Alf was nonetheless aware and thankful that he had experienced rural life in Yorkshire as it once was, along with the introduction of effective modern drugs that would save the lives of the animals he treated. "I consider that I'm a very fortunate man," Alf once said. "I have lived through the golden years of vet practice, without doubt the best years." In The Lord God Made Them All, Siegfried agrees as much, although he also looks forward to great days ahead in veterinary practice.
"Do you know, James," he said, "I'm convinced that the same thing applies to our job. We're going through the best time there, too." "Do you think so?" "Sure of it. Look at all the new advances since the war. Drugs and procedures we never dreamed of. We can look after our animals in a way that would have been impossible a few years ago, and the farmers realize this. You've seen them crowding into the surgery on market day to ask advice. They've gained a new respect for the profession, and they know it pays to call in the vet now." "That's true," I said. "We're certainly busier than we've ever been, with the ministry work going full blast too." "Yes, everything is buzzing. In fact, James, I'd like to bet that these present years are the high noon of country practice." I thought for a moment. You could be right. But if we're on the top now, does it mean that our lives will decline later? No, of course not. They'll be different, that's all. I sometimes think we've only touched the fringe of so many other things, like small animal work. Siegfried brandished his gnawed piece of grass at me, and his eyes shone with the enthusiasm which always uplifted me. "I tell you this, James, there are great days ahead."
Chapter 11. Hurtling Around the Hills.
I hardly noticed the passage of the weeks as I rattled along the moorland roads on my daily rounds, but the district was beginning to take shape, the people to emerge as separate personalities. Most days I had a puncture. The tyres were through to the canvas on all wheels. It surprised me that they took me anywhere at all. One of the few refinements of the car was a rusty sunshine roof. It grated dismally when I slid it back, but most of the time I kept it open, and the windows too, and I drove in my shirt sleeves with the delicious air swirling about me. On wet days, it didn't help much to close the roof because the rain dripped through the joints and formed pools on my lap and the passenger seat. I developed great skill in zigzagging round puddles. To drive through was a mistake as the muddy water fountained up through the gaps in the floorboards.
On joining the Darrowby practice, James is given a tiny Austin 7 car, of almost forgotten vintage, to do his rounds. Like all vets working in rural areas, James spends a great deal of time behind the wheel of a car, coaxing it up the hills of the Yorkshire Dales in all weathers. The car has seen better days. Its tyres are worn, and every morning it's touch and go whether it will start, the engine only coughing into life after several turns of the starting handle or a tow from boardmen. These were still early days for cars. James's Austin was probably manufactured in the 1920s, and compared to modern cars, they were uncomfortable, noisy, and bitterly cold in the winter with no heating. When working in Thirsk, Alf also drove a run-down Austin 7, although by then he'd had some experience driving aged cars, getting by in a tiny old-school Ford during his time in Sunderland. In a letter to his parents in January 1940, he described the experience of driving the Ford, his words infused with the humour he would later utilise to such great effect in his books. The car, using the word in its broadest sense, makes a colossal din, and in the country the birds rise from the hedges in fright, and the cows and horses in the fields look definitely startled. The vibration is terrific over 35 miles per hour, and my liver will be in splendid condition after a month or two at it. Driving the Austin 7 across the rugged landscape of Yorkshire was also something of a challenge in a car that lacked the horsepower to make it up steep inclines. Around Thirsk, the approach to the Hambleton Hills via Sutton Bank was probably the worst. Even in first gear, the car struggled with its 1 in 4 gradient, and Alf had no option but to reverse up it. In good weather, Alf could slide open the car's very primitive sunroof, but in wet weather, rain would leak through it even when closed, so that he had to put plastic sheeting on his knees. The car's thin tyres were also prone to punctures and positively dangerous in snow or rain, and if the windscreen had iced up, Alf would often have to drive with his head out of the window. Out of desperation, he came up with an ingenious way to melt a few inches of the frost on his windscreen, referred to in It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet.
It was more than 10 miles to the Clayton farm, and it was one of those iron days when the frost piled thickly on the windscreen, blotting out everything within minutes. But this morning, I was triumphant. I had just bought a wonderful new invention, a couple of strands of wire mounted on a strip of Bakelite and fastened to the windscreen with rubber suckers. It worked from the car batteries and cleared a small space of vision. No more did I have to climb out wearily and scrub and scratch at the frozen glass every half mile or so. I sat, peering delightedly through a flawlessly clear semicircle, about 8 inches wide, at the countryside unwinding before me like a film show, the grey stone villages, silent and withdrawn under their smothering white cloak, the low, burdened branches of the roadside trees. I was enjoying it so much that I hardly noticed the ache in my toes. Freezing feet were the rule in those days before car heaters, especially when you could see the road flashing past through the holes in the floorboards. On long journeys, I really began to suffer towards the end. It was like that today, when I got out of the car at the foot of the Pike Edge Road. My fingers, too, throbbed painfully as I stamped around and swung my arms.
While driving up hills was a challenge for James's car, driving down them was even more alarming. The brakes on the Austin were always ineffective, as James found violent pressure on the brake pedal would cause the car to stop, but only after a certain amount of veering across the road. But gradually, the brakes grow weaker until they become entirely absent, as one farmer discovers to his cost.
I thought, not for the first time, that if you had to drive a car with no brakes, one of the last places in England you'd want to be was the Yorkshire Dales. Even on the flat it was bad enough, but I got used to it after a week or two, and often forgot all about it. As when one day I was busy with a cow, and the farmer jumped into my car to move it so that one of his men could get past with a tractor. I never said a word as the unsuspecting man backed round quickly and confidently and hit the wall of the barn with a sickening crash. With typical Yorkshire understatement, all he said was, "Your brakes aren't always savage, mister."
Without brakes, Alf became adept at descending the many hills by putting his car into first gear. Yet even this didn't stop it reaching terrifying speeds as it hurtled round bends, the engine screaming. In It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, James is forced to run his brakeless car into a wall to avoid a flock of sheep, exactly as Alf did in the Witton Steps in the Dales. Before launching himself down the hill, James sits for a long time looking down at Mr. Robinson's farm, which lies 1,000 feet below at the bottom of a steep track, with 2 villainous S-bends. It was like a malevolent snake, coiling almost headlong from where I sat. With his heart thumping, he wrestles in his mind over which route he should take. To go back into Darrowby and take the low road into Wharton, a safer detour of over 10 miles, or to go straight down.
At last, I started the engine and did what I always did. Took the quick way down. But this hill really was a beauty, a notorious road even in this country, and as I nosed gingerly onto it, the whole world seemed to drop away from me. With the gear lever in bottom and my hand jammed against it, I headed, dry-mouthed, down the strip of tarmac which now looked to be almost vertical. It is surprising what speed you can attain in bottom gear if you have nothing else to hold you back, and as the first bend rushed at me, the little engine started a rising scream of protest. When I hit the curve, I hauled the wheel round desperately to the right. The tyres spun for a second in the stones and loose soil of the verge, then we were off again. This was a longer stretch, and even steeper, and it was like being on the Big Dipper with the same feeling of lack of control over one's fate. Hurtling into the bend, the idea of turning at this speed was preposterous, but it was that or straight over the edge. Terror-stricken, I closed my eyes and dragged the wheel to the left. This time, one side of the car lifted, and I was sure we were over. Then it rocked back onto the other side, and for a horrible second or two kept this up till it finally decided to stay upright, and I was once more on my way. Again a yawning gradient, but as the car sped downwards, engine howling, I was aware of a curious numbness. I seemed to have reached the ultimate limits of fear, and hardly noticed as we shot round the third bend. One more to go, and at last the road was levelling out. My speed dropped rapidly, and at the last bend I couldn't have been doing more than 20. I had made it. It wasn't till I was right on to the final straight that I saw the sheep, hundreds of them filling the road, a river of woolly backs lapping from wall to wall. They were only yards from me, and I was still going downhill. Without hesitation, I turned and drove straight into the wall. There didn't seem to be much damage. A few stones slithered down as the engine stalled and fell silent. Slowly I sank back in my seat, relaxing my clenched jaws, releasing, finger by finger, the fierce grip on the wheel. The sheep continued to flow past, and I took a sideways glance at the man who was shepherding them. He was a stranger to me, and I prayed he didn't recognize me either, because at that moment the role of unknown madman seemed to be the ideal one. Best not to say anything. Appearing round a corner and driving deliberately into a wall is no basis for a rewarding conversation. The sheep were still passing by, and I could hear the man calling to his dogs, "Goodbye, Jess. Come by, Nell." But I kept up a steady stare at the layered stones in front of me, even though he passed within a few feet. I suppose some people would have asked me what the hell I was playing at, but not a Dale shepherd. He went quietly by without invading my privacy, but when I looked in the mirror after a few moments, I could see him in the middle of the road, staring back at me, his sheep temporarily forgotten.
James had repeatedly spoken to Siegfried about the dangerous state of his Austin, and the more senior vet had told him not to worry and to leave it with him. The problem was he never did anything about it, and as the car was Siegfried's property, there was little James could do but wait for him to take some action. It's only when Siegfried himself experiences the full terror of the car that he eventually does something about its sorry condition. This occurs when the two vets head to a case together at a farm just outside Darrowby. Siegfried decides to drive them in the Austin, with James huddled apprehensively next to him as he sets off at his usual brisk pace.
Hinchcliffe's farm lies about a mile on the main road outside Darrowby. It is a massive place, with a wide, straight drive leading down to the house. We weren't going there, but as Siegfried spurted to full speed, I could see Mr. Hinchcliffe in his big Buick ahead of us proceeding in a leisurely way along the middle of the road. As Siegfried pulled out to overtake, the farmer suddenly stuck out his hand and began to turn towards his farm, directly across our path. Siegfried's foot went hard down on the brake pedal, and his eyebrows shot right up as nothing happened. We were going straight for the side of the Buick, and there was no room to go round to the left. Siegfried didn't panic. At the last moment he turned right with the Buick, and the two cars roared side by side down the drive, Mr. Hinchcliffe staring at me with bulging eyes from close range. The farmer stopped in the yard, but we continued round the back of the house because we had to. Fortunately, it was one of those places where you could drive right round, and we rattled through the stackyard and back to the front of the house behind Mr. Hinchcliffe, who had got out and was looking round the corner to see where we had gone. The farmer whipped round in astonishment and, open-mouthed, watched us as we passed, but Siegfried, retaining his aplomb to the end, inclined his head and gave a little wave before we shot back up the drive. Before we returned to the main road, I had a look back at Mr. Hinchcliffe. He was still watching us, and there was a certain rigidity in his pose which reminded me of the shepherd. Once on the road, Siegfried steered carefully into a lay-by and stopped. For a few moments he stared straight ahead without speaking, and I realised he was having a little difficulty in getting his patient look properly adjusted. But when he finally turned to me, his face was transfigured, almost saintly. I dug my nails into my palms as he smiled at me with kindly eyes. "Really, James," he said, "I can't understand why you keep things to yourself. Heaven knows how long your car has been in this condition, yet never a word from you." He raised a forefinger, and his patient look was replaced by one of sorrowing gravity. "Don't you realise we might have been killed back there? You really ought to have told me."
The experience of driving with Siegfried is just as hair-raising when he's at the wheel of his own car. His cars, in particular his battle-worn Hillman, bear testament to years of hard driving. Sitting in the passenger seat requires nerves of steel and a strong stomach.
Outside the house, Farnham motioned me towards a battered Hillman, and as I moved round to the passenger side, I shot a startled glance at the treadless tyres, the rusty bodywork, the almost opaque windscreen with its network of fine cracks. What I didn't notice was that the passenger seat was not fixed to the floor, but stood freely on its sledge-like runners. I dropped into it and went over backwards, finishing with my head on the rear seat and my feet against the roof. Farnham helped me up, apologising with great charm, and we set off. Once clear of the marketplace, the road dipped quite suddenly and we could see all of the Dales stretching away from us in the evening sunshine. The outlines of the great hills were softened in the gentle light, and a broken streak of silver showed where the Darrow wandered on the valley floor. Farnham was an unorthodox driver. Apparently captivated by the scene, he drove slowly down the hill, elbows resting on the wheel, his chin cupped in his hands. At the bottom of the hill, he came out of his reverie and spurted to 70 miles an hour. The old car rocked crazily along the narrow road, and my movable seat slew from side to side as I jammed my feet against the floorboards. Then he slammed on the brakes, pointed out some pedigree shorthorns in a field, and jolted away again. He never looked at the road in front. All his attention was on the countryside around and behind him. It was that last bit that worried me, because he spent a lot of time driving fast and looking over his shoulder at the same time.
Despite driving like a whirling dervish himself, Siegfried is disapproving of anyone else who does the same, particularly if they are driving a car he owns. When James's car returns from the garage, Siegfried advises him to take it easy when he drives it. No more belting along like a maniac. Although the elder partner does exactly this when he's next at its wheel.
Then there came the day when Siegfried decided to have my car rebored. It had been using a steady 2 pints of oil a day, and he hadn't thought this excessive. But when it got to half a gallon a day, he felt something ought to be done. What probably decided him was a farmer on market day, saying he always knew when the young vet was coming because he could see the cloud of blue smoke miles away. When the tiny Austin came back from the garage, Siegfried fussed round it like an old hen. "Come over here, James," he called. "I want to talk to you." I saw he was looking patient again, and braced myself. "James," he said, pacing round the battered vehicle, whisking specks from the paintwork. "You see this car?" I nodded. "Well, it's been rebored, James. Rebored at great expense. And that's what I want to talk to you about. You now have in your possession what amounts to a new car." With an effort, he unfastened the catch, and the bonnet creaked open in a shower of rust and dirt. He pointed down at the engine, black and oily, with unrelated pieces of flex and rubber tubing hanging around it like garlands. "You have a piece of fine mechanism here, and I want you to treat it with respect. I've seen you belting along like a maniac, and it won't do. You've got to nurse this machine for the next 2,000 or 3,000 miles. 30 miles an hour is quite fast enough. I think it's a crime the way some people abuse a new engine. They should be locked up, so remember, lad. No flogging or I'll be down on you." He closed the bonnet with care, gave the cracked windscreen a polish with the cuff of his coat, and left. These strong words made such an impression on me that I crawled round the visits all day almost at walking pace. The same night, I was getting ready for bed when Siegfried came in. He had 2 farm lads with him, and they both wore silly grins. A powerful smell of beer filled the room. Siegfried spoke with dignity, slurring his words only slightly. "James, I met these gentlemen in the Black Bull this evening. We have had several excellent games of dominoes, but unfortunately they have missed the last bus. Will you kindly bring the Austin round and I will run them home?" I drove the car to the front of the house, and the farmlands piled in, one in the front, the other in the back. I looked at Siegfried, lowering himself unsteadily into the driving seat, and decided to go along. I got into the back. The 2 young men lived in a farm up on the North Moors, and, 3 miles out of the town, we left the main road and our headlights picked out a strip of track twisting along the dark hillside. Siegfried was in a hurry. He kept his foot on the boards. The note of the engine rose to a tortured scream and the little car hurtled into the blackness. Hanging on grimly, I leaned forward so that I could shout into my employer's ear. "Remember, this is the car which has just been rebored," I bellowed above the din. Siegfried looked round with an indulgent smile. Yes, I remember, James. What are you fussing about?" As he spoke, the car shot off the road and bounded over the grass at 60 miles an hour. We all bounced around like corks till he found his way back. Unperturbed, he carried on at the same speed. The silly grins had left the lads' faces, and they sat rigid in their seats. Nobody said anything. The passengers were unloaded at a silent farmhouse, and the return journey began. Since it was downhill all the way, Siegfried found he could go even faster. The car leaped and bumped over the uneven surface, with its engine whining. We made several brief but tense visits to the surrounding moors, but we got home. It was a month later that Siegfried had occasion to take his assistant to task once more. "James, my boy," he said, sorrowfully, "you're a grand chap, but by God you're hard on cars. Look at this Austin. Newly rebored a short time ago, in tip-top condition, and look at it now. Drinking oil. I don't know how you did it in the time. You're a real terror."
When it comes to driving the practice cars, Siegfried is even more distrustful of his younger brother Tristan, and not without reason. In It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, Tristan must chauffeur for James, who has his arm in a sling after a bad carving, much to Siegfried's fury, as it's only been a week since his brother had crashed and written off his Hillman. Their call-out involves taking the still brakeless Austin across fields to Mr. Prescott's farm, which, like some Dales farmsteads, has neither a road nor farm track leading to it. Now returning home, they have driven up the steep slope again. James has opened the last gate, where he joins Tristan, who has got out of the car and is sitting with his back against the gatepost. They take in the view of the farm far below, and just as Tristan closes his eyes and takes in a long, deep gulp of moorland air and woodbine smoke, there's suddenly a grinding noise coming from the car.
"Christ! She's off, Jim!" he shouted. The little Austin was moving gently backwards down the slope. It must have slipped out of gear, and it had no brakes to speak of. We both leaped after it. Tristan was nearest, and he just managed to touch the bonnet with one finger. The speed was too much for him. We gave it up and watched. The hillside was steep, and the little car rapidly gathered momentum, bouncing crazily over the uneven ground. I glanced at Tristan. His mind invariably worked quickly and clearly in a crisis, and I had a good idea what he was thinking. It was only a fortnight since he had turned the hillman over, taking a girl home from a dance. It had been a complete write-off, and the insurance people had been rather nasty about it. And of course, Siegfried had gone nearly berserk, and had finished by sacking him finally, once and for all. Never wanted to see his face in the place again. But he had been sacked so often, he knew he had only to keep out of his way for a bit, and his brother would forget. And he had been lucky this time, because Siegfried had talked his bank manager into letting him buy a beautiful new Rover, and this blotted everything else from his mind. It was distinctly unfortunate that this should happen when he, as driver, was technically in charge of the Austin. The car appeared now to be doing about 70 miles per hour, hurtling terrifyingly down the long green hill. One by one the doors burst open till all four flapped wildly, and the car swooped downwards looking like a huge, ungainly bird. From the open doors, bottles, instruments, bandages, cotton wool cascaded out onto the turf, leaving a long, broken trail. Now and again a packet of Nux vomica and bicarb stomach powder would fly out and burst like a bomb, splashing vivid white against the green. Tristan threw up his arms. "Look, the bloody thing's going straight for that hut." He drew harder on his woodbine. There was indeed only one obstruction on the bare hillside, a small building near the foot where the land levelled out, and the Austin, as if drawn by a magnet, was thundering straight towards it. I couldn't bear to watch. Just before the impact I turned away and focused my attention on the end of Tristan's cigarette, which was glowing bright red when the crash came. When I looked back down the hill, the building was no longer there. It had been completely flattened, and everything I had ever heard about houses of cards surged into my mind. On top of the shattered timbers, the little car lay peacefully on its side, its wheels still turning lazily.
Fortunately, Mr. Prescott has a horse that pulls the car upright again. Although Tristan and James learn that the hut the runaway car had destroyed was in fact the clubhouse of the neighbouring Darrowby golf course. Thankfully, the sturdy little engine of the Austin starts up again, and they are able to return to Skeldale House. Siegfried, however, who is coming down with a summer cold, is less than happy when he sees the car's broken rear light, raging at Tristan that he is a bloody young maniac. "Go on, get the hell out of it, I'm finished with you." The following morning, Siegfried, now in bed with laryngitis, reads in the Darrowby and Hulton Times that the golf clubhouse has been mysteriously knocked down. It suddenly occurs to him that Tristan had been at Mr. Prescott's, but as soon as he mentions this, he slumps back and mutters, in a manner that is quite unlike Siegfried, that it's wrong of him always to blame Tristan for everything. He then gets a call about a cow with milk fever, and tells Tristan to drive James straight to it. Tristan informs him the Austin is in the garage, and Siegfried has no choice but to let him take the Rover. In a menacing voice, he hisses to Tristan, "Right, so you'll have to take the Rover. I never thought I'd see the day when I'd let a wrecker like you drive it, but just let me tell you this. If you put a scratch on that car, I'll kill you. I'll kill you with my own 2 hands. Undeterred, Tristan is thrilled to have the opportunity to drive Siegfried's rover. He carefully backs it out of the yard, then on the Saughton road, nestling down into the car's rich leather upholstery. He puts his foot hard on the accelerator and brings it to an effortless 80 miles per hour. Ahead, a large square-topped car is trying to overtake a milk lorry, and to James's horror, they are thundering side by side towards the rover. As they shoot past, the large car ends up crashing into one side of the rover. When they stop, they discover that the entire left side of the rover has lost its doors and is a desert of twisted metal, where the old car, diving for the verge at the last split second, had ploughed its way. They know they're in trouble, and Tristan sets his agile mind on what to do next.
It seemed to me, after a short appraisal of the situation, that he had 3 possible courses of action. First, and most attractive, he could get out of Derby permanently, emigrate if necessary. Second, he could go straight to the railway station and board a train for Broughton, where he could live quietly with his mother till this had blown over. Third, and it didn't bear thinking about, he could go back to Skeldale House and tell Siegfried he had smashed up his new rover.
They bravely, or perhaps foolishly, take the third option and head back to the house. Siegfried is now very ill in bed, his face red with fever, barely able to whisper. Tristan tells him he has had a bit of a bump with the car, and that the front and rear wings pretty well mangled, I'm afraid, and both doors torn off the left side.
As if operated by a powerful spring, Siegfried came bolt upright in the bed. It was startlingly like a corpse coming to life, and the effect was heightened by the coils of thermogen which had burst loose and trailed in shroud-like garlands from the haggard head. The mouth opened wide in a completely soundless scream. "You bloody fool! You're sacked!" He crashed back onto the pillow, as though the mechanism had gone into reverse, and lay very still. We watched him for a few moments in some anxiety, but when we heard the breathing restart, we tiptoed from the room. On the landing, Tristan blew out his cheeks and drew a woodbine from his packet. "Tricky little situation, Jim, but you know what I always say." He struck a match and pulled the smoke down blissfully. "Things usually turn out better than you expect."
Alf had in reality consulted with Brian Sinclair on many of the events related in If Only They Could Talk, including when he pranged his elder brother's rover. "You bloody fool! You're sacked!" is a faithful reproduction of the words used by Donald when he discovered what had happened to his beloved car. The demolishing of the hut was also based on a real incident, and to this day, Alf's son Jim still points out where that happened on the Laban Road in North Yorkshire. Brian wasn't the only culprit when it came to giving the practice cars a hard time. Many of the assistants who worked at 23 Kirkgate would drive them at maximum speed, careering across rough farm tracks and shooting around bends, only to end up in ditches. As a result, the cars were constantly in and out of the garage, and a substantial drain on the finances of the practice. Cars suffered considerably in the hands of assistant Brian Nettleton, known in the books as Callum Buchanan, the vet whip badger, as recounted in Chapter 4. Not only would he drive them at speed, returning one day with the front wing completely missing, but his pet badgers also caused havoc in the back seats. When he wasn't crashing cars, Brian, who always delighted in pranks, couldn't resist having a bit of fun with them, much to the consternation of visitors to the practice. In Vet in a Spin, Tristan enacts a well-worn stunt, while James and the local blacksmith Pat Jenner are in the practice yard seeing to a horse.
Some days Pat Jenner came in to check on the shoes, and he and I were busy in the yard when I heard the familiar rattle of my little Austin in the back lane. The big double doors were open, and I looked up as the car turned in and drew alongside us. Pat looked too, and his eyes popped. "Bloody hell!" he exclaimed, and I couldn't blame him, because the car had no driver. At least it looked that way, since there was nobody in the seat as it swung in from the lane. A driverless car in motion is quite a sight, and Pat gaped, open-mouthed, for a few seconds. Then, just as I was about to explain, Tristan shot up from the floor with a piercing cry. "Hi there!" he shrieked. Pat dropped his hammer and backed away. "God help us," he breathed. I was unaffected by the performance, because it was old stuff to me. Whenever I was in the yard and a call came in, Tristan would drive my car round from the front street, and this happened so many times that inevitably he grew bored and tried to find a less orthodox method. After a bit of practice, he mastered the driverless technique. He crouched on the floor with a foot on the accelerator and one hand on the wheel, and nearly frightened the life out of me the first time he did it. But I was used to it now, and blasé.
When Siegfried knocks the exhaust off his car while bumping along a farm track, he realises in The Lord God Made Them All that they need to acquire a spare car for the practice. Heading to Mr. Hammond's garage, he decides to take a 1933 Morris Oxford for a quick spin and gives it a thorough testing before he makes up his mind.
"Up in the back, James," my partner cried. I opened the rear door and took my place behind Mr. Hammond in the musty interior. Siegfried took off abruptly, with a roaring and creaking from the old vehicle, and despite the garage man's outward calm, I saw the back of his shirt collar rise a couple of inches above his blue serge jacket as we shot along Trengate. The collar subsided a little when Siegfried slowed down at the church to make a left turn, but reappeared spasmodically as we negotiated a series of sharp and narrow bends at top speed. When we reached the long, straight lane which runs parallel to Trengate, Mr. Hammond appeared to relax. But when Siegfried put his foot on the boards and sent the birds squawking from the overhanging branches as he thundered beneath them, I saw the collar again. When we reached the end of the lane, Siegfried came almost to a halt as he turned left. "I think we'll test the brakes, Mr. Hammond," he said cheerfully, and hurled the car suddenly along the home straight for Trengate. He really meant to carry out a thorough test. The roar of the ancient engine rose to a scream, and as the street approached with frightening rapidity, the collar reappeared, then the shirt. When Siegfried stood on the brakes, the car slewed violently to the right, and as we catapulted crabwise into Trengate, Mr. Hammond's head was jammed against the roof, and his entire shirt back was exposed. When we came to a halt, he slid slowly back into his seat, and the jacket took over again. At no time had he spoken, or, apart from his up-and-down movements, shown any emotion. At the front door of the surgery we got out, and my colleague rubbed his chin doubtfully. "She does pull a little to the right on braking, Mr. Hammond. I think we need to have that rectified. Or perhaps you have another vehicle available." The garage man did not answer for a few moments. His spectacles were askew, and he was very pale. Aye, he said, shakily. "I've another little job over there. It might suit you."
Along with bumpy farm tracks, steep hills, and the wild weather of the Dales, James and Siegfried often had to contend with packs of dogs chasing and barking at their cars as they drove out of farmyards. Al frequently had large dogs escorting him as he made his way along tracks, some even dangerously darting close to the car and biting its wheels. This would then send Hector, the noisiest dog Alf owned, quite loopy if he was in the car, as he galloped around the inside defending his territory. If Alf's children were in the car, their job would be to load up syringes with water and squirt them at any chasing dogs, a tactic that proved remarkably effective. In Let Sleeping Vets Lie, James meets a dog who is something of a professional when it comes to car chasing.
A lot of farm dogs are partial to a little light relief from their work. They like to play, and one of their favourite games is chasing cars off the premises. Often I drove off with a hairy form galloping alongside, and the dog would usually give a final defiant bark after a few hundred yards to speed me on my way. But Jock was different. He was really dedicated, Car chasing to him was a deadly serious art which he practised daily without a trace of levity. Corner's farm was at the end of a long track, twisting for nearly a mile between its stone walls and through the gently sloping fields to the road below. And Jock didn't consider he had done his job properly until he had escorted his chosen vehicle right to the very foot. So his hobby was an exacting one. I watched him now as I finished stitching the foal's leg and began to tie on a bandage. He was slinking about the buildings, a skinny little creature, who without his mass of black and white hair would have been an almost invisible mite. And he was playing out a transparent charade of pretending he was taking no notice of me. Wasn't the least bit interested in my presence, in fact. But his furtive glances in the direction of the stable, his repeated crisscrossing of my line of vision gave him away. He was waiting for his big moment. When I was putting on my shoes and throwing my Wellingtons into the boot, I saw him again. Or rather, part of him. Just a long nose and one eye protruding from beneath a broken door. It wasn't till I'd started the engine and begun to move off that he finally declared himself. Stealing out from his hiding place, body low, tail trailing, eyes fixed intently on the car's front wheels. And as I gathered speed and headed down the track, he broke into an effortless lope. I had been through this before, and was always afraid he might run in front of me, so I put my foot down and began to hurtle downhill. This was where Jock came into his own. I often wondered how he'd fare against a racing greyhound, because by golly, he could run. That sparse frame housed a perfect physical machine, and the slender limbs reached and flew again and again, devouring the stony ground beneath, keeping up with the speeding car with joyful ease. There was a sharp bend about halfway down, and here Jock invariably sailed over the wall and streaked across the turf, a little dark blur against the green, and having craftily cut off the corner, he reappeared like a missile zooming over the grey stones lower down. This put him into a nice position for the run to the road, and when he finally saw me on the tarmac, my last view of him was of a happy, panting face looking after me. Clearly he considered it a job well done, and he would wander contentedly back up to the farm to await the next session, perhaps with the postman or the baker's van.
In the final book, James is finally able to upgrade to an Austin 10, which is still second-hand, but has been well maintained and looked like new with black, sparkling bodywork. When he turns up at farms in a new-looking car, he is invariably met with a certain amount of leg-pulling from the farmers, who joke they are paying too much for his services. Alf similarly used to get a lot of usually good-natured ribbing from farmers if he turned up in a brand-new car, and it was almost a relief when he reverted to buying a second-hand one in the 1960s. As James muses in every living thing, veterinary work is not a path to riches. He works hard 7 days a week, in the evenings and often during the night, rolling about on cobbled floors, fighting with tough carvings to the point of exhaustion, getting kicked, crushed, trodden on, and sprayed with muck. Despite all of this, he still has a hefty overdraft, compensated by the fact he spends much of his time driving around the glorious countryside of the Dales. And for this, he counts himself lucky, in whatever car he drives. Chapter 12. Horses.
Probably the most dramatic occurrence in the history of veterinary practice was the disappearance of the draft horse. It is an almost incredible fact that this glory and mainstay of the profession just melted quietly away within a few years. And I was one of those who were there to see it happen. When I first came to Derby, the tractor had already begun to take over. But tradition dies hard in the agricultural world, and there were still a lot of horses around. Which was just as well, because my veterinary education had been geared to things equine, with everything else a poor second. It had been a good scientific education in many respects, but at times I wondered if the people who designed it still had a mental picture of the horse doctor with his top hat and frock coat busying himself in a world of horse-drawn trams and brewers' drays. We learned the anatomy of the horse in great detail, then that of the other animals much more superficially. It was the same with the other subjects. From animal husbandry, with such insistence on a thorough knowledge of shoeing, that we developed into amateur blacksmiths. Right up to medicine and surgery, where it was much more important to know about glanders and strangles than canine distemper. Even as we were learning, we youngsters knew it was ridiculous. With the draft horse already cast as a museum piece and the obvious potential of cattle and small animal work. Still, as I say, after we had absorbed a vast store of equine lore, there was a certain comfort that there were still a lot of patients on which we could try it out. I should think in my first 2 years I treated farm horses nearly every day, and though I never was and never will be an equine expert, there was a strange thrill in meeting with the age-old conditions whose names rang down almost from medieval times. Quitter, fistulous withers, pole evil, thrush, shoulder slip. Vets had been wrestling with them for hundreds of years, using very much the same drugs and procedures as myself. Armed with my firing iron and box of blister, I plunged determinedly into what had always been the surging mainstream of veterinary life.
Alfred White had similarly undertaken a programme of education that placed much of its attention on the horse. In his final year at the Glasgow Veterinary College, he gained some practical experience working at the busy Glasgow practice of Professor Willie Robb. A renowned horse specialist, Robb, like his fellow professors, had lived through the days when heavy draft horses were a familiar sight in both the city streets of Glasgow and the rural pastures of Yorkshire. Alf, however, had had little experience of horses prior to his studies, and was all too aware he still had a huge amount to learn when he finally graduated as a veterinary surgeon in 1939. After 5 years of a slow and painful assimilation of thousands of facts, as James Herriot puts it in If Only They Could Talk, he feels as if he knows nothing, like an astronomer looking through a telescope at an unknown galaxy. He wasn't always plagued with such doubt, and in the same book he reminisces about his 17-year-old self when after just one lecture in animal husbandry he felt he really knew about horses and was thus keen to try out his newfound expertise.
I could hardly believe my luck when I saw the horse. It was standing outside the library, below Queen's Cross, like something left over from another age. It drooped dispiritedly between the shafts of a coal cart, which stood like an island in an eddying stream of cars and buses. Pedestrians hurried by, uncaring, but I had the feeling that fortune was smiling on me. A horse. Not just a picture, but a real, genuine horse. Stray words from the lecture floated up into my mind. The pastern, cannon bone, coronet, and all those markings. Snip, blaze, white sock near hind. I stood on the pavement and examined the animal critically. I thought it must be obvious to every passer-by that here was a true expert, not just an inquisitive onlooker, but a man who knew and understood all. I felt clothed in a visible aura of horsiness. I took a few steps up and down, hands deep in the pockets of the new riding mac, eyes probing for possible shoeing faults, or curbs, or box spavins. So thorough was my inspection that I worked round to the off-side of the horse and stood perilously among the racing traffic. I glanced around at the people hurrying past. Nobody seemed to care, not even the horse. He was a large one, at least 17 hands, and he gazed apathetically down the street, easing his hind legs alternately in a bored manner. I hated to leave him, but I had completed my examination and it was time I was on my way. But I felt that I ought to make a gesture before I left. Something to communicate to the horse that I understood his problems and that we belonged to the same brotherhood. I stepped briskly forward and patted him on the neck. Quick as a striking snake, the horse whipped downwards and seized my shoulder in his great strong teeth. He laid back his ears, rolled his eyes wickedly and hoisted me up, almost off my feet. I hung there, helplessly, suspended like a lopsided puppet. I wriggled and kicked, but the teeth were clamped immovably in the material of my coat. There was no doubt about the interest of the passers-by now. The grotesque sight of a man hanging from a horse's mouth brought them to a sudden halt, and a crowd formed with people looking over each other's shoulders, and others fighting at the back to see what was going on. A horrified old lady was crying, "Oh, poor boy, help him, somebody!" Some of the braver characters tried pulling at me, but the horse whickered ominously and hung on tighter. Conflicting advice was shouted from all sides. With deep shame, I saw two attractive girls in the front row giggling helplessly. Appalled at the absurdity of my position, I began to thrash about wildly. My shirt collar tightened round my throat. A stream of the horse's saliva trickled down the front of my mac. I could feel myself choking, and was giving up hope when a man pushed his way through the crowd. He was very small. Angry eyes glared from a face blackened by coal dust. 2 empty sacks were draped over an arm. "What the hell's this?" he shouted. A dozen replies babbled in the air. "Can you no leave the bloody horse alone?" he yelled into my face. I made no reply, being pop-eyed, half-throttled, and in no mood for conversation. The coalman turned his fury on the horse. "Drop him, you big bastard! Go on, let go, drop him!" Getting no response, he dug the animal viciously in the belly with his thumb. The horse took the point at once, and released me like an obedient dog dropping a bone. I fell on my knees and ruminated in the gutter for a while till I could breathe more easily. As from a great distance I could still hear the little man shouting at me. After some time I stood up. The coalman was still shouting, and the crowd was listening appreciatively. "What do you think you're playing at? Keep your hands off my bloody horse. Get the police to you." I looked down at my new mac. The shoulder was chewed to a sodden mass. I felt I must escape and began to edge my way through the crowd. Some of the faces were concerned, but most were grinning. Once clear, I started to walk away rapidly, and as I turned the corner, the last faint cry from the coalman reached me. "Dinna meddle wi' things you ken nothing aboot."
5 years later, and a newly qualified James Herriot has recently arrived in Darrowby and is eagerly awaiting his first call-out without Siegfried. The phone rings, and it's Lord Hulton's farm manager, Mr. Soames, who explains he has a valuable hunting horse with colic. James's hopes for a straightforward case are dashed. Not only is colic in horses notoriously tricky, but he must also deal with Soames, who is a prickly character. James, nonetheless, has no choice but to steel himself for the visit, the well-thumbed pages of Common Colics of the Horse hovering in front of him, phantom-like, as he drives to the farm.
I opened the door and went inside, and I stopped as though I had walked into a wall. It was a very large box, deeply bedded with peat moss. A bay horse was staggering round and round the perimeter where he had worn a deep path in the peat. He was lathered in sweat from nose to tail. His nostrils were dilated, and his eyes stared blankly in front of him. His head rolled about at every step, and, through his clenched teeth, gobbets of foam dripped to the floor. A rank steam rose from his body, as though he had been galloping. My mouth had gone dry. I found it difficult to speak, and when I did, it was almost in a whisper. How long has he been like this? "Oh, he started with a bit of bellyache this morning. I've been giving him black draughts all day. Or at least this fellow has. I wouldn't be surprised if he's made a bloody mess of it like he does everything." I saw that there was somebody standing in the shadows in the corner. A large, fat man with a head collar in his hand. "Oh, I got the draft down and right enough, Mr. Soames. But they haven't done him no good." The big man looked scared. "You call yourself a horseman?" Soames said. "But I should have done the damned job myself. I reckon he'd have been better by now." "It would take more than black draught to help him," I said. "This is no ordinary colic." "What the hell is it then?" "Well, I can't say until I've examined him. But severe, continuous pain like that could mean a torsion. A twisted bowel." "Twisted bowel, my foot! He's got a bit of bellyache, that's all. He hasn't passed anything all day, and he wants something to shift him. Have you got the Recaline with you?" "If this is torsion, a Recaline would be the worst thing you could give him. He's in agony now, but that would drive him mad. It acts by contracting the muscles of the intestines." "God damn it," snarled Soames. "Don't start giving me a bloody lecture. Are you going to start doing something for this horse, or aren't you?" I turned to the big man in the corner. "Slip on that head collar and I'll examine him." With the collar on, the horse was brought to a halt. He stood there, trembling and groaning as I passed a hand between ribs and elbows, feeling for the pulse. It was as bad as it could be. A racing, thready beat. I averted an eyelid with my fingers. The mucous membrane was dark, brick red. The thermometer showing a temperature of 103. I looked across the box at Soames. "Could I have a bucket of hot water, soap, and a towel, please?" "What the devil for? You've done nothing yet, and you want to have a wash?" "I want to make a rectal examination. Will you please bring me the water?" "God help us. I've never seen anything like this." Soames passed a hand wearily over his eyes, then swung round to the big man. "Well, come on, don't stand there. Get him hot water, and maybe we'll get something done." When the water came, I soaped my arm and gently inserted it into the animal's rectum. I could feel plainly the displacement of the small intestine on the left side, and a tense, tympanitic mass which should not have been there. As I touched it, the horse shuddered and groaned again. As I washed and dried my arms, my heart pounded. What was I to do? What could I say? Soames was stamping in and out of the box, muttering to himself as the pain-maddened animal writhed and twisted. "Hold the bloody thing!" he bellowed at the horseman, who was gripping the head collar. "What the bloody hell are you playing at?" The big man said nothing. He was in no way to blame, but he just stared back, stolidly, at Soames. I took a deep breath. "Everything points to one thing. I'm convinced this horse has a torsion." "All right, then. Have it your own way. He's got a torsion. Only for God's sake do something, will you? Are we going to stand in here all night?" "There's nothing anybody can do. There's no cure for this. The important thing is we put him out of his pain as quickly as possible." Soames screwed up his face. "No cure? Put him out of his pain? What rubbish is this you're talking? Just what are you getting at?" I took hold of myself. "I suggest you let me put him down immediately." "What do you mean?" Soames's mouth fell open. "I mean that I should shoot him now, straight away. I have a humane killer in the car." Soames looked as if he was going to explode. "Shoot him? Are you stark raving mad? Do you know how much that horse is worth?" "It makes no difference what he's worth, Mr. Soames. He's been going through hell all day and he's dying now. You should have called me out long ago. He might live a few hours more, but the end would be the same. And he's in dreadful pain. Continuous pain." Soames sunk his head into his hands. "Oh, God. Why did this have to happen to me? His lordship is on holiday, or I'd call him out to try and make you see some sense. I tell you, if your boss had been here, he'd have given that horse an injection and put him right in half an hour. Look here. Can't we wait till Mr. Farnan gets back tonight and let him have a look at him?" Something in me leaped gladly at the idea. Give a shot of morphine and get a way out of it. Leave the responsibility to somebody else. It would be easy. I looked again at the horse. He had recommenced his blind circling of the box, stumbling round and round in a despairing attempt to leave his agony behind. As I watched, he raised his lolling head and gave a little whinny. It was a desolate, uncomprehending, frantic sound, and it was enough for me. I strode quickly out and got the killer from the car. "Steady his head," I said to the big man, and placed the muzzle between the glazing eyes. There was a sharp crack, and the horse's legs buckled. He thudded down on the peat and lay still.
While Soames stares at the body of the horse in disbelief, James explains that Siegfried will carry out a post-mortem in the morning to confirm his diagnosis. Soames is now furious and threatens to sue James over the whole affair, convinced that the young vet has made a grave error. James heads back to the surgery, worried that he may have scuppered his career before it had even started, although he still feels that he had no option but to put the horse out of its misery. The next morning, however, Siegfried informs him that the post-mortem had indeed shown torsion of the bowel, meaning James had taken exactly the right course of action and that, if anything, Soames had taken too long in sending for a vet. Despite the advent of tractors, there were still plenty of young and healthy horses in the Yorkshire Dales who needed the services of vets like James. The area even had its own breed, the strong and hardy Dales pony. Spring was a busy time for foaling, followed by docking and castration in May and June. Docking removed part of the tail, a procedure usually carried out on heavy draft horses to prevent it getting caught in harnesses or carriage equipment. The castration of year-old colts was a job Alf never enjoyed, principally because in the 1940s, castrations were often performed on a conscious standing horse, with the aid of just local anaesthesia. The actual procedure is fairly simple, but vets were obviously vulnerable to injury should a horse prove non-compliant. "It's dead easy to remove the testicles from a horse," Alf frequently said. "The real skill lies in persuading him to part with them." The real-life experiences of Alf and partner Donald Sinclair bore testament to the dangers and occasional mayhem that ensued when treating horses. While performing a castration, Donald narrowly escaped a nasty injury when the horse kicked the knife he was holding out of his hand so that it sailed through the air, missing his head by inches. Alf applied a chloroform muzzle to anaesthetize the horse, which promptly bolted into a field. Alf was hanging on grimly to the head rope as it crashed through a fence into a garden. Not unsurprisingly, in If Only They Could Talk, the young James Herriot is apprehensive whenever he is sent to perform a castration or delicate equine surgery, knowing that, while he is competent in his work, he perhaps lacks the innate skills to tame an unruly horse.
Out of 10 jobs, 9 would be easy and the 10th would be a rodeo. I don't know how much apprehension this state of affairs built up in other vets, but I was undeniably tense on castration mornings. Of course, one of the reasons was that I am not, and never will be a horseman. It is difficult to define the term, but I am convinced that horsemen are either born or acquire the talent in early childhood. I knew it was no good my trying to start in my mid-20s. I had the knowledge of equine diseases. I believed I had the ability to treat sick horses efficiently, but that power the real horseman had to soothe and quieten and mentally dominate an animal was beyond my reach. I didn't even try to kid myself. It was unfortunate because there is no doubt horses know. It is quite different with cows. They don't care either way. If a cow feels like kicking you, she will kick you. She doesn't give a damn whether you're an expert or not. But horses know. So on those mornings my morale was never very high, as I drove out with my instruments rattling and rolling about on an enamel tray on the back seat. Would he be wild or quiet? How big would he be? I had heard my colleagues airily stating their preferences for big horses. The 2-year-olds were far easier, they said. They could get a better grip on the testicles. But there was never any doubt in my own mind. I liked them small, the smaller the better. One morning, when the season was at its height, and I had had about enough of the equine race, Siegfried called to me as he was going out. "James, there's a horse with a tumour on its belly at Wilkinson's of White Cross. Get along and take it off. Today, if possible, but otherwise fix your own time. I'll leave it with you." Feeling a little disgruntled at fate having handed me something on top of the seasonal tasks, I boiled up a scalpel, tumour spoons and syringe, and put them on my tray with local anaesthetic, iodine and tetanus antitoxin. I drove to the farm with the tray rattling ominously behind me. That sound always had a connotation of doom for me. I wondered about the horse. Maybe it was just a yearling. They did get those little dangling growths sometimes. Nanberries, the farmers called them. Over the 6 miles, I had managed to build a comfortable picture of a soft-eyed little colt with pendulous abdomen and overlong hair. It hadn't done well over the winter and was probably full of worms. Shaky on its legs with weakness, in fact. At Wilkinson's, all was quiet. The yard was empty, except for a lad of about 10 who didn't know where the boss was. "Well, where is the horse?" I asked. The lad pointed to the stable. "He's in there." I went inside. At one end stood a high, open-topped loose box with a metal grill topping the wooden walls, and from within I heard a deep-throated whinnying and snorting followed by a series of tremendous thuds against the sides of the box. A chill crept through me. That was no little colt in there. I opened the top half door, and there, looking down at me, was an enormous animal. I hadn't realised horses ever came quite as big as this. A chestnut stallion with a proud arch to his neck and feet like manhole covers. Surging swathes of muscle shone on his shoulders and quarters, and when he saw me, he laid back his ears, showed the whites of his eyes and lashed out viciously against the wall. A foot-long splinter flew high in the air as the great hoof crashed against the boards. God Almighty! I breathed and closed the half-door hurriedly. I leaned my back against the door and listened to my heart thumping. I turned to the lad. How old is that horse? Over 6 years, sir. I tried a little calm thinking. How did you go about tackling a man-eater like this? I'd never seen such a horse. He must weigh over a ton. I shook myself. I hadn't even had a look at the tumour I was supposed to remove. I lifted the latch, opened the door about 2 inches, and peeped inside. I could see it plainly dangling from the belly, probably a papilloma, about the size of a cricket ball, with a lobulated surface which made it look like a little cauliflower. It swung gently from side to side as the horse moved about.
On walking back to the house to ask for soap and water, he discovers no one is in, so is forced to return, in something of a gleeful gallop, to his car. A few weeks later, however, he is called back in to perform the dreaded procedure.
Stepping out of the car, I felt almost disembodied. It was like walking a few inches above the ground. I was greeted by a reverberating din from the loose box, the same angry whinnies and splintering crashes I had heard before. I tried to twist my stiff face into a smile as the farmer came over. "My chaps are getting a halter on him," he said, but his words were cut short by an enraged squealing from the box and 2 tremendous blows against the wooden sides. I felt my mouth going dry. The noise was coming nearer. Then the stable doors flew open and the great horse catapulted out into the yard, dragging 2 big fellows along on the end of the halter shank. The cobbles struck sparks from the men's boots as they slithered about, but they were unable to stop the stallion bucking and plunging. I imagined I could feel the ground shuddering under my feet as the hooves crashed down. At length, after much manoeuvring, the men got the horse standing on its offside against the wall of the barn. One of them looped the twitch on the upper lip and tightened it expertly. The other took a firm grip on the halter and turned towards me. "Ready for you now, sir." I pierced the rubber cap on the bottle of cocaine, withdrew the plunger of the syringe, and watched the clear fluid flow into the glass barrel. 7, 8, 10 cc's. If I could get that in, the rest would be easy. But my hands were trembling. Walking up to the horse was like watching an action from a film. It wasn't really me doing this. The whole thing was unreal. The near side eye flickered dangerously at me as I raised my left hand and passed it over the muscles of the neck, down the smooth, quivering flank, and along the abdomen till I was able to grasp the tumour. I had the thing in my hand now, the lobulations firm and lumpy under my fingers. I pulled gently downwards, stretching the brown skin joining the growth to the body. I would put the local in there. A few good wheels. It wasn't going to be so bad. The stallion laid back his ears and gave a warning whicker. I took a long, careful breath, brought up the syringe with my right hand, placed the needle against the skin, then thrust it in. The kick was so explosively quick that at first I felt only surprise that such a huge animal could move so swiftly. It was a lightning outward slash that I never even saw, and the hoof struck the inside of my right thigh, spinning me round helplessly. When I hit the ground, I lay still, feeling only a curious numbness. Then I tried to move, and a stab of pain went through my leg. When I opened my eyes, Mr. Wilkinson was bending over me. "Are you all right, Mr. Herriot?" The voice was anxious. "I don't think so." I was astonished at the matter-of-fact sound of my own words. But stranger still was the feeling of being at peace with myself for the first time in weeks. I was calm and completely in charge of the situation. "I'm afraid not, Mr. Wilkinson. You'd better put the horse back in its box for now. We'll have a go at him another day. And I wonder if you'd ring Mr. Farnan to come and pick me up. I don't think I'll be able to drive." My leg wasn't broken, but it developed a massive hematoma at the point of impact, and then the whole limb blossomed into an unbelievable range of colours, from delicate orange to deepest black. I was still hobbling like a Crimean veteran when, a fortnight later, Siegfried and I, with a small army of helpers, went back and roped the stallion, chloroformed him, and removed that little growth. I have a cavity in the muscle of my thigh to remind me of that day. But some good came out of the incident. I found that the fear is worse than the reality, and horse work has never worried me as much since then.
Horse work also involved a considerable amount of dentistry. A horse that cannot chew properly rapidly loses condition, so any problems with teeth require prompt attention. Years of grinding could leave sharp spikes on teeth, which needed to be rasped, filed down, or clipped off to prevent them catching on the tongue or cheek. It was also commonly thought that wolf teeth, small teeth in front of the first molars, hindered chewing and required knocking out, although James is less convinced of the benefits of this procedure. As a result, veterinary practices had an array of medieval-like instruments to grind, shear off, and knock out the teeth of their equine patients, including, as James Herriot writes, vicious forceps, with 2-feet-long arms, sharp-jawed shears, mouth gags, hammers and chisels, files and rasps. It was rather like a quiet corner in the Spanish Inquisition. In If Only They Could Talk, James is called in to look at a couple of aged horses belonging to John Skipton at Dennerby Close. He, like many dalesmen, has grown attached to the majestic beasts that once toiled by his side, and he has cared for them well beyond their working years. The character of John Skipton was based on a client of the Thirsk practice, John Sowerby, who typified the type of hard-working, decent farmer who had lived a life of hard graft, labouring alongside men and horses rather than machines. As James arrives, old Mr. Skipton effortlessly hoists a pitchfork of hay over his shoulder and sets off at a brisk pace. James, lugging his wooden box of instruments, staggers across the large estate, far down to the river, where 2 horses stand in the autumn sunshine.
"They're in a nice spot, Mr. Skipton," I said. "They can keep cool in the hot weather, and they've got the barn when winter comes." John pointed to a low, thick-walled building with a single door. "They can come and go as they please." The sound of his voice brought the horses out of the river at a stiff trot, and as they came near, you could see they really were old. The mare was a chestnut, and the gelding was a light bay, but their coats were so flecked with grey that they almost looked like roans. This was most pronounced on their faces, where the sprinkling of white hairs, the sunken eyes, and the deep cavity above the eyes gave them a truly venerable appearance. For all that, they capered around John with a fair attempt at skittishness, stamping their feet, throwing their heads about, pushing his cap over his eyes with their muzzles. "Get by, leave off," he shouted. "Daft odd beggars." But he tugged absently at the mare's fetlock and ran his hand briefly along the neck of the gelding. "When did they last do any work?" I asked. "Oh, about 12 years ago, I reckon." I stared at John. 12 years? And have they been down here all that time? "Aye, just lacking about down here, retired like. They've earned it and all." For a few moments he stood silent, shoulders hunched, hands deep in the pockets of his coat. Then he spoke quietly as if to himself. "They were 2 slaves when I was a slave." He turned and looked at me, and for a revealing moment I read in the pale blue eyes something of the agony and struggle he had shared with the animals. But 12 years? How old are they anyway? John's mouth twisted up at one corner. "Were you at vet? You tell me." I stepped forward confidently, my mind buzzing with Galvin's groove, shape of marks, degree of slope, and the rest. I grasped the unprotesting upper lip of the mare and looked at her teeth. "Good God!" I gasped. "I've never seen anything like this." The incisors were immensely long and projecting forward till they met at an angle of about 45 degrees. There were no marks at all. They had long since gone. I laughed and turned back to the old man. "It's no good. I'd only be guessing. You'll have to tell me. Well, she's about 30, and Gelding's a year or two younger. She had 15 grand falls and never ailed out except a bit of teeth trouble. We've had them rasped a time or two, and it's time they were done again, I reckon. They're both losing ground and dropping bits of half-chewed air from their mouths. Gelding's the worst, has a right job chumping his grub. I put my hand into the mare's mouth, grasped her tongue and pulled it out to one side. A quick exploration of the molars with my other hand revealed what I suspected. The outside edges of the upper teeth were overgrown and jagged, and were irritating the cheeks, while the inside edges of the lower molars were in a similar state, and were slightly excoriating the tongue. I'll soon make her more comfortable, Mr. Skipton. With those sharp edges rubbed off, she'll be as good as new. I got the rasp out of my vast box, held the tongue in one hand, and worked the rough surface along the teeth, checking occasionally with my fingers till the points had been sufficiently reduced. That's about right, I said, after a few minutes. I don't want to make them too smooth, or she won't be able to grind her food. John grunted. Good enough. Now have a look at t'other. There's something far wrong with him. I had a feel at the gelding's teeth, just the same as the mare. Soon put him right to. But pushing at the rasp, I had an uncomfortable feeling that something was not quite right. The thing wouldn't go fully to the back of the mouth. Something was stopping it. I stopped rasping and explored again, reaching with my fingers as far as I could. And I came upon something very strange, something which shouldn't have been there at all. It was like a great chunk of bone projecting down from the roof of the mouth. It was time I had a proper look. I got out my pocket torch and shone it over the back of the tongue. It was easy to see the trouble now. The last upper molar was overlapping the lower one, resulting in a gross overgrowth of the posterior border. The result was a sabre-like barb about 3 inches long, stabbing down into the tender tissue of the gum. That would have to come off, right now. My jauntiness vanished, and I suppressed a shudder. It meant using the horrible shears, those great, long-handled things with the screw operated by a crossbar. They gave me the willies because I am one of those people who can't bear to watch anybody blowing up a balloon, and this was the same sort of thing, only worse. You fastened the sharp blades of the shears onto the tooth and began to turn the bar slowly, slowly. Soon the tooth began to groan and creak under the tremendous leverage, and you knew that any second it would break off, and when it did, it was like somebody letting off a rifle in your ear. That was when all hell usually broke loose. But mercifully, this was a quiet old horse, and I wouldn't expect him to start dancing around on his hind legs. There was no pain for the horse, because the overgrown part had no nerve supply. It was the noise that caused the trouble. Returning to my crate, I produced the dreadful instrument, and with it a houseman's gag which I inserted on the incisors and opened on its ratchet till the mouth gaped wide. Everything was easy to see then, and, of course, there it was, a great prong at the other side of the mouth, exactly like the first. Great. Great. Now I had 2 to chop off. The old horse stood patiently, eyes almost closed, as though he had seen it all and nothing in the world was going to bother him. I went through the motions with my toes curling, and when the sharp crack came, the white-bordered eyes opened wide, but only in mild surprise. He never even moved. When I did the other side, he paid no attention at all. In fact, with the gag prizing his jaws apart, he looked exactly as though he was yawning with boredom. As I bundled the tools away, John picked up the bony spicules from the grass and studied them with interest. Well, poor old beggar. Good job I got you along, young man. Reckon you'll feel a lot better now?
Alongside looking after heavy draft horses, many of which have seen years of farm labour, James and Siegfried also treat a variety of ponies, riding horses and thoroughbreds. Their real-life counterparts, Donald and Alf, were also frequently asked to judge at local horse shows, an unenviable task, often causing resentment among those without rosettes. On attending such events, Donald advised, "Be friendly but firm. Thoroughly examine every animal and keep the car engine running." Call-outs to racing stables were also part of the job. Yorkshire has had a long association with horse racing, and there are still 9 racecourses in the county, including in Thirsk itself. Of the two vets, Siegfried is the horse specialist, just like Donald Sinclair, who was the Thirsk racecourse veterinary surgeon for over 40 years. Like Alf, James proves himself a very capable equine vet, but visits to racing stables often prove challenging. The patients are valuable animals, and James is always compared unfavourably with his senior partner Siegfried, who is a well-known figure in the racing fraternity and very comfortable in that world. In Vets Might Fly, James must visit a racing stable where he is given a distinctly hostile reception.
Even now I can recall the glowering face of Ralph Beamish, the racehorse trainer, as he watched me getting out of my car. "Where's Mr. Fannin?" he grunted. My toes curled. I had heard that often enough, especially among the horse fraternity around Derby. "I'm sorry, Mr. Beamish, but he'll be away all day, and I thought I'd better come along rather than leave it till tomorrow." He made no attempt to hide his disgust. He blew out his fat purple cheeks, dug his hands deep in his breeches pockets, and looked at the sky with a martyred air. "Well, come on then." He turned and stumped away on his short, thick legs towards one of the boxes which bordered the yard. I sighed inwardly as I followed him. Being an unhorsey vet in Yorkshire was a penance at times, especially in a racing stable like this, which was an equine shrine. Siegfried, apart altogether from his intuitive skill, was able to talk the horse language. He could discuss effortlessly and at length the breeding and points of his patients. He rode, he hunted, he even looked the part with his long aristocratic face, clipped moustache and lean frame. The trainers loved him, and some, like Beamish, took it as a mortal insult when he failed to come in person to minister to their valuable charges.
James goes on to examine 3 horses, Mr. Beamish dismissing all of his diagnoses. When James attempts to take the 3rd horse's temperature, Mr. Beamish stops Harry the stable lad lifting one of the horse's forelegs, enabling it to raise its 2 hind legs and thrust them into James, who sails backwards through the door. Stretched out on the concrete, he struggles for breath.
There was a moment when I was convinced I was going to die, but at last a long wailing respiration came to my aid. Mr. Beamish, on the other hand, showed no interest in my plight. He was anxiously examining the horse's hind feet, one after the other. Obviously, he was worried lest they may have sustained some damage by coming into contact with my nasty hard ribs.
Having recovered from the unfortunate incident, James is then alerted to another horse that has started to choke and wheeze alarmingly, as if on the verge of death. After a hasty examination, James diagnoses edema of the larynx, caused by the allergic condition urticaria. He injects adrenaline into the jugular furrow, and within 15 minutes, the filly is almost back to normal in what appears to be a miraculous recovery. Beamish looks on with amazement, while James walks back to his car, riding on a pink cloud with all the tension and misery flowing from me in a joyful torrent. It's an event that typifies how veterinary work can in a moment transition from despair to triumph, prompting Mr. Beamish to put his face to the car window and utter, "Mr. Herriot, I've been thinking. You don't have to be a horsey man to cure horses, do you?" The Derby practice also has a long line of assistants who share the load when it comes to horsework. In every living thing, Siegfried, who has always embraced new ideas and contraptions, sends the latest assistant, John Crooks, out to test a new electrical treatment on a horse belonging to Derby's Lord of the Manor.
John had his own ideas about treatment and wasn't afraid to express them. One day Siegfried found the 2 of us in the operating room. "I've been reading about this inductotherm. Revolutionary new treatment for strained tendons in horses. You just wrap this electric cable round the leg for a certain time every day and the heat clears up the strain." I gave a non-committal grunt. I seldom had any ideas and in fact was constitutionally opposed to any change, any innovation. This trait I knew irritated my partner intensely, so I remained silent. John, however, spoke up.
I've read about it too, but I don't fancy it.
Why not?
Siegfried's eyebrows went up. Smacks of witchcraft to me, John said.
Oh, rubbish! Siegfried frowned at him. I think it sounds perfectly rational. Anyway, I've ordered one of the things, and I'd like to bet it'll be a big help to us. Siegfried was the horse specialist, so I didn't argue. But I was very interested to see how the thing worked, and we soon had the opportunity to find out. The lord of the manor of Darrowby, usually called the squire, kept his horses in some stables at the foot of our street, a mere 100 yards away, and it seemed like fate when he reported a case of strained tendons. Siegfried rubbed his hands. Just what we wanted. I've got to go over to Whitby to inspect a stallion, so I'll leave it to you to handle this case, John. I've got a feeling you'll think the treatment is a great advance. I know my partner was looking forward to saying, I told you so, to the young man, but after a week of treatment, John still wasn't impressed. I've been winding this thing round the horse's leg every day and hanging about for the required time, but I can't see any difference. I'm having another session this afternoon, but if it still isn't any better, I'm going to suggest a return to the old treatment. Around 5 o'clock that afternoon, with heavy rains sweeping along on the wind, I was drawing up outside the surgery when I froze in my seat. I was looking out at something terrible. Several of the squire's men were carrying a body down the street. It was John. As I got out of the car, they bore him into the house and deposited him at the foot of the stairs. He seemed to be unconscious. What on earth happened? I gasped, looking down in horror at the form of my colleague draped over the lower steps.
"The young man's electrocuted himself," one of the men said.
What?
Aye, it's right. He was soaked with rain, and when he went to connect up the machine to the plug, he must have got his fingers on the live metal. He started to yell, but he couldn't let go. He went on yelling, but I were hanging on to the horse's head, and I couldn't help him. He sort of staggered about like, and at finish he fell over the horse's hind leg, and that broke his grip in the thing, or I think he'd have been a gunner.
My God, what can we do? I turned to Helen, who had appeared from the kitchen. Could you phone the doctor? I cried. But wait a minute, I think he's coming round. John, stretched out on the stairs, had begun to stir, and as he peered up at us through half-closed eyes, an amazing flow of colourful language began to pour from him. He went on and on and on. Helen stared at me, open-mouthed. Just listen to that. And he's such a nice young man, too. I could understand her astonishment, because John was an upright, very correct lad who, unlike most vets, did not swear. However, he had a wonderful store within him, because some of the words were new even to me, which was surprising considering that I grew up in Glasgow. After a while, the torrent slowed down to an unintelligible mumble, and Siegfried, who had just come in from his round, began to ply him with neat gin, which, I believe, is contraindicated in these cases. There is no doubt that John could have lost his life, but mercifully, as the minutes passed, he recovered steadily until he was able to sit up on the stairs. At last, as we adjured him to take it easy and stay where he was, he shook himself, got up, drew himself up to his considerable height, and faced Siegfried. "Mr. Fannin," he said with great dignity, "if you ask me to operate that bloody apparatus again, I shall tender my resignation." And so that was the end of the short career of the Inductotherm.
When horses provided the power on farms, veterinary surgeons were often required to investigate lameness, which 9 times out of 10 was caused by problems with the feet. They had the tools and training required to remove horseshoes, which they frequently did, although occasionally they had to call in the experts if a large horse was proving particularly troublesome. In every living thing, James calls in the local expert in the form of blacksmith Denny Boynton to help with Farmer Dixon's big Clydesdale, who has gravel, a local term for infection of the foot.
"Right," I said. "Let's have a look at it." I ran my hand down the leg and was reaching for the foot when the horse whickered with anger, turned quickly and lashed out at me, catching me a glancing blow on the thigh.
"You can still kick with that bad foot anyway," I murmured. The farmer took a firmer grip on the halter and braced his feet.
"Ah, he's a cheeky sod. Watch yourself. He's given me a clout or two."
I tried again with the same result, and, at the third attempt, after the flailing foot had narrowly missed me, the horse swung round and sent me crashing against the side of the box. As I got up and, grimly determined, had another go at reaching the foot, he reared round at me, brought a forefoot crashing on my shoulder, then tried to bite me. The farmer was an elderly man, slightly built, and he didn't look happy as he was dragged around by the plunging animal. "Look," I said, panting and rubbing my shoulder, "we've got a bit of a problem. I have to bring Denny Boynton out to another gravelled horse near here this afternoon. We'll call in about 2 o'clock and treat this chap. He's got a shoe on anyway, and it's a lot easier to do the job with a blacksmith." Farmer Hickson looked relieved.
"Aye, that'll be best. I could see we were going to have a bit of a rodeo."
As I drove away, I mused on my relationship with Denny. He and I were old friends. He was a bit younger than I, and accompanied me regularly on horse visits. In the 50s, the tractor had more or less taken over on the farms, but some farmers still liked to keep a cart horse and took a pride in them. Most of them were big, docile animals, and I had always a strong empathy with them as they plodded patiently through their daily tasks, but that one back there was an exception. Normally, I would have taken the shoe off without much trouble before exploring the foot. All vets did courses in shoeing early in their education, and I carried the tools with me, but I would have had some fun trying to do that with Hickson's animal. It was a job for Denny.
Denny Boynton is one of the few blacksmiths to have survived in the area. At one point, nearly every village had a forge, and a town like Darrowby would have had several. But with the disappearance of the draft horse, as James Herriot puts it, they had just melted away. The men who had spent their lives in them for generations had gone, and their workplaces, which had echoed to the clatter of horses' feet and the clang of iron, were deserted and silent. Alf White based Denny on the Thirsk blacksmith, Billy Keel, who was entirely fearless when it came to horses, even fierce stallions, but was bizarrely anxious around little dogs. James heads to the Boynton smithy in Rolford village, where Denny is found bent over the foot of a strapping hunter, his father hammering the glowing metal on the anvil. James explains he needs help with Hickson's horse, warning him of his wildness, although knowing that Denny had dealt with dangerous horses since childhood. I had seen him again and again, pushing big explosive animals around effortlessly, as though they were kittens. Denny is happy to help, untroubled by what James has in store for him.
The farmer gripped the halter tightly and smiled uncertainly at Denny as he came in.
"Watch him, lad. He's a funny sod."
"Funny, is he?" The young man, hammer dangling from his hand, grinned and stepped close to the horse, and the animal, as though determined to prove the words, laid back his ears and lashed out. Denny avoided the flying foot with practised ease and gave a Demon King's laugh, throwing back his head. "Ha ha, you like that, are you? Right, you bugger, we'll see." Then he moved in again. I don't know how he kept clear of the horse's repeated attempts to injure him, but within a minute he caught the claw of his hammer in the iron shoe in full flight and pulled it towards him. "Okay, you big bugger, I've got you now, haven't I, eh?" The horse, on 3 legs, made a few half-hearted attempts to pull his foot away as Denny hung on and chattered at him, but it was clear that he realised that this new man was an entirely different proposition. Denny, with the foot on his knee, reached for his tools, muttering threats all the time, and as I watched unbelievingly, he knocked up the clinches, drew out the nails with his pincers, and removed the shoe. The horse, motionless except for a quivering of the flanks, was totally subjugated. Denny displayed the sole for my inspection. "Now where do you want me, Mr. Herriot?" he asked. I tapped along the sole until I found a place which seemed tender. To make sure, I squeezed at the place with the pincers, and the animal flinched. "That's the spot, Denny," I said. "There's a crack there." The young farrier began to cut away the horn with expert sweeps of his sharp knife. This was a job I had done so often by myself, but it was a joy to see an expert doing it. In no time at all, he had followed the crack down, and there was a hiss, then a trickle of pus as he reached the site of the infection. It was one of the most satisfactory things in veterinary practice, because, if the abscess is not evacuated, it causes the most acute agony for the animal. Sometimes the pus can work up under the wall of the hoof until it bursts out at the coronet after a long period of pain, and in other cases I have seen horses having to be put down when all attempts to relieve the infection have failed, and the poor animal was laid groaning with a hugely swollen foot. Such memories from the old cart horse days always haunted me. Nothing of that was going to happen this time, and my relief was as strong as always. "Thanks, Denny, that's great." I administered antibiotic and anti-tetanus injections, and said to the farmer, "He'll soon be sound now, Mr. Hickson." Then Denny and I set off for our next appointment. As we drove out of the yard, I looked at the young blacksmith. "Well, you certainly dealt with that wild horse. It was amazing how you quietened him." He leaned back in his seat, lit another cigarette, and spoke lazily. "No, but a bit daft he was. It was nowt. There's lots like him. Silly big bugger."
Epilogue. The James Herriot books firmly established Alfred White as the world's most famous vet. It is in many ways an incongruous epithet for such a private man, who loved his family, profession, and the peace of the Yorkshire countryside, but nonetheless achieved worldwide success and fame by dint of writing such wonderful stories. As with everything Alf White did in life, he put his heart and soul into every book he wrote, including the final volume in the series, Every Living Thing, which, like all its predecessors, shot into the bestseller lists when it was published in 1992. Sadly, there were two people central to the stories who didn't see its publication. Brian Nettleton, the inimitable Vet Whip Badger, who features so much in the final book as Callum Buchanan, was killed in a road accident in Chicago in the late 70s, 20 years after he left the Thirst practice bound for Canada. Brian Sinclair, who always rejoiced in his portrayal as the exuberant Tristan, had also died of a heart attack in 1988. He continued to work for the Ministry of Agriculture in Leeds until his retirement in 1977. Thereafter, he and Alf would meet in Harrogate every Thursday afternoon. Sitting in a tea shop by the railway station, Brian would regale Alf with his latest stock of jokes and stories, the two roaring with laughter, just as they had done all those years before in the sitting room of 23 Kirkgate. An extraordinary character in life and on the page, Brian was pivotal to the James Herriot stories. Donald was similarly deeply affected by the death of his younger brother, and Alf felt keenly the death of his much-treasured friend. Alf and Donald remained practice partners and good friends, and Alf, Joan, Rosie and Jim were frequent guests at Donald and Audrey's nearby estate, Southwoods Hall. In his later years, Donald showed no signs of mellowing or slowing down. He continued to come up with various schemes to generate money for the Thirsk practice, including in 1975 setting up a dog trimming parlour, which lasted a matter of days after Donald attempted to trim a Pekingese with some horse clippers. The dog was fine, but the owner promptly burst into tears when she saw the results. In 1981, at the age of 66, Donald suffered a bad fracture of his leg after stepping in front of a speeding motorbike in the Thirsk marketplace. Impatient as ever, he discharged himself from hospital, no doubt to the relief of the sister there, who considered him the worst patient she'd ever had, and he carried on working at the practice, despite wearing a plaster cast for almost a year. It was only after he suffered a stroke in 1991 at the age of 80, that Donald finally retired. By the time Every Living Thing was published, Alf was also not in the best of health, having been diagnosed with prostate cancer at the end of 1991. The disease kept a low profile for 2 years, but from late 1993 his condition worsened, compounded by a bout of depression, which was thankfully short-lived. He bore his illness stoically and remained determinedly mobile until just before his death on the 23rd of February, 1995. Donald, already distressed by Alf's death, lost his wife Audrey 3 months later, and not long after he was found in a coma, having taken an overdose of barbiturate. Donald had always been a proponent of voluntary euthanasia, so the manner of his death, although tragic, was perhaps not entirely surprising to those who knew him well. Throughout Alf's illness and brief episode of melancholy, he nonetheless gleaned satisfaction from the success of Every Living Thing, and his days were undoubtedly lightened by the piles of fan mail that arrived at the house every day. Always a modest man, he never considered himself a great writer, just an average one who had got lucky. But his fans thought differently, and when he died, tributes poured in from across the world, all of which illustrated the great respect there was for his books and the huge affection there was for him. One particular tribute, written by Mary Ann Grossman for the Chicago Tribune, seemed to capture the magic of his writing. His empathy for animals and humans, his respect for hard-working people and love of the land, as well as a glow of decency that makes people want to be better humans. I guess we'd call it spirituality these days, this proud belief of Herriot's that humans are linked to all animals, whether they be the cows he helped birth or pampered pets like Tricky Woo, a lovable but overfed Pekingese. Alf's wife Joan supported her husband through his illness, as she had throughout their married lives together. He always thought the world of her, and could never have achieved such success without her love and gentle encouragement. And she, of course, bore the brunt of his worsening illness and eventual death. After he died, her health slowly declined, and 4 years later, on the 14th of July, 1999, she too passed away. Like so many others, Joan is now immortalized in the James Herriot books as the endearing and capable Helen, just as Donald, Brian, and the array of Alf's friends, farming clients, and the animals of North Yorkshire live on forever in his writing. The people he met, the world in which he lived, and the stories he crafted are still read by millions across the world. His legacy lives on, both in his books and screen adaptations, and in the Herriot name, which remains a force for good. Alf's daughter Rosie has worked for many years with a local charity called Herriot Hospice Home Care. The James Herriot estate has also supported the Yorkshire Dales Millennium Trust, which looks after and preserves the Dales, including its barns, walls and hay meadows, and in Swaledale there is to be a newly planted woodland bearing the plaque James Herriot Plantation. Both of these charities have benefited enormously from the use of the James Herriot name and will make lasting contributions to the landscape and community that he loved. In the days and weeks after Alf's death, Joan and the family also received thousands of letters of condolences from close friends, clients, former assistants, and fans across the world. Decades later, the family still receive letters from Herriot enthusiasts, and there is a common thread running through all of them. Many fans are keen to express the gratitude they feel to James Herriot, emphasizing how much they have been comforted by reading his books, which have, in their words, saved their lives. The warmth and decency in the stories, the humour, the depiction of a gentler time, and the affection and respect James Herriot has for humans and animals alike act as a kind of balm for many readers and to all of us grappling with the complexities of life. We welcome the change of pace his books bring and are happy to be immersed in its world. Many years ago, Phoebe Adams, in an Atlantic Monthly review of the omnibus edition of the first two books, described the James Herriot world as full of recalcitrant cows, sinister pigs, neurotic dogs, Yorkshire weather, and pleasantly demented colleagues. It continues to be one of the funniest and most likable books around. A review that would have undoubtedly pleased Alf White and could summarize all 8 books in the series. While many of the small farms and cobbled byres have gone, as have the hard-working farmers and animals depicted in the books, North Yorkshire and the Dales still retain their beauty. We too can breathe in the pure air, the scent of wild flowers carried on the breeze, and enjoy the landscape that so enchanted the much-loved veterinary surgeon and author, James Herriot. Bibliography. Herriot, James, If Only They Could Talk, 1970. Herriot, James, It Shouldn't Happen to a Vet, 1972. Herriot, James, Let Sleeping Vets Lie, 1973. Herriot, James, Vet in Harness, 1974. Herriot, James, Vets Might Fly, 1976. Herriot, James, Vet in a Spin, 1977. Herriot, James, The Lord God Made Them All, 1981. Herriot, James, Every Living Thing, 1992. Herriot, James, James Herriot's Yorkshire, 1993. Herriot, James, James Herriot's Dog Stories, 2020. Reader's Digest Association, The Best of James Herriot, 1982. White, Jim, The Real James Herriot, The Authorized Biography, 1999. Acknowledgements. Our heartfelt thanks go to Emma Marriott for her invaluable contribution to this book. Emma immersed herself in the works of James Herriot. We believe that she came to love and appreciate our father's writings almost as much as we do. We would also like to thank our agent, Georgia Glover. She has overseen this project with her customary calm and efficiency, safeguarding our best interests as she has done for many years. Thank you for listening to this audio production of The Wonderful World of James Herriot, read by Anna Madeley and Nicholas Ralph, with an introduction by Jim White and Rosie Page, read by Rosie Page, edited by Emma Marriott. Published by Pan, an imprint of Pan Macmillan, a division of Macmillan Publishers International Limited. Text copyright, The James Herriot Partnership, 2022. Recording copyright, Macmillan Publishers International Limited, 2023. The right of James Herriot to be identified as the author of this work has been asserted by him in accordance with the Copyright Designs and Patents Act, 1988. All rights reserved. Directed by Chris Barstow and Stuart Wise. Recording, production and post-production by the Strathmore Studios, Clerkenwell, London. Sound editing by Ross Berman and checklist